I woke up because something bit me in the ankle. Not a mosquito, a snake, a little transparent one, thin as a shoelace, and I got to watch it sink two needle teeth into me with the calm professional attitude of a nurse who has done this 900 times before lunch. Then I woke up for real, and I was not in Nanjing anymore. I was face down in dirt under a tree the size of an office building. It was still dark. There were 9 children asleep around me in a heap, the way puppies sleep, all of them filthy, all of them wearing clothes that used to be very nice. The oldest looked about 10. Then somebody else's 12 years arrived in my head all at once, and I understood exactly how bad this was. The Chen family, Yaoyu Immortal City. 30 cultivators, which sounds impressive until you learn that not one of them had ever reached foundation establishment, and that our family motto was, and I am not making this up, without a foundation, you are nothing but an ant. Somebody embroidered that on a banner. Somebody hung it in the main hall. 30 ants, very proud of the wording. And then, 8 days ago, an uncle of mine went into the great wilderness to dig for herbs and came back out with a foundation establishment pill and a spiritual artifact sword. 1 pill. That was it. That was the whole crime. Chow told 2 people. Those 2 people told the wrong person. 6 days later, the Chow family came through our gate and the Chen family stopped existing. 30 cultivators. 1 night. Over 1 pill. The old clan head shoved a storage pouch into the hands of his grandson, a 12-year-old named Chen Wei, and told him to run into the wilderness with the little ones and not look back. Then he went out the front to buy them a few minutes. Chow bought them. It cost exactly what you think it cost. 10 children got out. Chen Wei took a blow to the back of the head on the way and made it 4 days on stubbornness alone, and last night he quietly stopped. And I woke up inside a dead boy. Let me be very clear about my situation. This was not a heroic possession. This was salvage. Somebody found a body still warm and decided not to let it go to waste, and that somebody was the universe, and I was the waste. I opened the pouch. 1 foundation establishment pill. 1 sword, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, a map drawn on hide. I sat there in the dark and I did the math on my family, and the number that came out was ugly. They had a winning hand, a pill worth a small fortune and a sword worth a large one, and they played it like men who had never held cards. They talked. Ants who found a diamond and immediately went around the anthill announcing it. Fine. Noted. Filed. Then the divine sense of that dead 12-year-old, which was the only thing about him that was any good, twitched, and I felt 9 people coming through the trees behind us. 9. 1 of them at the 9th layer of chi refining, 2 at the 8th, 6 at the 7th. Against 10 children, of whom the strongest was me, and I was 7th layer and had been alive in this body for about 4 minutes. Up, I said. Everybody up. Now. Nobody talks. They got up. That is the part I still think about. 9 kids between 6 and 10 years old, 4 days into the worst week in the history of the family, and when the oldest one said move, they moved. The little one, Min, was 6. She held on to the back of my shirt with both hands and did not make a sound. We went into the great wilderness, deeper than anyone in our family had ever gone on purpose. Behind us I could hear the Chow men laughing about something, because they were not chasing us, they were tidying up, and there is a difference in the sound. I want to be honest about what was going through my head at that exact moment, because it was not a vow, and it was not a speech. It was, Chow family, Yaoyu Immortal City. I am going to be back here. Not soon, not brave, back. 3 days later, nobody had eaten anything. Cultivators can skip meals. 6-year-olds who have been walking through a monster forest for a week cannot. And Min went down in the grass like a dropped coat, and Hao started crying, and I realized that all my careful long-term thinking was about to be killed by a blood sugar problem. I gave myself half an hour. Nobody moves from this rock. Second brother, you count. If I am not back by 300 breaths, you take them east. Second brother was Chen Yang, 10 years old, 4th layer, and the most reliable human being I have ever met in either life. Chow nodded once and started counting out loud, and I went. I found a hollow shaped like a gourd with a water apricot tree in the middle of it. First rank, low grade, 28 fruits on the branches, worth maybe 200 spirit stones if you found a buyer with poor eyesight. I stood there looking up at them and had a small revelation about this world. Everyone hunts monsters. Monsters have claws, teeth, territorial rage, and a body that fights back. Fruit has a stem. Why is anyone doing it the other way around? I was reaching for the second branch when the ground moved and something roared, and I got to find out. 2 monsters came through the gourd valley from opposite ends, and they were not there for me, which was the only good news available. The first was a striped tiger the size of a delivery van, first rank high grade, and it had something in its mouth, a pear, a jade green pear, and even from 100 feet out my divine sense went off like a smoke alarm, because that was a second rank low grade spirit fruit, which is to say thousands of spirit stones, which is to say a full realm of cultivation for whoever swallowed it. The second was a black python with a single horn, same rank, and it wanted the pear. So I did what any sensible person would do. I hid behind a rock 100 feet away, started charging a golden lightning bolt, and whispered, "Control, control, control," to myself, like a man defusing a bomb, because my plan was to wait until they had chewed each other down and then execute the survivor. The python lost. It coughed up a half-formed demon core on the grass and left. The tiger, in the pure joy of winning, threw its head back and flung the pear about 40 feet through the air. It rolled to a stop against my foot. I looked at the pear. I looked at the tiger, which had not seen me. I picked up the pear and I walked away, and I did not fire a single bolt of lightning. My entire plan, all the whispering, all the control, contributed nothing. The universe just handed it to me and moved on. Halfway back, I heard the tiger roar again, the victory kind. And that is where I stopped and stood in the dark for a while, because a very simple thought had arrived, and it was going to run my whole life from then on. If I had jumped in early, I would be inside that tiger right now. The winner is not the one who is strongest. The winner is the one who moves last. So, I made myself 2 rules, and I have never broken either of them. Rule 1. Never be the first to stick your neck out unless you are 99% sure. Rule 2. I do not go back to Yaoyu Immortal City for revenge until I am 3 full ranks above the man who ordered it. 3 ranks. Not 1. Not, I think I can take him. 3. Because I think I can take him is how 30 ants ended up in a courtyard. Lei can call that steady. People later called it a lot of things. When I got back, the 9 of them were standing in a huddle in the dark, and the second I stepped out of the trees, Min burst into tears and ran at me, and third brother turned away so nobody would see his face. They thought I had left. 4 days after their entire family died, they had spent 30 minutes quietly agreeing among themselves that the last adult in their world had walked off and left them, and they had not said it out loud, because saying it out loud would have made it true. I handed out 8 apricots and said nothing about it, and neither did they, and that was the moment the Chen family started again. Min held hers in both hands and said, "Thank you, big brother," before she bit it. 6 years old. Politeness. In a forest. From a girl who had not eaten in 3 days. 4th brother and 7th sister both broke through to the 4th layer that night off 1 piece of first-rank fruit, which tells you everything about how poor we had been. The whole family, and I mean the whole family, was now 1 7th layer, 4 4th layers, 4 3rd layers, and a 6-year-old at first. That was our entire military. I ate the pear myself, all of it in about 9 seconds, standing up, like a man eating a burger in a parking lot. I know how that sounds. Here is my defense. A jade pear given to a child at the 3rd layer is a pleasant afternoon. A jade pear given to the only person in the group who can actually kill something is a weapon. 10% of it took me to the middle of the 7th layer before I had finished swallowing. An hour later, I was at the peak of the 7th, sitting cross-legged with steam coming off my shoulders, and I said, "Break," out loud like an idiot, and I broke. 8th layer of chi refining, 3 to 5 years of grinding, gone, in 1 fruit and 1 hour. My divine sense stretched out to 380 Zhang, which is the range of a 3rd layer foundation establishment cultivator, which meant I could now feel everything in the forest for a quarter mile in every direction, including how much of it wanted to eat us. That turned out to matter that same night. 2 shapes came out of the dark at us at a dead run. The first was a toad the size of a car, 1st rank high grade, and it was chasing the second, and the second was a white horse, not a horse, a foal. A white foal with a single dark horn, cloud markings on its hooves, and an aura that flickered between 2nd rank and nothing at all, because it had been running and fighting that toad for 3 hours and it was empty. 2nd rank. A spirit beast, not a monster. The kind of creature a purple mansion sect keeps in a garden and writes poems about. And it was a baby, and it was alone, because that particular breed abandons its young about a month after birth. Nice family, very familiar. At the last possible second, it planted its hooves, dropped its head, and put 1 final bolt of purple lightning through the toad's skull, and then it fell over sideways in the grass and stopped moving. "Kill it quickly," said 3rd brother. "Kill it, big brother. It is worth a lot." 9 voices, all of them right, all of them completely correct, and I stood there looking at a baby that had just fought something 3 times its size for 3 hours because nobody came to help it. "No," I said. "I do not want to kill it. I want to raise it." They looked at me like I had suggested we eat the map, so I explained at once. I said, "Our grandfather went out the front gate so the 10 of us could go out the back. Our fathers and our uncles stood in a courtyard and did arithmetic they knew the answer to. Nobody in that house was strong. All of them stayed anyway. And now we are 10 children in a forest, and the first thing we find is somebody smaller than us who got left behind, and you want to open it up for parts. That is the day they stopped calling me Wei and started calling me Clanhead, and they did it in the dark, standing around an unconscious pony, and I have never had anything since that felt more like a promotion. Second and third brother finished the toad. We named the foal Lightning because of the horn, and because the full name of his breed is Lightning Cloud Treading Foal, and nobody has time for that. 5 days into the wilderness, I killed a boar in its sleep with a lightning bolt to the ear. Lightning woke up enough to eat some of it and then headbutted me in the hip for more. Which is how I learned that the way to a spirit beast's heart is the same as the way to anyone's. Then I went looking for water and found the ocean. That is not a joke. That is what my brain said. I came out of the tree line onto a shore and the water went all the way to the horizon and kept going. I stopped dead. In my previous life, I had a real and unglamorous fear of large water. The kind where you look at a bay and feel your stomach drop out of your body. Lightning bit me in the calf. Lightning, what is wrong with you? Chow looked at me. I looked at the water. It was a lake. Only a lake. 100 li across, but a lake with a far shore, and there was even something dark sitting in the middle of it. I brought the others out, and all 9 of them made the same noise at the same time. By the true immortal, is that a lake? That is not a lake. That is a sea. Xuanwu Lake. Which, by the way, is the name of a lake I used to walk around on Sundays in a city that does not exist here, and I decided not to think about that too hard. I sat on the shore and pushed my divine sense into it layer by layer, the way you would sweep a warehouse, and what came back was not a threat assessment, it was a menu. 3 black carp, first rank low grade, lazy, a whole colony of dragon shrimp, one of them first rank middle grade with claws 3 chai 4 kun long, a snow crab, first rank high grade sitting on the bottom like a parked car. I want to be a serious person about this. I really do. But I had been eating apricots and boar for a week, and I looked at that lake and thought, that is a floating food city. I have never eaten a dragon shrimp bigger than a person, not in either of my lives. That felt like an oversight. We roasted the boar on the shore that night, and the family broke through like popcorn. 3rd brother to the 4th layer, 6th brother, 8th brother, and 9th sister, all to the late 3rd. Little Min went from 1st to 2nd. We ate about 1/10 of the boar, and I put the rest in the pouch, which meant that for the first time since the courtyard, the Chen family had months of food and nothing chasing it. Then I looked at the dark shape in the middle of the lake and said the sentence that changed everything. We are going out there. We built a raft. 4 zhang by 1, lashed with vine, and it was ugly enough that I want to apologize to it in writing. I put the 4 4th layer kids on the corners and the little ones in the middle, and I stood at the front, and about 2 li out the 3 black carp came up under us. Here is the thing I learned that morning. My divine sense was 30 layers better than anyone else's out there, which meant I did not have to be a hero. I just had to be a fire control officer. 7th sister, fireball, ready. Li was 9 years old with 3 spiritual roots and the fastest hands in the family. Ready. 5 breaths, 3 shots. 3 zhang directly in front of you, no adjusting, just shoot where I say. 5 breaths later, she fired 3 times into what looked like empty water, and 3 carp came up belly first. 8th brother started crowing about it as though he had done it, and 7th sister told him, in the exact tone of a woman 40 years older, never underestimate a monster. And 8th brother shut his mouth for almost a minute, which was his record. The dragon shrimp came up on its own out of curiosity and got scheduled for dinner. The snow crab looked at us and could not be bothered. And then, 20 li out, we hit the snakes. 70 or 80 black-scaled water snakes, first rank middle grade, with a high-grade leader, and unlike everything else in that lake, they were social, which is the worst adjective a venomous animal can have. I tried to steer around them. The leader turned its head and looked at the raft, and the whole mass turned with it. I actually said, out loud, we were going to leave you alone. Then I put 1 lightning ball the size of a basketball into the water on the left, and lightning put 1 in on the right. The entire lake lit up. Every snake in that group came up at once, all of them cooked, floating in a black ring around us about 40 feet wide, and the raft rocked gently in the middle of it like a picnic boat. 2 lightning balls, 80 snakes. I stood there holding a stick I had not used and said, that is it? That is all of you? Lesson. And it is a load-bearing lesson for everything that happens later. Lightning in water does not add, it multiplies. My effective kill radius in open water was about 100 times what it was on land. The single most dangerous thing about me for the next several years was not my cultivation. It was standing next to me in a puddle. We landed on the island at dusk and I stopped caring about snakes immediately. The island was 10 li around. Small. Nothing. A rock in a lake. And under that rock was a spiritual vein I could not finish measuring. 3rd rank high grade at the low end. possibly, and I stress possibly, the low end of 4th rank, which is the sort of thing a Golden Core clan builds a 1,000-year seat on top of, and which was currently being used by Moss. Lightning found a spirit orange tree, 3rd rank, 11 fruits on it. Each one worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, and each one strong enough to kill a chi refining cultivator who bit it, which is why I took them all and told everyone they were decorative. Lightning ate one, immediately fell over and slept for 3 months and woke up fully healed at a clean 2nd rank, which is the best return on investment in this entire story. Second brother came back from the north end with a focus flower, then a Peiyuan herb, then he came back a 3rd time and just pointed. There were hundreds of them, whole slopes of spirit herbs nobody had picked in 1,000 years because nobody could get here, because the only road ran through a monster forest. I found a crimson ginseng, 3rd rank, that had grown little legs like a baby and tried to run. I caught it. I did not put it in the pouch. I carried that thing around in my hand for a week like a man who has just been given a hamster. At the center of the island there was an iron tree, 2nd rank, with an enormous abandoned nest in it. I looked up at that nest for a long time. Somebody had owned this island. Something with a wingspan had sat up there and treated this whole treasure as a place to keep eggs. And it was not here. Either it died, or it left, or it is coming back. Nobody else looked up. Everybody else was picking herbs and yelling. I filed it, because filing things is the only real talent I have, and I said, "Congratulations. This island belongs to the Chen family." And that is when they started shouting about revenge, all of them at once. Go back to Yaoyu, kill the Chow family. Do it now, and I lost my temper for the first and one of the only times in my life. With what? I said. Lay are 10 children with 4 spiritual roots between you who are excited because you found a plant. Cultivation is a staircase. It does not have an elevator. Do you remember who the strongest man in Yaoyu Immortal City is? Because I do. Chow would kill every single person standing on this island in the time it takes me to finish this sentence. Then I gave them the law, and the law never changed. Nobody leaves this island until the 9th layer of chi refining, great perfection. Nobody. When we do go out, we hide our cultivation by several layers. We look poor. We look weak. We look like exactly the sort of small nothing family that is not worth the trouble of murdering. Put nicely, that is steady, very steady, extremely steady. Put honestly, that is cowardice with a filing system. I am at peace with it. Cowards with filing systems get to have grandchildren. 3 days later, 5th brother and 8th brother knocked over a dead tree, and a pillar of white light shot 400 feet into the sky. I have never moved that fast in my life. I got a tree trunk into that hole in under 2 breaths and stood on it, breathing hard, staring up at a beam of light that anything within 100 li could have seen. 8th brother was crying. We only pulled up one tree. One tree. I know. Just one. I know. Get off the island edge and shut up. Then I climbed down into the hole to see what he had hit. It was not a deposit. There was no ore, no seam, no scattered veins running through rock. It was solid, wall to wall, floor to ceiling, white spirit stone, and the spiritual energy down there was so thick it was practically wet. I cut a piece off the wall with the sword, plate-sized. It came out as a middle-grade spirit stone, which is worth 100 low-grade. I cut a fist-sized piece out of the deeper white, milky, high-grade, 10,000. I stood in a hole in the ground under a lake in a forest nobody could cross, holding a rock worth 10,000 spirit stones in a mine that went down further than my divine sense could reach, and I want to tell you that I made a plan. What I actually did was dance, in a hole, with a sword, for several hundred breaths, knocking chunks off the walls, alone, at the age of 12, while 9 children stood at the entrance and watched their clan head lose his mind. Look, a medium mine is worth 100 million low-grade spirit stones. A large one is worth 1 billion. I did not know yet which one I was standing in. I was going to find out, and the answer was going to ruin a lot of people's year. I filled the pouch until it would not take another rock, and then I threw out the rest of the boar, because with that much spirit stone lying around, who is pretending to be a wild pig, then I went up and emptied it on the ground in front of 9 children, 3,000 low grade, 1,031 middle grade, 109 high grade, 2,096,100 low grade spirit stones, in a pile, on grass. Second brother sat down. 3rd brother made a sound like a kettle. 8th brother started laughing and could not stop and had to be walked around in a circle. Little Min picked one up and licked it, which honestly was the most reasonable reaction available. I gave everyone 1 high-grade stone each, the way you hand out lunch money, and then we ate 9 apricots, a king shrimp, and 3 carp, and that was the last time any of us was ever poor. Then we spent a year on that island, and I am not going to pretend it was dramatic. We built 10 crooked wooden houses. They leaned. 2nd brother broke through to the 7th layer, 3rd to the 6th, 4th to the late 5th, 5th and 6th to the middle 5th, 7th sister to the early 6th, 8th and 9th to the early 5th. And Min, who was 7 now, hit the middle of the 4th layer, which for a 7-year-old is grotesque. Lightning woke up after 3 months at a clean 2nd rank and immediately began a personal campaign of terror against every animal in Xuanwu Lake. Chow would go out at dawn, chase things, and come back and lie on somebody. The dragon shrimp colony relocated. I am not joking, they moved. And I sat in a mine made of money and went from the 8th layer of chi refining to the 9th, and then to the 9th at great perfection. My divine sense stretched out to 600 jang, that is the range of a 6th layer foundation establishment cultivator. At 13 years old, I could sense further than most of the adults who murdered my family. Then I stood up in front of everyone and said, in 3 days I am going down into the mine, and I am either establishing a foundation or I am dying in there. They took that extremely well, which is to say, they took it terribly. 9 children lined up and bowed and told me, with straight faces, may the dragon soar across the 4 seas. Lightning made a noise I can only transcribe as hiss, hero. I stood there thinking, it is a realm breakthrough. Why is everybody being sentimental at me? Here are the real numbers, because I want you to see what I was actually gambling. 5 spiritual roots. Your odds are 0. 4 roots, 40%, and only with a pill. 3 roots, a bit over 50. 2 roots, 35% bear, 70 with a pill. I had 2 roots, wind and thunder, so 35 to start. Add 15 for high-grade spirit stones, because I was going to be sitting on a wall of them. Add 30 for divine sense at the 6th foundation layer, which is not supposed to be possible before foundation, and which I was choosing not to examine too closely. 80%, without touching the pill, so I did not touch the pill. I went down. I sat in the white, and I started compressing mana into liquid. The first drop formed and made a sound in my chest like a door closing. An hour later, the entire contents of my dantian had gone over, and it had gone over gold. Not the ordinary pale liquid everyone else gets. Gold, because of the profound Yang Thunder scripture, and I did not know yet what that meant, and it was going to matter a great deal. Here is the standard. 10 drops is the first layer of foundation establishment. 20 is the second. I counted 31. I skipped 2 layers on the way in. 13 years old, 3rd layer of foundation establishment on day 1. And my divine sense went from the 6th foundation layer to the 9th 900 jang, which meant I could now stand in the middle of that island and feel the entire island. Then I bled on the sword. That sword had been sitting in a pouch since the night my grandfather died. Nobody in my family had ever been strong enough to bond it, which is a fairly bleak sentence when you think about it. I refined it, and the moment it opened up to me, I had to sit down. High grade, not middle. High grade spiritual artifact, the kind Purple Mansion cultivators write letters about. At my level, I could squeeze maybe 30% out of it, and 30% of that thing was enough to kill a 7th layer foundation establishment cultivator. My uncle found this in a hole in the ground, and 30 people died for it, and not one of them was ever able to pick it up. I named it the Wind Whisper Sword. It took me longer to refine that sword than it took me to break through, which tells you which one was actually hard. And then, sitting alone in the bottom of a mine at the happiest moment of my life, a voice said, "Pathetic. If you threw this piece of junk at me, I would not even bother to look at it." I did not answer. I did not move. I sat perfectly still and prepared to die. 4 seconds went by. Hey, why are you not saying anything? Do you know how scary it is when you do not talk? That was my introduction to the most powerful being I have ever met. It was the snake. The little transparent one from the dream, from the mountain in Nanjing, the one that bit me in the ankle on the last morning of my old life. Except it was not a snake, it was a white dragon with a space attribute, and it had been living in my right ankle for a year. Its version of events, Earth had run out of spiritual energy, it was dying there, it punched a hole through the barrier between worlds, and on the way out it grabbed the nearest human because, and this is a direct quote, it did not want to travel alone. I asked what to call it. Just call me Spirit Fang. Cool. My cheat is a lonely lizard with a nickname. Then it gave me a rusted iron basin, the treasure exchange basin. Lei put a pill in it. Lei put spirit stones in with the pill. Lei wait 10 breaths. Lei take out copies. 1 foundation establishment pill and a couple of middle grade stones came out as 6 foundation establishment pills. I want to be precise about what happened in my head because I did not think about power. I thought about my uncle. 1 pill got 30 people killed. 1 pill, and I was now holding a bucket that turns 1 pill into 6 for the price of 2 rocks, and I was sitting on top of a mountain of rocks. And before you ask, because every single person in this genre asks, no, it does not go infinite. It caps at 1 full major realm above me. At Foundation Establishment, I could copy up to 3rd rank low grade and not one step higher, which is the only reason I did not spend the rest of this story being hunted by every nascent soul cultivator on the continent. The second gift was better, an ancient technique called the spirit concealment technique. It hides your true cultivation, not fudges it, hides it. A golden core cultivator can look straight at you and see whatever you decided to be that morning. I spent an entire evening playing with it. 3rd layer, 8th layer, 3rd layer. I was 13. Let me have this. Spirit Fang went to sleep to heal, and did not wake up for a long time. 3 days after I went into the mine, I came back out, and the whole family was standing outside the entrance in a combat line with spells half formed. The tree over the hole had moved. They had decided that whatever came out of it was going to have a bad afternoon. 10 children. Against an unknown. Well done, I said. That deserves praise. Then I told them I had broken through in 2 days and had not used the pill. 6th brother started shouting that if 1 pill was not enough, we would just buy another, and if 2 were not enough, we would buy a whole bottle. I had to tell him to shut up. Look at yourself. Les nouveaux riches. Les are a disgrace to poverty. We named the island Soaring Dragon Island, partly for Spirit Fang, mostly because it sounded better than Money Rock, and then I went out, alone. Because the family was rich, and the family was hidden, and the family had no idea how anything in this world actually worked, and one of us had to go and learn. Yaoyu was 800 li northwest, and I was not going anywhere near it. The Zhao Immortal Kingdom was 6,000 li north, which was a fantasy. Floating Snow Immortal City was 1,500 li northeast. That would do. I flew there on the sword, and I want to record for posterity that my first thought at 400 li an hour, 13 years old, with the entire world under my feet was, this is so cool. The wilderness threw 3 waves at me. The third one was a lizard, 2nd rank high grade, and it was the single most upsetting thing I met that year, because it was a camouflage specialist, and my divine sense at the 9th foundation layer could not find it. Could not. It chased me 100 li, and I only got away on raw sword speed. I yelled something over my shoulder about coming back for its head in a few years. I did not come back. Let us be adults about this. And then, the moment I cleared the tree line, I found a woman in black being eaten. Black robe, black trousers, black boots, black veil. My honest first thought was, how much can one person love black? 10 demonic wolves had her in a circle, and she was at the 5th layer of chi refining, which is to say she was already dead and just had not finished the paperwork. I dropped down and said, "Does the fairy require any assistance?" She screamed, "I do," so loudly that one of the wolves tripped. I picked her up out of the ring, landed 30 feet away, killed the wolf that followed with the back of my hand without turning around, and then, very politely, asked whether she happened to be a cultivator from the floating snow area. She was still shrieking, "Run, do not worry about me," at this point. It took her a while to catch up. We made a deal. Her life, in exchange for 1 day of her being my tour guide. Then I killed the other 9. Her name was Yu Lian. She was 12. I was 13. The Yu family was the weakest of the several dozen foundation establishment families in Floating Snow Immortal City, which is a rank the way last place is a rank. Her father had been murdered 10 years ago by a rival clan, and nobody was ever caught. And the moment he was in the ground, her branch of the family became the branch everybody stepped on. Her mother, her older sister Yu Mei, and her little brother Yu Bao, all 3 roots, all going nowhere. 2 days before I met her, she had slapped a cousin who deserved it and been thrown out of the compound for it, and had walked into the great wilderness alone at the 5th layer of chi refining to hunt for spirit stones, because that was the option she had. She said, "A kind person gets bullied and a good horse gets ridden." 12 years old, said it like a proverb she had earned. Then her veil came off because she was crying, and I got a look at her face, and I thought, very clearly and very firmly, she is 12. There is a version of me in a lot of stories who handles this badly. That version does not get to drive, so instead, I told her the truth. My family got wiped out a year ago, all of it, in one night. We compared notes on being the leftovers, and by the time we got to the city walls, she had stopped crying, and we were something better than rescuer and rescued. Floating Snow Immortal City had walls 50 zhang high. Yaoyu's were 30. That is the first thing I checked, and it told me everything about how small my hometown had been. Hundreds of chi refining families, dozens of foundation establishment families. Exactly 1 Purple Mansion family, the Han clan, and everyone said their name the way you say the name of weather. 4 streets, north and south for housing, west for rogue cultivators, east for shops. We had barely started down East Street when Leon pointed at a shopfront and said it was famous. "It is fake," she said. "They would be lucky to have a dozen real formations. It is the biggest ripoff on the whole street." I liked her immediately. And then a young man came out of that shop and looked at us, and specifically looked at Lian's hand where it was resting on my arm, and his face did something ugly. Hao Guang, second young master of the Hao family, 26, 3 roots, late Qi refining. The Hao family was top 5 in the city and had an ancestor at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. They also had a long-running interest in the Yu family's forge and the Yu family's shop, and Hao Guang had been circling that property for 2 years the way a man circles a car he intends to steal. Chow looked at me and said, "Lei are asking for it, kid." And then he told his steward to have a full file on me in 3 days. I filed him too. Everybody was filing everybody. It was that kind of street. The first shop we went into was a pill shop called the Nebula Pill Tower, and the girl behind the counter took one look at our clothes and did the thing. Lei know the thing. Polite for 11 seconds. Then the eyes go flat and the voice goes bright and she says, "If you cannot afford it, please do not handle the merchandise. Goodbye." Leon went stiff beside me, and I put 2 fingers on her wrist. Then I put 14 middle-grade spirit stones on the counter. The entire shop went quiet. 2 cultivators at the 9th layer of Qi refining looked over, looked at each other, and turned back around with the specific speed of men deciding not to be involved. The girl's face reorganized itself. She got warmer. She leaned. She started calling me young master. And I said, "Originally, I wanted a full bottle of 10 of each of your 4 grades. But your attitude changed so much in the last 2 minutes that it annoyed me. So I have changed my mind. I bought 1 of each. 1,350 stones instead of 14,000. Her commission was 20 spirit stones. I found out much later that she was in a bad mood about it for 6 months. The cruelest thing in the world is not being denied something, it is being shown it first. Next was a formation shop under the city lord's own jurisdiction. The clerk in blue was bragging that they could supply up to 3rd rank, and I said out loud in front of witnesses, "Then sell me 3rd rank. 18 constellations formation plate. Coverage up to 10 Lai, rated to hold a middle stage purple mansion cultivator, 8,000. Little 5 elements plate, 6,000. Chow knocked 500 off for the pair, 13,500, which came to 135 middle grade spirit stones, and I paid in a single pour. I left him standing there in a pile of money up to his knees, and as we went out the door, I heard him say to nobody, "That sold 2 3rd rank formation plates. That seemed easy. Why do I feel no sense of accomplishment?" The 3rd shop was the Liu Yun Artifact Pavilion, and it was the only shop the Yu family owned. The man behind the counter was a short-bearded slab named Yu Qiang, Leon's 3rd uncle. Chow recognized her instantly and started scolding her about going into the wilderness. Then he found out what I had done and offered me, free, any artifact in the shop except the top 7. I said thank you. Then I put 100 middle-grade spirit stones on his counter and bought all 7 of the top ones plus 10 middle artifacts, 9,800 total. Yu Cheng looked at his niece and said, "This is not the man who saved you. This man is my savior." I picked the 2 leftover middle-grade stones back up off the counter without thinking about it, the way you pocket change, and I found out later that those 2 stones were about a year of his salary. Chow told us that in 10 days the city was holding the auction it holds once a decade, and then he told us we were staying at the Yu compound and did not offer an alternative. We got to the compound, and the clan head, a man named Yu Guang, the single foundation establishment cultivator in the entire family and only early stage at that, looked at me for 4 seconds and then told them to ring the welcome bell 9 times. 9. That bell had not been rung in decades. Hundreds of cultivators came running from 3 streets over, absolutely certain that a purple mansion cultivator had arrived at the Yu family gate. What they found was a 15-year-old in a white robe. 7 elders scanned me at once, felt the 8th layer of Qi refining, and did the arithmetic on my apparent age, and I watched 7 old men decide simultaneously that I was a genius, which was flattering, and also several layers below the truth, and also exactly the number I had chosen for them to find that morning. I gave Guang 2 second-rank spirit herbs as a house gift, a focus flower and a Peiyuan herb, 600 and 300 stones respectively, which to me was pocket lint and to them was a Tuesday miracle. The 3rd elder physically took the box out of the 2nd elder's hands. Guang went red because he now had a problem. Chow said, "My Yu family cannot accept a gift like this without having done anything to deserve it." Then he turned around and announced to the entire courtyard that Master Chen was to be treated as an honored guest by everyone including the elders. And then he added one more line, in a very level voice. "Leon's family has had a hard few years. I hope things will be better for them from now on." I watched a couple of dozen faces in that crowd change at the same time. I had just been used as a weapon in a family argument that had been running for a decade. I did not mind at all. I agreed with the side that was using me. Her mother was named Jin Fen, late 6th layer of Qi refining, 4 spiritual roots, stuck for 10 years, 3 children, widow. Her older sister Yu Mei was 13 and quiet in the specific way of somebody who learned that speaking up costs money. Yu Bao was the youngest and had a mouth on him. I handed Mei and Bao a first-rank high-grade pill each in front of the whole clan because I wanted the whole clan to see it. Those pills cost me 2 spirit stones and 10 breaths in a basin. To the Yu family, they were a public statement, and the statement was, "This branch is not alone anymore." That night, their mother tried to give them back, so I took out 2 more, plus a second-rank pill for her, specifically because a second-rank pill was exactly the size of the wall she had been stuck behind for 10 years. She cried. Leon told me later it was the first time since her husband died. Then she tried to kneel, and I had to physically stop a grown woman from kneeling in a kitchen. 9 days. Jin Fen went from the late 6th layer to the 7th in half a day. Mei hit the middle 5th. Bao went from the 4th to the late 4th. And their courtyard, which had not had a visitor in years, suddenly could not keep people out, and I had to stop accepting guests entirely. Bao solved his own popularity problem by bringing 3 friends over to look at me like an exhibit. Master Chen is definitely going to take me back to his clan, he announced. I am going to be a Chen, the freckled one said. So are you going to be Chen, or are you going to be you? Make up your mind. Are you being adopted or kidnapped? And Yu Mei, who had not raised her voice in the entire 9 days I had known her, came around the corner and backed all 4 boys into a wall. Bao shouted, "Master Chen, save me." And I did, and I gave each of his friends 3 spirit stones to go away, which they did, at speed. That was the household I walked into. I want you to remember it because in about 10 years I am going to owe them something. The Yu family scraped together 10,000 spirit stones for the auction, which was their best showing in a century, and about a third of that was money I had handed across a counter. The 8th elder still tried to leave Leon's family behind. Small private room, he said. 8 or 9 seats, no space for extra mouths. A big room required either a clan head at late-stage foundation establishment or 1 item of second-rank high-grade or better put up for sale. The Yu family had neither, and never would, and the 8th elder said that out loud in front of a widow. I said nothing. That is a thing I do. It looks like patience. Halfway to the auction house, an old man stepped into the road in front of us. Hooked nose, a scar down one cheek, 4th layer of foundation establishment, and pushing on the 5th. Kang Shufu. The Kang family were smiths, like the Yu family, except the Kang family were clients of the Hao family, and the 2 clans had been feeding on each other for 40 years. Chow looked at the size of our group and grinned. Your family only got the small room, did it not? What are you doing dragging this many people along? Guang started to answer. Everyone braced for the standard exchange of insults where the weaker family absorbs it and moves on, because that was the choreography, and everybody involved knew the steps. I walked past him, turned around, and slapped a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator across the face. Where did this barking old dog come from? Get out of the young master's way. I have never in my life heard a street go that quiet. Kang Shifu touched his cheek. Then he said, in a perfectly conversational voice, because of what you just did, your parents will be visiting your grave this time next year. And he let his foundation establishment aura out. 100 zheng of it. Every elder of the Yu family went red in the face and started fighting for air. Guang braced. Jin Fen put her arms around her children, and the 15-year-old in the white robe stood in the middle of it and did not blink. That is the entire trick. That is the whole thing. I did not do anything. I just failed to react, because at the 9th foundation layer of divine sense, his pressure felt like standing near a space heater, and I could not have flinched convincingly if I had wanted to. And Kang Shifu watched a boy ignore his killing intent and came to the only conclusion available to a man of his experience. This child is somebody's disciple, somebody with a golden core. Guang caught it a half-second later and, to his eternal credit, lied straight into the man's face. Lei should be aware that this young man's background is significant. Kang Shifu stood there for a while doing arithmetic. Then he said, I can afford to offend him. The Kang family cannot. This matter ends here. And he walked away with a red handprint on his face in front of 40 people. I watched him go and thought, look at that. All you have to do is not be scared to death. Meanwhile, across town, Hao Guang was reading the file his people had spent 3 days building on me. Name, unknown. Age, unknown, but not more than 16. Cultivation, unknown. Backing, unknown. Chow tore it up. His father had just scraped together 20,000 spirit stones to buy him a foundation establishment pill at the auction. And his plan for me, which I learned later, almost word for word, was simple. Once the auction was over, he would come to the Yu family gate and take the shop, the forge, and the boy in the white robe, in that order. The auction house belonged to the Zhao Auction Company, which belonged to the royal family of the Zhao Immortal Kingdom, whose ruler was a late-stage golden core cultivator, which is why nobody in Floating Snow Immortal City, not the Hao family, not the Han family, not the city lord, ever caused trouble inside that building. A girl in pink met us at the door and explained the room policy in the pleasant, immovable voice of somebody who says it 40 times a day. Small rooms free, large rooms for consignment of second-rank high grade or above. I opened my hand. A Foundation Establishment pill sat in my palm. Yu Guang, clan head, sole Foundation Establishment cultivator of the Yu family, sat down on the floor of the lobby. Somebody near the desk screamed, "That is a Foundation Establishment pill." Somebody else screamed, "No, you are not crazy. I am the one who is crazy." Bao grabbed my sleeve and shouted, "Master Chen, do not sell it. Give it to me instead." And Jin Fen went red around the eyes. A pill like that, 10 years ago, would have meant her husband was still alive. I sent up one pill. I still had 6 in my pocket. The appraiser was a man named Tang Wen. Chow took one look and went straight upstairs to report to the head of the branch, a woman named Tang Yue. I would not hear her voice for another 2 years, and Tang Wen was visibly more frightened of her than of anybody stronger. We got room 7, 3rd floor, 10 rooms, and those 10 rooms were a political map of the city. Room 1, the Han clan, the only Purple Mansion family. 2, Zhang. 3, Wang. 4, Jin. 5, Hao. 6 belonged to somebody called Immortal Lian, the only rogue cultivator in the region at late-stage Foundation establishment, and the girl in pink said her name the way teenagers say the name of a singer. Room 7 had jade floors, pearls set into the walls, a leather bench that would seat 30, and a screen you could see through like glass. The formation on it meant nobody outside could see or hear a thing, and we could see and hear everything. To hell with small rooms and the main hall. I loved the expensive rooms. The hostess was a woman in purple named Hua Yinggran. Hao Guang opened the evening by insulting the entire floor about her, loudly, from room 5, because he was that kind of person all the way down. Lot 1 was the Foundation Establishment pill, and the auction house had done something clever with it. They announced there were 2 pills tonight, one first, one near the end, and they had told me privately that my pill would be paid at whichever of the 2 prices was higher. That is not generosity. That is a house that understands its own room. Opening bid 8,000. Hao Guang went to 14,000 fast because his father's 20,000 was burning a hole in him. And then Song Hai of the Jin family in room 4, who did not need the pill because his family already had one, started bidding purely to hurt him. 14,1, 14,2, 14,3, in hundreds, all the way up. Hao Guang, in a scream you could hear through 2 formations. "Are you disgusting? 100 at a time? If the Jin family needs money, just say so." 18,500, second hammer, and Immortal Lian's voice came out of room 6, bored. 19,000. I have just taken a true disciple. Hao Guang's father paid 19,500 to take it off her, out of politeness to a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, which is the most expensive manners I have ever witnessed. 19,500 spirit stones, for a pill that cost me a couple of hundred stones and 10 breaths in a rusty basin. I sat in a pearl-lined room and did not make a sound, which took real effort. Lot 17 was the 3 Suns soul-chasing sword. 3 high-grade artifacts that link into 1 low-grade spiritual artifact. It opened at 3,000 and the floor pushed it to 6. Then the Wang family in room 3 bid 7,000 in middle-grade stones. I turned to Guang, the Wang family. What are they like? Are they decent? Or are they Hao Guang? Chow blinked at me and said they were decent actually. Old, dull, no bullying record. So I waited for them to have their moment and then I took it away from them. Because I am not a saint, I just prefer to know what I am doing. 7,005, 8,005, 10,000 sold. And that is when the room started to notice that somebody was in room 7. Has anybody been in room 7 in decades? The second Foundation Establishment pill went to Immortal Leon for 15,000, 4,500 less than the Hao family had paid 90 minutes earlier. Hao Guang put a table through a wall. His father held him down and said, and I could hear this through the screen, "This house is run by the royal family of the Zhao Immortal Kingdom, and they have golden core cultivators. Lei want to argue with them? Which part of them are you going to beat?" Chow went back into his seat like a bird into a cage. Then came the main lot, and the room changed temperature. The Wangxi spirit boat. High-grade spiritual artifact. A 3rd-rank high-grade defensive formation on the hull, rated to eat a full-power strike from a golden core cultivator. Speed comparable to a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator flying flat out. A small world inside it that holds thousands. Folds down to a foot long. Opening bid 50,000. Increments of 1,000. Jin took 51. Wang 53. Zhang 55. And then room 1 opened up and Han spoke. 30-something. Early Foundation Establishment. The acknowledged first genius of Floating Snow Immortal City, from the only Purple Mansion family in it, and rude in the specific way of somebody who has never once had to be otherwise. 60,000, she said. And can we please move in 5s from now on? Watching you 3 creep is embarrassing for everybody. She insulted 3 clans in one sentence and put 20% on the price. Genuinely impressive. I let them run. 80,000 from me, 85 from her, 90 from me, 95 from her, with a remark about old stumps, 100 from Jin, 105 from Wang, 110 from Zhang. Then Han Han went 115, 120, 125, 130 in a row, like somebody stapling. Zhang bowed out gracefully at 140. Han Han said 160,000 and sat back. Here is what I had already worked out. If I climbed with her, she would take me to 300,000 and enjoy every step. The only way to stop somebody who likes the fight is to end the fight. So I yawned, audibly, into the screen. Excuse me, gentlemen, have you had your fun? Because I have had mine and I would like to go home. Let us round it off. 200,000. Nobody said anything for a very long time. Then Han Han, in a much flatter voice, if it turns out you do not actually have 200,000 spirit stones on you, you may find you cannot leave this building. Then, more reasonably, show the house you can pay in cash and I withdraw. The whole floor started arguing about whether I was a plant hired by the auction house. Tang Wen came up personally, which the Yu family took as an insult and started looking murderous about. Chow offered to waive the 5% commission on my pill as compensation for the indignity. I said fine, come in, and I closed the door. Then I laid out 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones in rows on the jade floor. Tang Wen walked back out onto the stage in a state I can only describe as clinical shock and announced that Lot 58 was sold to Room 7 and that the buyer's funds had been verified. Han Han, 30-something years old, first genius of the city, heir to the only purple mansion family within 1,000 li, had just lost a fight about money for the first time in her life. I found out later that she went home and sat up thinking about something her grandfather used to say to her, that there are heavens above the heavens. I would like to say I was being clever there. I was not. I was showing a room full of predators that a 15-year-old with no visible family carried a fortune in his pocket, and every rogue cultivator in that hall filed it exactly the way I file things. I would be paying for that in about a year. The next lot was the Golden Core Talisman Treasure. A dying Golden Core cultivator painted it with the last of himself. Single use. 70 to 80% of one of his strikes, which is to say it kills an early-stage Purple Mansion cultivator on contact. 50,000 to open. Han Han went straight to 80. Down in the seats, the Yu family were sitting with their backs perfectly straight, smiling at nothing, and I could hear the second elder's internal monologue coming out of his face. This is not a distinguished guest of the Yu family. This man is the father of the Yu family. Guang, quietly, was making a list of everybody who had spent 10 years stepping on Jin Fen's household and what he was going to do to them next week. I asked him what the talisman was worth. Chow said 220,000. Behind me, Lian and Bao were physically fighting over the last spirit fruit on the tray. Down on the floor, the Zhang, Wang, and Jin families did something that had apparently never happened before in the history of Floating Snow Immortal City. They pooled 150,000 each, 450,000 between them, with the talisman to be held under 3 sets of eyes. They took it to 250,000, and Han Han started to fold, and the 3 clan heads started congratulating each other, and then I leaned into the screen. Excuse me, gentlemen, Lei have just finished deciding who owns the Golden Core Talisman Treasure. Did anybody ask me? All 4 of them laughed at me at once. 4 clans, in unison, telling a teenager to stop pretending to be a big shot. Lei have no concept of money, I said. How does a frog at the bottom of a well work up the nerve to mock a bird? 280,000. Silence. And notably, nobody asked me to prove funds this time. 480,000 spirit stones out the door in one evening. Boat and talisman. And here is the joke that took me a week to appreciate. Those 3 clans had just committed 450,000 stones they did not have to a single-use item out of pure panic about the Han family. If I had not stepped in, all 3 of them would have crippled themselves for a piece of paper. I ruined their night and saved their decade, and none of them ever thanked me. Somewhere in the middle of all that, the second elder of the Yu family nearly died of excitement, so I quietly copied him a second-rank healing pill under the table, which was the single most decadent thing I did all year. The last lot of the night was an empty tray. The hall exploded. People started walking out. Somebody threw a cup, and Tang Wen let them get to the door before he said what was on it. 1 place, 1 seat, on an expedition into the immortal cave of a dead Golden Core master. Guaranteed 1/10 of everything recovered. Opening bid, 100,000. They came back so fast the doorway jammed. Why does a Golden Core kingdom need cash badly enough to sell that? Because in 10 years, the great wilderness beast tide arrives. It comes once a century. Last time it went through the Zhao Immortal Kingdom like a plow, and this time they were buying materials in bulk from the Azure Lotus Sword Sect, and materials in bulk means money in bulk. 10 seats, 10 buyers, and I let it go. Not because I could not afford it, because I could see the shape of it. 11 people go into a dead Golden Core cultivator's cave together. Some of those 11 work for the Zhao Imperial family. Lei, do not walk into a room like that carrying a mine in your pocket. This young master is not interested, I said out loud. At the exact moment the price hit 200,000, which the entire hall correctly understood to mean he still has money left. The price for that seat ended at 300,000, and by the end of the night, the rumor in Floating Snow Immortal City was that room 7 was a relative of a nascent soul family. On the way out, Tang Wen handed me a jade pendant. A gift, he said, from the head of the branch, from Tang Yue. I put it in the pouch and forgot about it for 2 years. We walked home under a very good moon, and Yu Bao attached himself to my arm and said out of nowhere, Master Chen, will you keep looking after us? Always? Chao was 9. Chao had just watched a man buy a flying boat, and the fear underneath the question was completely transparent because he had already worked out that rich people leave. I am not going to forget you, I said. In fact, if you want, I will take all of you back to where my family lives. Jin Fen made me say it 4 ways before she believed it. I have a clan. My clan was almost wiped out. I am the head of it and I answer to nobody. And I have enough resources that within 30 years, every one of you will be at Foundation establishment. She swore a heart demon oath on the spot before I could stop her, and then tried to get all 4 of them to kneel in the courtyard, and I spent a genuinely difficult 2 minutes talking a widow out of kneeling to a 15-year-old. 3 days later, I told Yu Guang I was leaving and taking them with me. Chao hemmed. Chao stalled. Chao very obviously wanted to be asked a question. So I put a Foundation establishment pill on the table as payment for 4 people, and Yu Guang, clan head, only Foundation establishment cultivator of his family, pushed it back across the wood. Compared to this pill, he said, I would rather have Master Chen as a friend. Then he went down on one knee. I wish to bring the Yu family under you, all of it. Please take us in. I told him to stand up. Chao would not. I told him to at least go and consult his elders, and he said, and I quote, Normally when I say nothing, everything is fine, but the moment I make a sound, this entire clan does what I say. My conditions were simple. The vassalage is secret. The ordinary clansmen never know. The 7 elders know, and the 7 elders swear. Chao was gone and back with all 7 of them faster than T-steeps, and every single one of them supported it with both hands because every single one of them had grandchildren with spiritual roots and no way to feed them. Starting capital, from me, on the spot, 1 Foundation establishment pill, 10 second rank pills, 50 middle grade spirit stones, 100 first rank high grade pills, and 1 instruction. In 10 years, there is going to be a change in the wilderness. When the beast tide comes, I want to see a different Yu family standing there. I want to be honest about the 50 middle grade stones. I did not do the arithmetic on what that meant to them. I threw them in because they had been rattling around in my pouch, annoying me. That is the part of being rich nobody warns you about. Lei start giving away things you cannot feel. How Guang came to the gate the next morning in a red robe with 2 bodyguards at the 9th layer of Qi refining. Great perfection. Chao had brought 3 first-rank high-grade pills as an opening gift. Also, a very rehearsed speech about how the Yu family forge would be better managed under a partnership, and how everyone would be much happier once certain misunderstandings were cleared up. Chao put a hand on my shoulder while he said it. Get your hands off me. I am speaking to your elders, boy. A good dog does not block the road. This young master is leaving. I took the family out through the gate past him. Behind me, I heard him tell his guards to handle it, and I heard the Yu family elders start laughing at his 3 pills, which was the single most satisfying sound of my entire stay in that city, because 10 days earlier, those same elders would have bowed. The 3rd elder even said loudly, both those girls were demoted from the Yu family for misconduct anyway, which was a lie constructed at speed to make the marriage angle worthless, and which I appreciated as craftsmanship. Lei cannot fight inside the city walls, so I walked out the south gate, slowly, where they could see me. They came through the gate about 2 minutes behind me, and one of them said, Hey kid, are you going to finish it yourself, or would you like the 2 of us to help? I had been sitting on the 1 Qi Heavenly Astral Divine Thunder for a year and had never once used it on a person. 2 charcoal shapes fell over in the grass, and the thunder arrived after they were already down because the sound gets there last. Everybody stood still, except Yu Lian, who ran straight past me and started going through the pockets and came back with 2 storage pouches and 2 middle-grade artifact swords and a completely unbothered expression. Jin Fen had gone pale, and I knew exactly what she had worked out. That was not a Qi refining spell. I had not covered my tracks. I want to be clear about that. I left 2 bodies on an open road 10 li from the gate, and then I walked north at a stroll. Because I was not running from the Hao family, I was fishing for them. Hao Lan found his son's guards about 40 minutes later, 5th layer of Foundation establishment, and he came up the road roaring loud enough to bend grass. Chao caught us 10 li short of the wilderness, and opened with a true essence seal 3 Zhang across, which is a killing move against anything below him, and which was the most respectful thing he did that day. I dropped the spirit concealment technique. 3rd layer of Foundation establishment came off me all at once, and the Wind Whisper sword came out of my Dantian and went through his seal like a needle through a balloon. His face did something I have thought about many times since. Not fear first, arithmetic first. 3rd layer of Foundation establishment, at your age, and a high-grade spiritual artifact, who are you? Then fear. Wait, there may have been a misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding, I said. Lei want to kill me, and I want to kill you. Chao had 2 talismans and a high-grade shield. The sword went through all 3 and took his head off his shoulders on the way past. I want to explain why, because it was not temper. The Hao family had 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. Now they had 2. That is a permanent 30% reduction in the pressure on my new vassals, executed for free on a public road by somebody nobody could identify. His son never found out. Chao spent the next several years hating a boy in a white robe without ever knowing that the boy had already killed his father on a stretch of grass 10 li from the south gate. Then I put a high-grade spirit stone into the core of the Wangxi spirit boat and found out what I had actually bought. 1 high-grade stone bought months of flight at the speed of a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, or 3 full activations of the 3rd rank high-grade defensive formation. I ran the other number 2 because I could not help myself. Blocking 1 full power strike from a golden core cultivator costs about 3,300 low-grade spirit stones. I had 1.5 million on me, 450. I owned a boat that could take 450 punches from a golden core cultivator, and I was 15, and my Dantian was at the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment. The boat was better at fighting than I was. The boat was, in fact, better at fighting than most people I would meet for the next decade. Hao Lan's pouch, by the way, was pathetic. 3,000 low-grade stones and 20 middle. That was a top 5 clan patriarch. They had spent everything climbing into the top 5 and then spent the rest on their son's pill. But he did have a stack of 1st-rank talismans, 3 2nd-rank talismans that were genuinely good, and 1 thing that made me sit down on the deck. A 7-kill formation plate, 3rd rank, offensive. Not a shield, a killing formation. I gave his high-grade sword to Jin Fen, and we went home. The boat crossed the Great Wilderness in half a day, which was a route that had cost us 11 days on foot with a raft. And when we came over the lake, lightning came up off the island like a thrown spear, and Jin Fen screamed, "Clan head, look out!" "That is my partner," I said. "And the future spirit beast of the Chen family." Lightning got a 3rd rank spirit orange for the greeting, and left at once so nobody could take it back. 9 children came out to meet the boat, and I watched 4 guests get off it and stop breathing properly because the spiritual energy on that island hit them in the chest like a wall. Yu Mei, who had read every book in the Yu family library because nobody had ever given her anything better to do, said quietly, "There is a spiritual vein here, a real one." Jin Fen said, "The Han family's vein is not half this." Then I emptied the pouch. 1 middle-grade artifact and 1 high-grade artifact each for all 9 of them. The 3 sons, soul-chasing sword, split between 2nd brother, 3rd brother, and 7th sister. 100 essence cultivation pills, 100 Fuon pills, 30 2nd rank pills, 30 healing pills, stacks of talismans, and a bottle with 10 Foundation establishment pills in it. A year and a half earlier, my entire family had been slaughtered over 1. Then I built the walls. 3 formations, laid in rings around the iron tree at the center of the island, little 5 elements as the outer skin. 18 constellations behind it, and the 7-kill formation innermost, which does not stop anybody, it kills them. 3 domes over the island, thousands of feet across, one inside the other. 10 high-grade spirit stones fed into each one, which is enough for decades. Tokens cut from middle-grade stone for everybody who lived there, because the formations do not check faces, they check tokens, and a family that survives on formations has to be willing to be rude to its own people. I left Jin Fen a pouch with 20 Foundation establishment pills in it and did not make a speech about it. I will be gone a few months, possibly a few years. When I come back, I would like Aunt Hua to already be at Foundation establishment. Then I went back to Yaoyu Immortal City. Not for revenge. I was 2 full ranks short of my own rule, and I was not going to break it for feelings. I went back because of arithmetic. There were about 3,000 Chen family members with no spiritual roots. Ordinary people, cousins, aunts, in-laws, kitchen staff, the whole unglamorous mass of a clan. And a cultivation family that has 9 cultivators and no ordinary people is not a family, it is a hunting party. There is nobody to have children. There is nobody for the children to be. If I wanted a Chen clan in 100 years, I needed them. On the way, I stopped at the water apricot tree in the Gourd Valley, and I buried 2 high-grade spirit stones under it. I know how that sounds. Here is the reasoning I gave myself out loud, standing in a hollow talking to a tree. Lei did the Chen family a favor once. I am settling that. In 80 years it will be a second-ranked tree because of those 2 rocks. That seemed like a fair rate. Yao Yu Immortal City had low, narrow walls and a peach forest outside them, and always looked from the air like a girl asleep. It was the prettiest place I have ever hated. I went in wearing a black veil, which I had stolen from Yulian, and which I wanted on record still smelled faintly of a girl's perfume, and I have no defense for that at all. Inside, the city had gone bad. Not poor, bad. There were fights in the open street and nobody stopping them, and city guards looking somewhere else on purpose. A middle-aged man in an alley tried to sell me a jade slip containing, he said, a divine ability level technique for 500 spirit stones. I kept walking. 400, 300, 200, 50, 10. I have 5. 5. Sold. Cash on delivery. No returns. The speed and confidence of that haggle made me genuinely suspect that man had also come from somewhere else. I still have the slip. It is worthless. I have never once regretted the 5 stones. Then I went to the Xiao family. The Nalans were alchemists, and they were the only friends the Chen family ever actually had. When the Chao family came, an old woman named Xiao Rui stood between them and 10 children long enough for those children to get out the back. She paid for it with her meridians. There is a loose stone in the north wall of their compound. It has been a signal between Xiao and Chen children for about 40 years. I pressed it. 20 breaths later, a girl came over the wall at me like a dropped anvil. Xiao Hua, 12 or 13, 3rd root, 6th layer of qi refining, and she and the original Chen Wei had spent their entire childhood hitting each other. Are you insane, Chen Wei? What are you doing back here? Do you have any idea the Chao family are still hunting you? Hello to you too. I am going to hit you. Lei are going to try. Her grandmother was in the fallen flower courtyard. Xiao Rei was past 60 and looked 40 and was very pale and coughed into her sleeve while she talked to me, and first-rank healing pills had stopped doing anything for her a year ago. Her 5 sons were there. The Xiao 5 tigers, Hao, Bo, Jun, Peng, Wei, all 5 at the 9th layer of qi refining great perfection, all 5 stuck there, all 5 one pill away from a completely different life, for 10 years. I told them what I had come to do. I am taking back every Chen family member who does not have a spiritual root, and they told me where those people were. 9 Dragon Mountain, a first-rank dark iron mine, 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, and 10 at the 9th layer of qi refining running it. Every single person in that room told me not to go, so I put a 100 flowers pill on the table, 2nd rank. Xiao Rui, alchemist, 1st rank high grade, 60 years in the profession, picked it up and could not identify what grade it was. I told her to keep it. And I told her why, straight, because she deserved straight. You stood in a doorway for 10 children who were not yours. I am paying that. Then all 5 tigers stood up and blocked the door, because 5 men at the 9th layer of qi refining were not about to let a 15-year-old walk into a mine with 3 Foundation establishment cultivators in it. So I clamped my aura down to the 1st layer of Foundation establishment, which is a level I picked the way you pick a modest price, and I made a ball of lightning in my hand. 5 grown men felt what that was and stopped moving. Foundation establishment, Xiao Hao said. Wei Lei reached Foundation establishment. 10 years those 5 had been standing at the top of qi refining knocking on a door, and a boy they used to chase out of their orchard had gone over the wall. Rui still stopped me, not because she was against it, because she wanted 24 hours to take that pill and heal so she could come with me. Hua picked that exact moment to collect a debt. She threw 3 storage pouches on the table. Each one had the Chao family mark on it. She had gone out alone at the 6th layer of qi refining and killed 3 Chao family cultivators, using one of her grandmother's talismans over the course of a year for us. I shouted at her for about 4 minutes. Reckless. Stupid. 13 years old. What if there had been 2 of them? What if one had been Foundation establishment? What were you thinking? Then I gave her all 3 of Hao Lan's 2nd-rank talismans. Chen Wei, she said, I love you to death. Do not say that in front of your grandmother. Rui healed in a day and came out of that room looking 10 years younger. I gave her a bottle of 10 Fuiyuan pills and 1 more 100 flowers pill, mostly to stop the lecture she had started. It worked immediately. I recommend it. She had trump cards of her own, it turned out. A set called the Yanluo needles, 10 embroidery needles, high grade, and together they punched through defensive spells the way nothing at their price should, plus a high-grade sword and a wooden shield. We went at night, both in black, with our sword lights extinguished, running dark. That is the correct way to scout an enemy, and it is not a phrase you learn from a book. 300 Li. While we were flying on a cliff on Nine Dragon Mountain, a very old man named Chow Yun was having a conversation I would have paid a mind to hear. Chow Yun, second layer of Foundation establishment, white beard, nearly 200 years old, and the man who ran the mine. The other one came out of the shadow of the rock in a crimson cloak with half an iron mask over his face. Demon Li, disciple of the Crimson Descent Palace, which is a demonic sect with golden core cultivators in it, and which trains its people to cultivate off other people. Chow had something on Chow Yun from 150 years ago, back when they were both still chi refining, and he had been holding it that whole time the way you hold a receipt. Chow Yun offered him a payoff. I will give you 1,000 ordinary people. I do not want 1,000, Demon Li said. I have my eye on Yaoyu Immortal City. Lei are going to help me kill everybody in it. And when Chow Yun laughed at him, he explained, in 10 years the beast tide comes. It comes once a century, and Demon Li had a method, not to survive it, to draw it, to pull far more of them, and far worse ones, than would ever come on their own. Yaoyu Immortal City falls in 10 years. I need the people, and I need the beasts. Everything else in that city is yours. Chow Yun stopped laughing and started thinking, and then he started smiling, and that is the sound of a clock starting. I did not hear any of it. I was 400 feet below them looking at the mine. 9 burial mounds, 100 jang high in a ring, and inside the ring 2 mountains with the tops cut off them. Open pit, 10 li across, and it was the middle of the night and it was working. There were whips going. Lei could hear them from the air. While I watched, an overseer at the 5th layer of chi refining beat a thin man to death over a quota and then walked away, and the thing I could not get out of my head afterward was the walking away, not the killing. Chow killed a man and then he went to check on somebody else's cart, the way you would after stepping on a cockroach. Everyone on this mountain dies, I said. Rui did not argue. She had known about this mine for a year. That is the part of the world I had not understood yet. 3 clans took 70% of the ore. 10 chi refining families split the other 30. 20,000 miners. I went in and immediately got lost because a dark iron mine is a maze of hundreds of tunnels and dark iron eats divine sense, and mine went from 900 zhang to about 40 feet. The first 2 people I found were women, Chen Lan and Chen Ying. Both had been cultivators at the 5th layer of chi refining. The Chow family had crushed their Dantians and put them in the mine, and they had survived a year and a half in there entirely on the strength their bodies remembered. They did not ask for food. They asked me to get them out and swore to serve whoever did. I said, and I said it flat, because I needed to know something. Your Dantians are already ruined. What use are 2 ordinary people to me? Chen Ying turned around and drove her own head into the wall. I caught her with a wave of true essence about 4 inches out. Right, I said. That is quite a temper. Then I asked their surnames, and they told me, and I took them with me, and they led me through miles of tunnel that I would never have found in a week. At the end of it, there was a wide gallery with about 120 people in it, holding picks, all of them turned toward the entrance, ready to fight. In that mine, people kill each other over ore quotas. A stranger in the dark is a threat. A big man stepped to the front. There are 120 of us here. Whatever you are here for, it will not be worth it. Are you? I said. Chen Chao? Fu? Yang, said the big one, and then he stopped, because the voice was wrong, because the voice was young. I pulled the veil off. It is me, Chen Wei. I have come to get you out. I have heard a lot of noise in this life. Nothing has ever sounded like that gallery. And then, once it went quiet, somebody told me the number, and the number is the reason I am telling you all of this. A year and a half ago, the Chow family marched almost 3,000 ordinary Chen family members up this mountain. There were 120 of them left. Not a battle, not a massacre with a name, just a mine, and quotas, and a year and a half. I stood in a tunnel underground and I made a promise out loud in front of 120 people holding picks, and it is the only oath I have ever sworn where I did not first check the odds. Chow family, Fang family, Duan family, and everyone who works for them, all of you. Getting out was the easy part until it was not. While I was underground, Chow Yun had come down the mountain to collect what he had promised Demon Li, and he walked almost directly into Xiao Rui, and Rui, deciding she had been made, hit first. Yanluo needles went through his shoulder. Then the 2 of them hung in the air above the pit at a stalemate. 1 second-layer Foundation Establishment cultivator and 1 second-layer Foundation Establishment cultivator, neither able to disengage. I came out of the tunnel mouth with 120 people behind me and unfolded the Wangxi spirit boat to 10 zhang by 3, and we loaded like a fire drill, and the boat came up off the ground and scooped Rui off the air on the way past. And Xiao Yun pulled out his own high-grade artifact, which was a cauldron, and blew it up to the size of a house and parked it across the sky in front of us. Chow was not trying to beat us. Chow was buying minutes until the other two Foundation Establishment cultivators arrived. I looked at a man at the second layer of Foundation Establishment holding a saucepan in the air in front of 120 of my people. A second layer Foundation Establishment with a broken pot. How dare you? And I rammed him with the boat. A third-rank, high-grade defensive formation moving at the speed of a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator hit a house-sized cauldron and its owner, and both of them went out of the sky sideways, and Chow Yun came down somewhere on the slope with his chest caved in. Down in the pit, 20,000 miners and a dozen overseers watched a boat fly out of the mountain and said, with one voice, "How is that possible?" Xiao Rui stood at the rail beside me with her needles still out. She looked down at the deck, understood what she was standing on, and said nothing at all for a very long time. Two more Foundation Establishment cultivators arrived at the mine before dawn. Fang Qiang of the Fang family, and Duan Jin of the Duan family, and Chow Yun, holding his own chest together, handed them the investigation and went off to heal. We got 122 people back to Yaoyu. I want to describe the boat ride, because it is the part I did not expect. They would not stay still. Grown men and women who had spent a year and a half underground crawled from the bow to the stern and back again on their hands and knees, touching the deck. Somebody laughed and could not stop. Somebody else lay flat on their back and looked at the sky for 2 hours without blinking. Xiaorui brewed first-rank high-grade spirit tea for me, which she admitted she was normally unwilling to brew even once a year, and I drank it in one go like water. "Excellent tea," I said. She looked at me the way a chef looks at ketchup. The Xiao family washed them, cut their hair, and fed them, and Hua saw the marks on Chen Lan and Chen Ying and announced that she was going to go kill 10 more Chao family cultivators immediately. 10 is not enough, I said. I am going to kill all of them, every cultivator that family has. It will take a while. Then I got back on the boat and went back to the mountain. There were 20,000 miners on Nine Dragon Mountain, and 120 of them had walked out, and it took the overseers until nearly sunrise to figure out which hole was empty. That was not luck. That was Chow Yun, who had personally brought the Chen family in and had never bothered to enter them in the books, which meant 10 Qi refining overseers at the 9th layer spent 4 hours investigating the disappearance of 120 people who officially did not exist. I waited above the mine for over an hour, watching lanterns move around in the dark. The first man I killed was the overseer who had beaten the thin miner to death. I do not want to make that sound noble. I did not know his name. I picked him first because I recognized him. 6 overseers in the time it takes half a stick of incense to burn. I want to be honest about something else too. On the way through, I passed a miner who had just been beaten badly and was lying against a cart, and I did not stop, and I did not heal him. I was not there to be good. I was there to remove a number of people from the world before sunrise. Then I went up the mountain for the 10 cultivators at the 9th layer, and 9 of them died without ever knowing that anything had happened. The 10th was called Fang Ji, and he is the only man on that mountain I think about. Chow was the best of the 10, and he had survived to the top of Qi refining on Paranoia. That night he was walking to his friend Li Quan's cave for a game of Go, and about 30 feet from the entrance, he stopped dead, because Li Quan always came out to meet him, always, and had not. Chow got as far as, "Help, an enemy has." Before my sword came through him, and while he was dying he told me, with what he had left, exactly how he had known. Not to bargain, because he wanted the record straight. By then I had opened a dozen caves and killed 5 of the 10. His shout woke Chow Yun, who burned a talisman to call the other 2, and the 3 of them came down the path to find me walking up it, in black, in a mask, not hurrying. I was not hurrying because at that point in my life the only thing on this continent that frightened me was a middle-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, and there was not one within 1,000 lie. There is a comedy scene in the middle of this, and I want it recorded. Duan Jin and Fang Qiang spent the first minute of that confrontation begging Chow Yun to use his 1,000 Li transmission talisman on all 3 of them. Chow Yun refused. A transmission talisman costs several hundred spirit stones. He only had 1, and he was, I say this with respect, cheap. They ended up trading him 3 water python talismans and 3 jars of spirit wine before he sighed and burned it. Then they fought me, and they fought properly. 3 artifacts covering high, middle, and low, which is textbook, which is more than I expected. The formation is not bad, I said. The artifacts and the true essence are the problem. Their low-grade artifacts cracked against my sword one after another, and I watched 3 grown men wince at the sound, because each crack was money they did not have. So they switched to spells, and for about 30 seconds, they actually had me. Fire serpents, water arrows, and earth spikes at 3 angles at once from 3 men who had been doing this for over a century. That was the first time in this world I was genuinely pinned. Chow Yun threw a water python talisman and his flying sword through the gap, so I brought out the Wind Whisper sword. A sword wave 10 zhang long went through the python and then went through Chao Yun's flying sword and cut it in half, and he spat blood on the spot because that blade had been nearly bonded to him. An artifact with true spirit in it, he said. A high-grade spiritual artifact. Lei are noticing late. I am bored now. I will take the three of you as interest. I put the sword through his chest, and he died without ever finding out who I was, which I consider the correct outcome for a man who spent 18 months not writing 3,000 people down in a ledger. Fang Qiang and Duan Jin ran in opposite directions. I picked Duan Jin, not for any tactical reason. Fang Qiang was not more pleasant to look at exactly. I simply disliked Duan Jin more. What can I say? Should have had a better face. Chao tried to buy me. Then he threatened me with his clan's other two Foundation establishment ancestors. Excellent, I said. I was worried one would not be enough. And then, out of pure terror, he threw a heavenly thunderbolt at me, a black iron ball the size of an orange. That thing kills an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator dead on contact and does not leave enough to bury. I got into the Wangxi spirit boat with maybe a breath to spare. The third-rank high-grade formation held. It shook, and it made a noise I had never heard it make. And I sat inside a shaking boat with my heart going and wrote myself a note in large letters. Get a defensive spiritual artifact. Get it soon. Duan Jin shut his eyes and waited to die, and a crimson cloak came out of the dark and picked him up. Demon Li, standing on a crimson sword, half his face behind iron. Gagaga, this one is still useful to me. Lei are a demonic cultivator. And what about it? What about orthodox cultivators? Lei are dressed in black, in a mask, killing people on a mountain in the dark. Explain to me which of us is which. I did not have an answer for that then, and I do not have one now. Chao opened with the crimson rain bone-piercing needles, which are dozens of dark red needles, and which, I have to admit, looked like pear blossom opening in the air. Beautiful. Genuinely. Then he unrolled a banner. A crimson spirit demon banner, forged out of hundreds of chi refining cultivators and 10 Foundation establishment cultivators, and his own aura came up to the 9th layer of Foundation establishment. 9th layer. Against my 3rd. I wove the seals, and the sky went dark, and the one chi heavenly astral divine thunder came down not as a bolt, but as a net, several meters across, and every needle that touched it hissed and burned like a mouse walking into a cat. Demon Li stopped. Actually stopped in mid-air. Are you a thunder cultivator? And then he turned around and ran. I want to explain this because it is the single most useful fact I learned that year. Demonic cultivators of that school build everything out of other people. Thunder unbuilds it. 8 out of 10 demonic cultivators, on seeing a thunder technique, do not fight, do not talk, and do not negotiate. They leave. Chao broke his own chest open to power a crimson demon escape technique that moved as fast as my boat and was gone over the ridge. I let him go. Chao Yun was dead. Most of the overseers were dead. A golden core sex disciple had been run off a mountain by a teenager. I called that a good night and went home. In the Chao family shrine, a soul tablet cracked, and 3 Foundation establishment cultivators flew out toward the mountain. The same thing had happened a month earlier with Hao Lan's. Both investigations died. The Chao family and the Duan family looked for a month and gave up. The Hao family did not even have the strength to make noise. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators murdered inside a season, and both files closed with nothing in them, because in this world, the only person who investigates your death is somebody who was already going to. I spent a month at the Xiao compound while 120 people learned to eat again. Chen Lan and Chen Ying moved into Hua's courtyard and appointed themselves my cooks, on the grounds that since the day I arrived in this world, I had never once had a proper meal, which was completely true and which I had not noticed. Xiaorui spent her own money on building materials, clothes, food, and a second-rank low-grade defensive formation, which was the best thing available in Yaoyu Immortal City, and she would not let me pay for any of it. When I left, I told her the truth, or as much of it as was useful. Something is coming for this city. A month ago, I met a demonic cultivator who is strong enough to matter. If it goes bad, do not go west and do not go north. Go east, out the gate into the wilderness, and burn the talisman I am giving you. Then I threw a pouch at Xiaohua from the boat and hit her directly in the forehead. Lin, Xuan, Y.I. There was a bottle in it with 10 Foundation establishment pills. I could hear Xiaorui screaming, put the cork back on right now, from 100 feet up. The east shore of Xuanwu Lake turned out to be a rectangle of good flat ground that would hold tens of thousands of people, and the other 3 shores were the same, which meant the lake could carry hundreds of thousands, which is a city. I put a second-rank formation over the settlement. 800 zhang radius, which is absurd for that rank. 300 is standard, and 500 is unusual, and it was 800 because Xiaorui had gone shopping in a mood. Enough stones inside it to run for 50 years. I ran the boundary out into the water so they had a supply the beast could not cut. They held an election. Chen Yong won by 20 votes. Chen Long became his deputy, which I approved of because Long had been rich before the mine and had broken in there, and a man who has broken needs a job with his name on it. Then Chen Yong came to me with his hat in his hands about the demographic problem. 120 survivors of a mine are mostly men, and a settlement of mostly men is not a settlement. It is a work camp with better food. So I went and made a deal, and I want to be precise about the terms because I have heard people describe it wrong. I did not buy anybody. The Yu family put out a call, passage to a place with a fourth-rank spiritual vein, land, houses, a formation over your head, and one middle-grade spirit stone paid to your family in floating snow immortal city the day you go. Anybody could take it. Anybody could turn around at the shore and be flown back at my expense. Yu Guang, trying to please me, sent 300 instead of the 100 I asked for. 300 people who had never been more than 4 li from the wall they were born behind, standing on the deck of a flying boat 400 feet above the great wilderness, all asking questions at once. How does it stay up? What happens if you let go? Is that a lake or a sea? Is it true there is a horse? I answered nothing correctly. I have never been more comprehensively out of my depth. I have faced a purple mansion cultivator since then and been calmer, and I gave Chen Yong exactly one law about it in front of everybody before anybody got off the boat. They came here on their own feet, and they can leave on their own feet. Lay win people over, or you do not have them. Anybody who forces anything answers to me personally. Nobody ever tested it. I checked for years. Nobody ever tested it. Somewhere in there, I also flew to Floating Snow Immortal City on lightning, in daylight, over the rooftops, specifically to drive a nail in deeper. I timed it well. The Yu family hall was in session. The case in front of them was Yu Tialan, Leon's second aunt, and her husband. They had run off for months when things got hard, come crawling back the moment they ran out of money, and were now being rude about the sentence, which was 5 years without stipend. She was mid-sentence, shouting, when a white unicorn came through the door of the hall. Every elder took a step back. The clan head took a step back. Yu Tialan and her husband sat down on the floor without meaning to. Your character is appalling, I said from a horse inside a building. 5 years of docked pay is generous. And while she was on the floor, I put a divine soul mark on her, quietly, because the stupider a person is, the faster they act, and I wanted to know exactly how fast. 3 days. That is how fast. The mark went south in the night, straight to the Hao family. I did nothing. Lay do not swat the fly that is showing you the crack in the wall, which is how, on the way home with 300 settlers on my deck, I flew into an ambush. Hao Zhaojiang, true ancestor of the Hao family, 9th layer of Foundation establishment, and an old friend of his called Han Zhen, also 9th layer, a short man with a gourd artifact and a hammer. Hao Zhaojiang recognized the boat. I watched a 9th layer Foundation establishment cultivator go white in the air because he knew who had bought that boat, and he knew what else that person had bought at the same auction, and the words, Golden Core Talisman Treasure, were now going around in his head at speed. Chao grabbed his friend's sleeve. Too hasty. Fellow Taoist Yan. Come with me. We are leaving. Now. And Han Zhen pulled his arm free and said, I am not leaving. It is a boat. What is wrong with you? Then my boat came alongside, and about 40 settlers put their heads over the rail to look at the 2 old men. Han Zhen took one look at a flying boat full of people and drew a completely incorrect conclusion about my character, and delivered a short lecture on how lust is a dangerous thing and how at my age I would either fall to the demonic path or die of exhaustion. Lay are calling me a pervert, I said. In front of my colonists, I am going to run you over. Chao hit the boat with his hammer. The formation rippled about as much as a fist-sized stone in a pond, and Han Zhen went backwards several hundred feet. Chao came back and hit it again and coughed blood. Then again, then again. For half a stick of incense, that man hammered a boat and coughed up about half a basin of himself, and I stood inside doing arithmetic because every single swing of a 9th layer Foundation establishment cultivator was costing me more than 100 spirit stones out of the core. We cannot let him keep doing that, I said out loud. Those are my stones. Hao Zhaojiang, meanwhile, had done the smart thing, because he was the smart one. Chao had laid a second-rank high-grade demon-slaying formation on the airspace in advance, and now he closed it, and we were in a box. His logic was elegant and completely cold-blooded. If I panicked and burned a golden core talisman treasure, it would go off in the middle of the box. And the person standing in the middle of the box was Han Zhen. I ran through 4 ways out and discarded all 4. The talisman was a cannon for a sparrow. I could not break a formation I did not understand. Waiting meant sitting still while a man with a hammer spent my money. So I went out, me and lightning. Lightning hit Han Zhen's hammer with a bolt of purple lightning out of his horn, and while both old men were staring at a unicorn, I dropped the spirit concealment technique. Middle stage Foundation establishment. At 20 years old, they froze. That is all I needed. Lay freeze for 1 second in front of a thunder cultivator, and you are a conductor. Both of them came out of it black with smoke, and Han Zhen had lost half his strength. then sword, lightning and lightning ball together, 3 angles, and they burned through second-rank talismans in stacks to stay alive, and the Wind Whisper sword got through and opened Hao Zhaojiang's shoulder, and that was the moment he actually looked at the sword. Fellow Taoist Yan, he said very quietly, I believe we have bitten off more than we can chew. They tore a hole in their own formation and ran. I went after them, and about 4 li out, Han Zhen made the decision that I still think is the most honest thing anybody said to me that year. Chao stopped. Chao turned around, and he told his friend of 90 years, out loud, in front of me, we have been through a lot together, but we are not so close that I am dying next to you. Lei asked me for help. This is your business. Then he swore a heart demon oath never to speak of anything he had seen, and I let him go, because a man that clear-eyed is not going to break an oath over sentiment. Hao Zhaojiang, alone, tried to bargain, and then hit me with a true essence seal 10 zhang across. It was the same technique his son had used on me on a road outside Floating Snow Immortal City, except it was about 40 times bigger and it was genuinely frightening. It made a ripple in my formation the size of a human head. How, he said, can you possibly have this many spirit stones? Half a stick of incense later the Wind Whisper sword took his head, and the Hao family stopped being a problem forever. Total fuel cost of that engagement, about 10,000 spirit stones. Recovered from his corpse, over 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, 4 high-grade artifacts, a bottle plus 4 loose purple rhythm pills, which are 3rd rank and which grow divine sense, which is the road into the purple mansion realm, and 1 jade slip. Here is the ladder of techniques, since we are going to be climbing it for the rest of this story. Basic spells, great spells, divine abilities, great divine abilities, supreme divine abilities. And in the gap between great spells and divine abilities, there is a step most people never see, and that is where his slip sat. The overturning earth seal, pre-divine ability. At minor achievement, it hits like a low-grade spiritual artifact, and it can be learned by any Foundation Establishment cultivator, regardless of spiritual roots. The Hao family had been sitting on that for generations and had produced exactly 1 man capable of using it, and I had just removed him. For that slip alone, the whole afternoon was worth it. And I want you to hold on to the name, because in about 9 years, I am going to hit somebody very important with the Hao family's own ancestral technique. Then I went home and disappeared for 9 years. I am not going to dress that up. There is no montage. There is a stone room in a mine and a man sitting in it. But things happened around me while I sat there, and those matter. I went from the 4th layer of Foundation Establishment to the 6th at peak. 69 drops of golden true essence. For 3 of those 9 years, I did not move at all, and the thing that was stuck was not my true essence. It was my divine sense, jammed at 999 zhang, which is the absolute ceiling of the Foundation Establishment realm, and which I had been sitting again since I was 16. And on the island, in that same stretch, 4 people broke through to Foundation Establishment. Chen Yang, Chen Li, Jin Fen, and then, last, Chen Hu, who came out of his stone hut and picked me up off the ground with both arms. Big brother, I did it. I am Foundation Establishment. The recipe, for anybody keeping score, a 4th rank spiritual vein, 2 2nd rank spirit fruits, 2 high-grade spirit stones, and 2 Foundation Establishment pills per person, and the pills came out of a rusty basin at a cost of about nothing. 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators in the Chen family. 3 more close behind. 11 years earlier, we had been 10 children and a leaking tent, and our clan motto had been about ants. I did not put up a new banner. I thought about it, though. Here is the thing nobody explains about the Purple Mansion realm until you are already standing at the door. The Purple Mansion is not in your belly, it is in your head. Enter between the eyebrows. 1 inch in is the bright hall. 2 inches is the bridal chamber. 3 inches is the upper dantian, and at the front of it there is a gate, and behind that gate is everything. Lei are supposed to arrive at that gate at the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment at great perfection, with a cabinet full of supporting pills and a family standing outside in case you go wrong. I arrived at the 6th layer with nothing. I sat in the mine and pushed my divine sense down that corridor until it touched the gate, and then I thought a sentence I am not proud of. The sooner you die, the sooner you are free. Worst case, I transmigrate again. And I pushed. The gate opened a crack and jammed. Let me tell you what a jammed Purple Mansion gate means, in case you are ever in the neighborhood. It means your divine sense is now half inside a door that will not move in either direction. It means key deviation. It means, best case, permanent madness. I sat in a hole in the ground with my mind stuck in a doorway and understood, with total clarity, that I had killed myself out of impatience after 9 years of being the most patient man in 3 provinces. And then something enormous woke up in my right ankle. What a lucky kid, said Spirit Fang, who had not spoken in 11 years. It is only because your dragon brother lives in you that you are not finished today. A storm came through my sea of consciousness. I do not have a better word for it. It was not a technique. It was weather. There was a sound like a knuckle cracking, and the gate was not open. The gate was gone. There was no longer any gate. There had never been a gate. That is what it felt like. My true essence came up to the 7th layer of foundation establishment at peak, and my divine sense went to 1999 Jang, which is not the foundation establishment ceiling. That is the peak of the 1st layer of the Purple Mansion realm. I was a 7th layer foundation establishment cultivator with the perception of a Purple Mansion cultivator, which is a combination that should not exist, and which is the single reason I survived everything that happened next. Spirit Fang went back to sleep without saying goodbye. 20 years old and my entire cheat had spoken to me twice. 3 days later, something in my pouch started buzzing. It was the jade pendant. The one Tang Wen had handed me on the steps of the auction house 5 years earlier from the head of the branch, which I had put away and forgotten. It was a 3,000 Li sound transmission tablet, and the voice on it was the coldest, most level, most completely controlled voice I have ever heard, and it was giving me bad news at speed. The beast tide was early. It was also roughly twice the size it should have been. It was being led by 10 4th-rank demon kings, which is Golden Core level, with about 100 3rd-rank demon generals under them, which is Purple Mansion level, and Tang Yue was issuing a demon-slaying summons. Any materials taken from the tide could be exchanged at the Zhao Auction Company for items out of the Zhao Imperial family's own vaults. She started listing what was on the shelf: spirit pills up to 3rd-rank high-grade, 3rd-rank talismans, high-grade spiritual artifacts, great spells up to the level below divine abilities, and a golden spirit carp, which improves spiritual roots. I cut her off in the middle of a sentence. No need to explain further. I accept. 2 reasons, and neither of them was heroism. 1. My basin copies anything up to 3rd rank at my realm. She was offering to sell me 3rd-rank goods in exchange for monster parts. That is not a summons. That is a printing press with an extra step. 2. My brothers and sisters had 3 and 4 spiritual roots. That carp was the only thing I had ever heard of that could change that. Her reasons, which I did not learn for another year, were worse than mine. Her father, Tang Li, late-stage Purple Mansion, Emperor of the Zhao Immortal Kingdom, had set his 5 children a test. Each of them got a distant city. Whoever produced the best results got resources. The other 3 got nothing, forever. She was the youngest. She had been sent out to the furthest, worst posting under the polite fiction of poor health. She had one maid, a girl called Li Jin, and she was up against 3 older brothers and an older sister who had all been given real cities. She was not organizing a defense. She was fighting for her life in a family competition, and the fight looked like paperwork. I took 3rd brother and 7th sister with me. 10 years those 2 had not left the lake. They spent the first hour of the flight chasing each other around the boat on their swords like a pair of dogs let out of a van. I taught them on the way. 3 2nd-rank low-grade demon wolves came at us, and I killed one with a flick of 2 fingers and gave them the other 2. They won for the first 40 seconds on the strength of their high-grade artifacts and then got squeezed, badly, and I stepped in and finished it. When I crossed this jungle alone at Foundation Establishment, I told them, I was in much worse shape than you 2. That was a half-truth. What actually happened to me on that crossing was a 2nd-rank high-grade camouflage lizard that chased me 100 Li while I screamed. I did not mention the lizard. Over 1 day and 1 night, we took more than a dozen waves, and 5 of them were 2nd rank. By the time Floating Snow Immortal City came over the horizon, those 2 were comfortably above average for 1st-layer Foundation Establishment cultivators. Not bad for a pair who had been shadowboxing on an island their whole lives. The city was grim. The last tide had taken 3 out of 10 of its cultivators. Everybody expected this one to take more than half. I bought 3 straw hats and clamped all of us down to the 1st layer of Foundation Establishment. The meeting was in the Rain Mist Tower, and there were dozens of Foundation Establishment cultivators in it, including Han Han, who I had last seen losing an auction to me. She had stopped wearing makeup and started wearing something you could fight in, and she looked, I will be fair, extremely capable. And Yu Guang, now middle-stage Foundation Establishment, standing like a man who owns his own shoes. Somebody asked who we were. 3 nameless rogue cultivators, I said, from the Immortal Cave in the Kilian Mountains. There is no such place. I made it up on the walk over. I had assumed a made-up mountain range would be boring. Instead, the entire room concluded, in about 4 seconds and with total unanimity, that 3 strangers from a mountain nobody had heard of, in straw hats, at a beast tide, were obviously demonic cultivators, and that it is better to kill 10,000 innocent people than let one guilty man escape, which is a proverb they said out loud, in a group while standing up. I was about 11 seconds from having to burn the hat when a voice came down from the 2nd floor. There is no need to check those 3. They are the help I sent for. White robe, white veil, very still. That was the first time I saw Tang Yue with my own eyes. She set the exchange rates and the room did the arithmetic with her. 1 second rank low-grade demon core buys 4 second rank low-grade pills, or 1 second rank middle-grade pill, which is about 2,000 spirit stones. Yu Guang worked it through out loud and pronounced it fair, and once he had said it the whole room went along, which told me something useful about how much weight that man now carried. Then she gave them the rest of it. The thing coming at Floating Snow Immortal City was a Great Peng Demon General, 3rd rank low grade, which is middle stage purple mansion. Under it, over 100 second rank beasts. Under those, 100,000 at 1st rank, against a city with 106 foundation establishment cultivators in it. While that was sinking in, 2 young men in expensive robes came through the door with 2 late-stage foundation establishment bodyguards because it was apparently also proposal season. Chao Feng and Li Gang. They had been trying to marry Tang Yue for years and had come to try again in the middle of an evacuation briefing. Their bodyguards put an entire room on the floor with aura alone to make a point, and one long-faced 3rd-layer cultivator who had been rude went down hard. The only person in the room who did not move was a nobody in a straw hat in the corner who was too busy being annoyed about the interruption to remember to fall over. Nobody noticed. I have never been luckier. Tang Yue said, without any heat at all. Yue's ambition is the Dao. She has no intention of taking a Dao companion. And Chao Feng said, that is fine, as long as we can be near you. I have thought about that line a lot, actually. Chao meant it. Chao was not a villain. Chao was just a boy with a good family who had never once been told no in a way that stuck. Then Tang Wen came through the door at a dead run to say the 100,000 would be at the wall by morning, a full month ahead of schedule. Assignments went out that night. 4 walls, 1,500 zhang each. Early foundation establishment cultivators got 50 to 80 zhang of wall. Middle stage got 1 to 200. The 13 late-stage cultivators in the city became a mobile reserve. 30,000 key refining cultivators filled in behind. I asked for 300 zhang of the south wall, which faces the wilderness, which is the wall that dies. I turned down reinforcements and asked for exactly one thing. Put the Yu family next to me. She looked at me for a moment through the veil and wrote it down without asking why. The Yu family got 100 zhang, which was less than other middle-stage clans, and Yu Guang was delighted, because a smaller stretch of wall is a smaller stretch of wall to die on. I told 3rd brother and 7th sister the actual instruction. Cover the people on our left. That family's surname is Yu. They are the first affiliated clan of the Chen family, and I do not intend to lose them in the first hour of a war. That night, Tang Yue pulled all 13 late-stage cultivators into one room, and the mood in there was funeral. The gap between late foundation establishment and 3rd rank is not a gap you cross with courage. One flap of that thing's wings and half of them were out of the fight. And Chao Feng, the boy who could not take a hint, put a scroll on the table. A demon-slaying array diagram. 3rd rank. Chao had, in his own words, taken it from home without asking. It pools the true essence of 13 cultivators into a single strike at middle stage purple mansion strength and hands it back to whoever is holding the array. With one flaw. Each of the 13 gets exactly 1 shot. After that, they are empty. 13 punches. That was the city's entire answer to a purple mansion monster. The tide arrived at dawn as a wall of dust that touched the sky. 100,000 beasts split into 10 blocks of 10,000. 4 of those blocks went to the south gate. 40,000 on my wall. The first wave was 3,000 pieces of cannon fodder, and it took an hour, and we killed all of them, and the cheering started, and I stood up on the parapet and shouted down the line at the top of my lungs. Do not stand there grinning. Sit down and take your Fuyuan pills. Now. This is a piecemeal tactic. The men who listened got 4 minutes of recovery. The men who celebrated got the second wave, which was 10,000. That is the whole trick of a demon general, by the way. It does not throw everything at you. It feeds you a meal at a time, because the defenders have no rotation, and it knows that, and it is patient. On my 300 zhang, the second wave brought about 1,000 beasts, and among them 2 second-rank wolves, who would not come near me. They watched one swing of my sword kill 5 first-rank high-grade beasts. Then they sat down at the edge of my range and refused to engage, and I stood on a wall in the middle of a war getting genuinely angry because I had not come here for garbage. I had come here for second-rank demon cores, so I jumped off the wall, from about 80 feet up, into an open field with several hundred monsters in it. I heard the Yu family elders shout, "Has he lost his mind?" And I heard Yu Guang answer them, and his answer is one of my favorite things anybody has ever said about me. A man who does that is either an arrogant new cultivator or a master with total confidence. Does he strike you as the former? I killed both wolves. Then, on my way back, I came up behind a second-rank fox that Guang had personally been fighting for half a day and put it down from the blind side and took the core. Chao thanked me, out loud, for stealing his kill, because the trade he was actually making was 1 demon core for the lives of the 12 men who would have died finishing it. The Yu family lost 1 in 5 that day, which was the lowest casualty rate on the wall. Then Tang Yue had the single best idea of the entire siege. After the second wave, when everybody jumped down to loot 20,000 corpses, she requisitioned every talisman in the city. Talismans cost almost no mana to use. That is the whole point of them. An exhausted army cannot cast, but an exhausted army can tear paper. 30,000 cultivators produced 90,000 talismans. The shops produced another 110,000, and one of them, the Wanfu Pavilion, handed over 60,000 by itself. 200,000 talismans, 50,000 per wall, 5 per beast. They fired 2 volleys. I have never seen anything like it, and I never will again. The entire sky over floating snow immortal city turned into a fairy tale. Fire and ice and lightning and wind and light all at once, from 30,000 pairs of hands, twice, 4 to 5,000 beasts dead, 7 to 8,000 crippled, cost roughly 1,000,000 spirit stones of other people's property. Third brother and seventh sister each handed in 5 first-rank high-grade talismans and got back 7 first-rank middle-grade ones, and I watched that happen and said nothing, and made a note about how the Zhao Auction Company does accounting. Then the Great Peng came up, 10 jang of wingspan, golden feathers, an eagle's head on something the size of a house. One beat of those wings put a storm of wind blades across half the field. The 13 went into the array. Elder Jin of the Jin family blocked the storm with a shield. Zhu Fang rang a soul-snatching bell, and the Great Peng's eyes rolled back, and it dropped 100 jang out of the sky, and everybody on the south wall started screaming, and then it woke up on the way down, coughed, and climbed. It went straight for Zhu Fang. Elder Jin put his shield in the way. The shield came apart. Elder Jin went down coughing. Zhu Fang lived. 2 of the 13 gone, and the Peng had a bad afternoon and nothing else. So it pulled every second-rank beast on the field to the south gate. More than 100 of them, and 10 of those were second-rank high-grade. And Tang Yue gathered every surviving Foundation establishment cultivator in the city, 90 of them, and went over the wall first, with a dagger. I watched a woman at the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment drop 80 feet, land, and put a dagger through the skull of a second-rank centipede like it was a wheel of cheese. That dagger was a spiritual artifact. She had been holding it in reserve the entire war. 90 cultivators went over the wall behind her, red to the ears. I held mine back. Slowly. Let them make contact. Then we go in quietly from the right. 7th sister looked at me like I had suggested we go home. Your job, I said, is not to be brave. My job is killing. Your job is escorting each other and picking up the cores. In 100 breaths, I killed 3 second-rank beasts, one of them middle grade. 7th sister, dragging a carcass by the leg. At the rate he kills things, even doing nothing but logistics, we cannot keep up. Then 2 second-rank high-grade beasts came for us at once. The first was an earth bear, 3 zhang tall, which is a 3-story building with arms. The second was a vulture with a 5 zhang wingspan that spat black acid, and its first miss turned 100 feet of ground into a steaming swamp that smelled like a chemical fire in a fish market. The vulture got a lightning bolt through the right wing, and then the wind whisper soared through the neck, and its head went off across the field like a punted ball. The bear took both front legs, then a sword in the chest, then lightning. Second-rank high-grade beasts come in grades, A through D, and that vulture was a C. I say that not to boast. I say it because it is the exact reason I was still standing up. That fight was watched by 2 parties. One was the Great Peng. The other was a woman in a white veil who counted 3 butchered second-rank carcasses lying behind 2 straw hats while a 3rd straw hat took apart a high-grade bear, and who had 3 thoughts in quick succession, and I know this because she told me much later. Chow is actually that strong. Chow might genuinely be able to surprise me. And then, quieter. It has been almost 10 years since I met that boy at the auction, and he has grown up so fast. What are you really? I killed 5 second-rank beasts that day. Then I sat down with my back to the field on 2 high-grade spirit stones to recover, in the open, deliberately, where the Great Peng could see me. I wanted to know what a 3rd rank felt like. That is the entire reason. 20 years old and I wanted a measurement. It came down and hit me with claws that were as good as spiritual artifacts. Sword, thundernet. It folded its wings and blocked everything with its own feathers and knocked both swords offline with its claws. That powerful. Genuinely. My best 3 moves at once, and it shrugged. Except its wings had gone numb from the thunder, which it did not mention. And the Wind Whisper sword had sheared off several of its claws, which it also did not mention, because it had 100 subordinates watching, so I scuffed my foot to kick up dust, hid my hands inside it, and put every drop of true essence I had into the overturning earth seal. The Hao family's ancestral technique, bought and paid for with their patriarch's head. The sound of it went out over the field for thousands of feet and flattened the dust in a ring. The great Peng screamed and went straight up into the sky with ruined claws, and 100 rank beasts turned around and left, and then the tide came off all four walls at once, and floating snow immortal city held. When the pursuit came back, the 3 straw hats were gone. Tang Yue walked 2 of them into the back courtyard of the auction house herself, and one of them was carrying the third on his back, unconscious. I had burned everything I had on that seal, and I was unconscious for a day and a half in the back courtyard of the Zhao Auction Company. Tang Yue spent a 2nd rank high-grade purple sun pill on me, her own, the one she had been saving for her own breakthrough. And while I was lying there being expensive, 2 people came into the city through a ground escape talisman. Wen Wei, 5th layer of Foundation Establishment, daughter of Wen Ji, who runs the Crimson Descent Palace, and her aunt, Bai Yue, 9th layer. The grudge went back to their childhoods. I never got the full shape of it. What I know is that Wen Wei had wanted Tang Yue dead since she was a girl, and that her father had once wiped out an entire Purple Mansion clan to make her a 3rd-grade demonic pill, and that she had been looking for 10 years. They put 10 deaths powder in the courtyard. That stuff paralyzes a Purple Mansion cultivator. Tang Yue was at the 3rd layer of Foundation Establishment, and she never got a hand up. They took her storage pouch, which had every 3rd-rank pill and artifact she owned in it, and then Wen Wei crouched down next to a woman who could not move and fed her something out of a jade bottle. It was not a killing poison. That is the part I want you to understand about her, because it explains everything she does later. It was a meridian-severing pill. It takes your dantian apart from the inside and leaves the rest of you exactly as it was. And Wen Wei chose it deliberately and said so out loud standing over her, and my one regret about that night is that she said it to a woman who could hear every word. I could kill you, but you are Tang Yue, so you are going to live as an ordinary person in front of everybody who used to bow for the rest of your life. Then they left because the beast tide was still moving and the second assault was already forming, and demonic cultivators are efficient people. I woke up in the afternoon. Tang Yue was sitting against the wall with her hands in her lap and her eyes open and nothing behind them. My cultivation is gone, she said. My essence is gone. I have nothing. 3rd layer of Foundation Establishment to the 3rd layer of Qi Refining. 20-odd years of work, off the board in the time it takes to swallow. She explained why she was still in that courtyard instead of a hospital, and the explanation was, in its own way, the most Tang Yue thing I ever heard. They were hurt because I invited you. I could not leave you, and they came for me, not for you. Then she told me the actual arithmetic of her life in the flat voice of somebody reading a ledger. In my family, if your cultivation falls even slightly behind, you fall further behind. Then you are marginalized. Then you receive no more resources, ever. That is not cruelty. That is just the rule. She had 1 competition entry, and it was already spent. She had 4 siblings who would find out within a month. She was 20-something years old, and she had just become a permanent expense. I stood in that courtyard for about 30 seconds and did the only kind of thinking I know how to do. A golden spirit carp is 200,000 spirit stones. 10,000-year stone milk exists. 3rd-rank pills come out of a basin for the price of the rocks I put in it. My family owns a large spirit stone mine, and I personally cannot spend the interest. Everything she had lost was, to me, a purchase order. If you trust me, I said, you come with me. I, Chen Wei, will cover every resource for your recovery, and I guarantee you are back at Foundation Establishment within 10 years. If you want to leave after that, I will not stop you. If you do not want to leave, then you are mine to look after, and I will do it properly. She looked up at me and did what any sane person would do. She priced it. That is 1,000,000 spirit stones. What about 100,000? What about 1,000,000? Supporting one more Tang Yue is not a problem. I want to be clear that this was not romance. Not that afternoon. That afternoon, it was a rich man solving a solvable problem in front of somebody who had never once been solvable. She said yes anyway, and she said it as a Tao companion, which was not what I had offered and which she did not discuss with me. The next morning, I emptied a pouch onto her table, which is the only proposal gift I have ever heard of that ran the wrong direction. 500 middle-grade spirit stones, a sword, a shield, 2 high-grade artifacts, 20 high-grade spirit stones, 2 Foundation Establishment pills, the 3rd-rank Crimson Ginseng, the one that had grown legs and tried to run away from me on an island 11 years earlier, and the Golden Core Talisman treasure. Then I gave her the order of operations because a pile is not a plan. Middle-grade stones up to the 4th layer of Qi Refining, high-grade stones after that, the ginseng roots one at a time, not together. The pills last. She looked at the table for a long moment and said, "This is millions." "Yes." Then I made her meet third brother and seventh sister and told them to call her sister-in-law, and watched a woman who had run an auction house at 20 go completely to pieces over two 20-year-olds bowing at her, and she gave me the seal of the branch manager of the Zhao Auction Company. Whoever holds this is me. Understood. And with me here, this city does not fall. The second assault came the next day, and the Great Peng put all 60,000 of its remaining beasts on the south gate. I took command of the 13 late-stage cultivators under the name Taoist Mu in a straw hat holding a woman's seal, and they obeyed that seal a great deal faster than they had obeyed her, which is a fact about people I have never enjoyed, and I gave them a stupid order on purpose. I told all 13 to go up and provoke the Great Peng, not to kill it, not even to hurt it, to make noise, and keep making noise, until the whole south wall was a mess. Because I was not hunting a bird. 2 demonic cultivators had walked into a defended city, crippled its commander, and walked back out. That meant they were still inside the perimeter, wearing somebody else's face, waiting for the exact moment when a defense line gets thin. I wanted that moment to arrive while I was watching for it. It took about 2 hours. On the left flank, in among the rogue cultivators, a dozen people started dying in a pattern, not to monsters, to each other. By the time I got there, Wen Wei and Bai Yue had cut a hole in our own line and led a wedge of the tide straight through it, and were on their way out of the city on the other side of that wedge. So I went after them into the tide, straight into 100,000 monsters on a sword with a hat on. I killed several second-rank flying beasts on the way, mostly for right of way. They turned and fought, which surprised me, and their crimson spears were genuinely good, which surprised me more, and then I put a lightning array down over both of them, and neither of them was expecting a thunder cultivator because nobody ever is. Both of them came out of it black. Wen Wei spat and could not stand up straight. Bai Yue pulled out a fragrant flying chariot, and instead of running away from the battlefield, she flew directly at the Great Peng. I want that on the record. A demonic cultivator, injured, in the open, chose to seek shelter behind a third-rank demon general. They really are all insane. Every single one. I hit Wen Wei with the overturning earth seal, and she went down. And then I put a palm through her chest at close range, and the Great Peng threw a wind blade at me to cover its new friend, and I had to break off. I flew back to the wall absolutely certain of one thing. I had killed the woman who crippled Tang Yue. I told her so that night in the courtyard, and I watched her face when I said it. Write that down. I am going to be wrong about it for about 15 years. The tide broke on the 4th day, and the Great Peng took what was left of it away. Floating Snow Immortal City had gone into that week with 32,000 fighting cultivators and came out with under 25,000, 7,000 dead, more than 20 of them Foundation establishment, 50,367 monsters killed, 3.5 million spirit stones of raw material on the field, 28 second-rank demon cores, of which 8 were mine and 2 were Tang Yue's. Taoist Mu made one public promise on the steps in a straw hat. Wounded cultivators and the families of the dead get pills at cost, up to and including Foundation establishment pills. I could afford it. That is the whole moral content of that promise. But I have noticed that people remember the promise and not the arithmetic behind it, and I have stopped correcting them. 11 late-stage cultivators were owed purple rhythm pills that the auction house did not have. I made them in a basin overnight out of 1 pill and a handful of rocks. Then we flew 300,000 Lai to the capital of the Zhao Immortal Kingdom. We passed 3 more cities under siege on the way. At each one I dropped, killed about a dozen second-rank beasts in 10 minutes, and left without landing. I am not a saint. I am also not a man who walks past a burning house. There is a fairly narrow strip between those two positions, and I have spent my whole life standing in it. The Zhao capital is 1,000 li across with walls hundreds of jang high and Foundation establishment cultivators flying over it in the ordinary course of business, in 2s and 3s, like pigeons. Their Imperial Guard is 100,000 strong. A private soldier is a 9th layer Qi refining cultivator. A sergeant is Foundation establishment. A regiment commander is late Foundation establishment. A division commander is Purple Mansion. There are 2 generals. Tang Li was 9th layer Purple Mansion, in a dark blue robe, with a square face and eyes like 2 wells with something at the bottom. His first sentence to me was, "So you are the one who kidnapped Yue." "Father." Then he looked at his daughter properly and found the 3rd layer of Qi refining where the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment used to be. The temperature in that hall dropped about 40 degrees. That was my first personal experience of a 9th layer Purple Mansion cultivator's displeasure from 10 feet away. When he heard the name Crimson Descent Palace, he stopped being angry and started being an emperor. Chao gave me the Myriad Miles of Rivers and Mountains scroll, a low-grade defensive spiritual artifact, as thanks. And I turned around and handed it to 7th Sister without looking at it. I want to be honest, I did not do that to make a point. 7th Sister did not have a defensive artifact, and I did. But Tang Li watched a young man give away an imperial gift in under 3 seconds to a girl without inspecting it, and something behind his eyes moved. Then came the results of his little family examination. The entire city of Floating Snow Immortal City had produced 18 second-rank demon cores for its quota. I put 32 on the floor. 2 of those were killed by Yue. I killed the other 30. Chao dropped the pouch he was holding. An emperor, on the floor of his own hall. The Zhao treasury is not a room. It is a pocket world, made as a prototype by somebody at half a step into the nascent soul realm, and it drifts around the palace complex like a slow fish, and you get in with a gold token. Inside there is a farmyard with vegetable beds and an old man in it with dirt on his hands. Tang Bao, second layer golden core, one of the 4 pillars of the Zhao imperial family, wearing what a farmer wears and enjoying it enormously. My quota was 200,000 and he read me the list. Purple rhythm pill, 6,500. Third rank pills, 12 to 180,000. Spiritual artifacts, 16 to 200,000. Pre-divine ability techniques, 100 to 120,000. Golden core talisman treasure, 200,000. Alchemist inheritances, weaponsmith inheritances, formation master inheritances. Golden spirit carp, 200,000. I will take the carp. Chao blinked at me. That is your entire quota. On a fish. 9 brothers and sisters with 3 and 4 spiritual roots each, who had been eating a mine for 11 years and were still going to hit a wall in about 40. Yes. On a fish. Then I put 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones on his vegetable bed, which converted at 100 for 80 into another 240,000 of quota, and went shopping properly. Xiaoyao Wander, a pre-divine ability escape technique, 100,000. At minor achievement, it moves you 100 zhang in a step. Its complete form is called the ground shrinking golden light skill, and it moves you tens of Lai in a step, and that name is going to come back. A purple haze pill, and a purple origin pill, 12 and 39,000, which together add about 10% to a purple mansion breakthrough. A Xianxia spiritual artifact, 16,000, which I gave to third brother, and a second rank formation master inheritance, marked at 73,000. The old man dropped it to 60 and threw in 2 third rank talismans on top. When I looked at him, he said, "My Zhao imperial family does not take advantage of people." On the way out, he said one more thing, cheerfully, to my back. "Becoming a consort of the Zhao Immortal Kingdom is not an easy job. I hope you can handle it, kid." Tang Yue's recovery took 30 days, not because of me, because she won. Her father compared his 5 children's results and gave first place to the daughter he had exiled for her health. The prize was 2 bottles of purple rhythm pills, a third-rank high-grade talisman, a defensive high-grade spiritual artifact called the Purple Smoke Shield, and 1 drop of 10,000-year stone milk. Stone milk forms about 10 drops in 1,000 years. It is completely harmless, and it is worth years. 20 days from the 3rd layer of Qi refining to the 9th at great perfection. 30 days back to Foundation establishment. She gave me the shield. I tried to give it back. That conversation lasted 4 minutes, and I lost it in the first 30 seconds and spent the remaining 3.5 minutes finding that out. Then Tang Li came in person to announce that in 1 month, the Zhao Immortal Kingdom would hold a Dao Companion Assembly. A small announcement, he said, limited to a few forces inside the capital. And then he walked out into the corridor, and I heard him say to his attendant, "Hold a large event, take in some money, and get a proper look at this mysterious son-in-law. 2 birds." The small announcement reached every corner of the kingdom in 9 days. Here is the map, because you need it. Above the Zhao Immortal Kingdom sits the Azure Lotus Sword Sect, which has nascent soul cultivators, and which everybody speaks about in the 3rd person, even when nobody is listening. Inside the kingdom, there is the Zhao Imperial family with 3 or 4 golden cores, the Pan Clan, Golden Core, who are specialists in concealment and assassination, the Dangqi Sword Sect, Golden Core, a branch of the Azure Lotus, and 10 Purple Mansion powers under those, 6 of whom sent people. By the day of the assembly, there were about 8,000 Foundation Establishment cultivators and around 100 Purple Mansion cultivators in that city, and a few 100,000 ordinary people who had come to watch. For an event that was limited to some forces within the capital, I sized up the competition on the flight over. The 1st and 2nd princes were pushing 60 and sitting at the 3rd layer of Foundation Establishment. The 3rd prince, Tang Quan, was 45, had a pseudo-dual spiritual root after eating a golden spirit carp and a 4th rank pill, and was at the 4th or 5th layer. In my private opinion, all of them were useless. I want to note, for fairness, that I had a rusty basin and a dragon in my ankle and had spent 9 years underground being fed by a mine. It is possible I was not judging them by a reasonable standard. The Emperor left for the arena on a 7-colored cloud, which is a pre-divine ability technique and which looks exactly as ridiculous and as impressive as it sounds. His 5 children raced. I put Tang Yue on the Wind Whisper sword and passed all 5 of them one at a time. The first prince went purple. The second prince nearly fell off his sword. The 5th princess Tang Lan got a piece of unsolicited advice as I went by because she was flying a blade with a genuinely nasty aura on it. A young lady really should not be using a killing intent artifact like that. And last, Tang Quan, who had been the fastest person in his family since he was 9 years old. Tang Yue leaned out as we passed him and said sweetly, "Third Imperial brother, you are so fast. Little sister admires you enormously." We arrived first. I entered as a rogue cultivator named Chen Wei, which was true, and which was also the most useless piece of information available. The first challenge came from Gu Cheng of the Dangqi sword sect. 50 years old, 3rd layer of Foundation establishment, top 3 of his generation, and his sect had proposed to Tang Yue the previous year and been turned down. Behind him, about 100 more stood up. "Why not?" I said. "All come up at once." The emperor, laughing, put in a qualification instead. Under 60 years old, Foundation establishment, order by lot out of 100 tokens. That left 80 or 90 geniuses. Rules: leave the platform, you lose. Take the first wound, you lose. Token 1 went to a fat man named Pan Long from the Sun Shooting sect, who jumped 3 jang straight up in the air with joy. I clamped myself down to the 1st layer of Foundation establishment, exactly level with him, and threw his cauldron off the platform anyway. Chao came back with 9 fire serpents and I unpicked all 9, because at Purple Mansion Divine Sense a 9-part spell is not a wall, it is 9 separate things with 9 separate weak points, and I could see all of them at once. Then he played his trump card, which was 3-star arrows. 3 shots fired so fast they arrive as 1. I cut across all 3 with 1 diagonal swing. Everybody below middle stage Foundation establishment in that crowd heard 1 sound instead of 3, and did not understand why the man on the platform was screaming. Chao threw a tantrum on the stage and his own master came up and dragged him off by the collar. The second was a polite young man called Yu Yu, who bowed properly and then hit me with the jade transformation of the world, which caught my sword in midair and began slowly to turn it into jade. I stood there empty-handed and smiled at him. "Fellow Taoist, what makes you think this is my only artifact? Please, keep going." Chao committed to close range instead, which was brave, and he took the overturning earth seal in the chest, and he coughed and conceded properly, and I liked him. Number 3 did not come out. Chao hid in the crowd, so I turned to the Imperial box and made a suggestion. "Your Majesty, could we have the rest of them come up in groups of 10? 2 men jumped the queue purely out of rage, Peng Lei and Feng Long, both at the peak of the 1st layer. "1 more or 1 less does not matter," I said, and I meant it kindly. Their combined attack came in as a fire eagle and a wind blade from 2 angles at once, and I stepped out of it with Xiaoyao Wander, which I had learned 9 days earlier, and which moves you 10 jang sideways with no wind-up at all. Then 1 seal put both of them 100 jang past the edge of the platform, and on the way through, I let my concealment up a notch to the 3rd layer in front of everybody, and watched half the remaining field quietly decide that they had somewhere else to be. 7 came up together. I let the purple smoke shield out, and 7 artifacts hit it and fell down. Somebody in the crowd shouted, "A rogue cultivator with a high-grade spiritual artifact?" Tang Yue in the Imperial box thought something I found out about much later and have never stopped being embarrassed by, which was, if I still had my things, I would give him 10 of those without blinking. The 7 of them settled in to grind me down, on the theory that a rogue cultivator's true essence must run out eventually. I was carrying the reserves of an 8th layer cultivator, so I let the concealment up 1 more level to middle stage and put 7 or 8 thunderbolts and 3 overturning earth seals down on the platform at the same time. 7 voices shouting, "Master, save me," in accord. The Emperor declared them surrendered and swept them off the stage with his sleeve, which was generous because the platform was 2nd rank ironwood and it was now sawdust, and there were 10 craters in the square underneath where it used to be. I walked back to my seat in a white robe without a mark on it. The Emperor counted to 10. At 9, a man stood up. "Pan High, Golden Core Clan, concealment specialists." "1 exchange," he said. His technique was the myriad manifestation spirit eyes, which puts a beam out of the right eye and sees through a cultivator's true realm up to 3 ranks above the user. Chao looked at me with it, and what came back was fog, which told him precisely that I was at minimum the 7th layer, and possibly a great deal more, and that everything I had done that afternoon had been done at a fraction. Chao stood in the middle of the square in a cold sweat, feeling killing intent from a man he had just insulted by scanning, and then he did the smartest thing I have ever watched anybody do in real time. Chao went down on 1 knee in front of a few 100,000 people. "I sincerely wish to become sworn brothers, fellow Taoist as elder brother, high as younger, and then, as an entry fee, He gave me the myriad manifestation spirit eyes technique itself and swore a heart demon oath never to say what he had seen. The Pan clan philosophy is, apparently, quite simple. Do not provoke the geniuses of large powers. If you have already provoked one, bow first, and if bowing does not work, kill them from cover. I accepted the first 2/3 of that arrangement with my eyes open. 5 straight wins. Nobody else came out. Tang Li declared me consort of the Zhao Immortal Kingdom in a form of words which, translated out of court language, said, "Try it and find out." Chao also opened the square for 7 days of free trading because he was an emperor and there were 300,000 people standing in it. Behind me, the princes were already arguing about something, and Tang Lan, the 5th princess, watched us go and smiled at nothing in particular, and I heard the 2nd prince say, "Imperial sister, do not do anything reckless." The real conversation happened afterwards in a study with the door shut. In 10 years, Tang Li said, the Azure Lotus Sword Sect holds the Six Nations tournament. It happens once every 300 years. And the prize? The right to buy an ascension pill, 4th rank, high grade. Then he explained what that meant, and I understood why an emperor had spent an afternoon watching a rogue cultivator break furniture. An ascension pill raises the odds of a purple mansion cultivator crossing into the golden core realm by 2 or 3 whole layers. First place gets 2, second and third get 1 each, 4th and below get nothing. Only cultivators below the purple mansion realm may compete, which is why an emperor cannot go and take one himself. Chao had been standing at the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion realm for 100 years, 6 places on the team, him, in the sense of ownership, his 5 children, and me. The rules change every cycle and are never published in advance, and the host that year was the Azure Lotus Sword Sect, and nobody in that room knew what we were walking into. And then he told me what came after success, and I stopped listening properly halfway through. Entry to the Xiang secret realm, which is where the golden spirit carp come from, and the stone milk. And at the center of it, the purple sun treasure vine, which fruits once every 1,000 years, and which produces a Xiang gourd, a gourd that is born at magic treasure grade, which can be refined by a foundation establishment cultivator, which nothing else at that grade can, and which, if you feed it pure yang fire and lightning, grows into a spiritual treasure, pure yang fire and lightning. I asked one question. How long has it been since anybody took one out? Tens of thousands of years, one ancestor. So the vine has fruited. How many times in that period? Tang Li opened his mouth, then he stopped. Then he said very slowly, It seems there would be dozens of them in there. That night a maid from the bailing hall came and demanded, in a tone I did not care for, that I attend the 5th princess immediately. Tang Yue, without looking up, lay have half an hour. Tang Lan's rooms were all colored silk and heavy flower scent, and she came out in something designed to make a point, and the point was not seduction. The point was a test. And I had been in this world long enough to know the difference. I stopped at the threshold. I did not step over it, and I did not look at anything I was not invited to look at, and I asked what she wanted, and she changed completely in about a second. The languid heiress went away, and a very sharp aristocrat came out from behind her and gave me a formal court bow. That is the first time anybody has seen me in this and had nothing in their eyes. Then she told me what she actually wanted, which was that she needed a man with proven resistance to temptation for a matter concerning the immortal cave of a dead golden core master. The same cave, the empty tray, the lot I had refused to bid on in Floating Snow Immortal City when I was 15 years old. After the Six Nations tournament, she said, not before. I walked back to my own courtyard at some point after midnight and was not admitted to it. In the morning, Tang Yue handed me a magic robe she had forged herself, high grade, beautiful work, and across the chest in gold thread, in characters about 4 inches tall, it said, Consort of the Zhao Immortal Kingdom. Lei will wear this at all times. Lei will not take it off. I laughed until I had to sit down on the step. I wore it for 11 years. On the way home, we flew over a sect that was in the process of being erased. The Azure Abyss sect. The Crimson Descent Palace had waited until the beast tide had chewed them down and then walked in the front door, which is efficient and which is also the entire personality of that organization. They were not there for the sect. They were there for one item called the Void Sky Mirror, and the sect master had been losing for 3 hours, and then one of his disciples, in a panic, had done something so stupid it loops back around to touching, Chao gave the mirror to his little junior sister, a 16-year-old at the 7th layer of qi refining named Tong Ling, and told her to run with it. 7 or 8 demonic cultivators were on her when we came over the ridge. She fainted from fear before they reached her, which probably saved her life because the first hand reaching for her collar came off at the wrist and she did not have to see it. Third brother took one. 7th sister took one. I flattened 4 with 2 seals, put 3 thunderbolts into the ones running, and caught the leader, Yan Xinuo, about 2 lie out, having abandoned everybody he came with. Fellow Taoist, the king of hell, would like a word. Then I took the mirror off the unconscious girl. Third brother had a problem with that and said so, out loud, on the way back to the boat, which is exactly what I want from a younger brother. Big brother. How is that different from what they were doing? Because she was going to be dead in 4 seconds and now she is not. Because that mirror was already in demonic hands and would have been in the Crimson Descent Palace by tonight. And because I am not going to pretend that a thing I picked up off a battlefield is a gift from heaven. It is loot. Say the word out loud, it will not bite you. The mirror is a damaged magic treasure. Its artifact spirit has been stolen out of it, which means it cannot explain itself politely. It transmits its own instructions by driving them into your skull, and only a divine sense at Purple Mansion level survives the process, which is the only reason I got anything out of it at all. 2 divine abilities inside, Soul Seizing, which is broken, and Demon Discernment, which works. From that afternoon on, I could look at a crowd and see which of them were feeding on other people. Hold on to that. It becomes relevant. We stopped in Floating Snow Immortal City to settle debts. Yu Guang was at the 4th layer of Foundation establishment by then. I took every artifact the Yu family owned, 25 middle grade and 3 high grade, for the 2nd generation of my own clan, and I paid him with 3 purple rhythm pills. Chao tried to refuse the pills. I have never met a family so bad at being paid. Then Taoist Mu handed out what he had promised on the steps after the tide. 11 late-stage cultivators got a purple rhythm pill each, and the wounded got pills at cost, and the families of the dead got what I had said they would get. It made me famous in that city, which was the exact opposite of the plan, and we left at night to avoid being thanked. Coming home was a disaster of a different kind. Third brother and 7th sister spent the last 200 li of the flight going progressively grayer because there were 2 young women on that island who had been waiting 11 years for me to come back, and I was arriving with a wife. We were saved by pure luck. Yu Mei and Yu Lian had both gone into seclusion 4 days earlier for their Foundation establishment breakthroughs, with their mother and Bao standing guard, and by the time they came out, the situation had been established as a fact rather than a proposal. Third brother said, out loud with feeling, "Eldest brother really is a man blessed with fortune." Tang Yue handed out 2nd-rank middle-grade golden wing talismans to my younger siblings as introduction gifts and told them not to stand on ceremony. Then she walked out to the North Shore with me. 90 seconds later, she had her finger on the weakest point in 11 years of my planning. They have 3 formations over the island and 1 over the settlement. There are 1,300 ordinary people on that shore and 1 2nd-rank plate between them and the world. I had known that. I had been busy. Those are 2 different sentences, and only one of them is a defense. Then we tested the children. 228 of them, 6 years old and up, and about 100 more too young to test. It takes a Foundation establishment cultivator to run the test, 1 child at a time, true essence into an open palm, and there were 5 of us who could do it. Me, Tang Yue, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 7th sister. The 1st hour was nothing. The 2nd hour was nothing. By the 3rd hour, the parents at the back had stopped talking, and the line had gone very quiet, and the 5 of us had stopped looking at each other, because the ordinary clansman understood the arithmetic as well as I did. Roughly 1 child in 20 has a spiritual root. On 228 children, you expect 11 or 12. Lay do not expect them evenly spaced. The first one was a girl called Chen Jing. 3 roots, wind, fire, and wood, small high grade. Her mother was Chen Lan, the quiet one from the mine, the one whose Dantian the Chow family had destroyed. She had married and had a child specifically and deliberately because she had worked out that her own road to the Tao was closed and somebody else's might not be. She laughed so loudly that people on the far side of the square turned around. 8 hours. Tang Yue ran out of true essence and had to sit down and recover. Then 7th sister. Then 3rd brother. The last child in the line was 6 years old, and his name was Chen Guang, and he was the son of Chen Ying, the one who had tried to put her own head through a mine wall. 227 children had come up to me that day, and every single one of them had looked at the ground. Chao looked me in the eye, so I asked him a question I had not planned to ask anybody. Chen Guang, what do you see in my eyes? Chao did not pause, not for a heartbeat. Hope and the future. 6 years old. I found out afterward what he actually meant by it, which is worse and better. Chao wanted to be strong enough to find a treasure that could rebuild his mother's Dantian. That was the whole plan. That was the entire ambition of a 6-year-old. I put my true essence into his palm and 2 lights came up. 1 purple, 1 red, a dual spiritual root, lightning and fire. His mother made a sound in the back of that crowd that I am not going to try to write down. Final count, 11 children out of 228, 7 boys, 4 girls, 1 dual root, 3 triple, 4 quadruple, 3 mixed. We named them the Huang generation. I gave a short speech about cultivating hard and making the Chen family strong, and it was a bad speech, and nobody was listening to me anyway, because every parent in that square had already worked out what had actually happened. 11 households had just been told their child was going to live for 500 years, 217 households had been told the opposite, and all of them stayed out there together until dark, all 228 families, because once the children move on to the island, the mortal side and the immortal side of a clan stop seeing much of each other, and everybody in that square knew it, including the 6-year-olds. That night, I took the golden spirit carp out on the boat. 7th sister and 9th sister cooked it because they are the only 2 people in my family who enjoy cooking, and neither of them is any good at it. And a 200,000 stone fish went into a pan with about as much ceremony as a carp from the shallows. I did not eat any. I already had a dual root. The effect on me would have been rounding error. I gave the first piece to Tang Yue, who took a genuinely delicate bite, at which point everybody else fell on it like wolves, and we set aside a bit under half for the people who were in seclusion. Tang Yue, top-grade triple root, got a slightly faster circulation. My brothers and sisters with 3 and 4 roots got a great deal more than that. Then I put the second-rank Formation Master Inheritance on the table and asked if anybody wanted it. More than half of them looked at the floor immediately because formations are homework. And Chen Huo, 5th brother, who had gone entire seasons without saying a full sentence, and who was the one who knocked over the tree that revealed the mine when he was 9, stood straight up and said loudly in front of everybody, "Big brother, I want to learn formations." I have rarely been so pleased. I made him agree to a condition anyway, because I am who I am. Foundation establishment first, then the inheritance. Chao was in seclusion within the hour. The talisman came about 4 months later. Little Min, riding lightning over the eastern shore, caught it in the air about 100 feet up, and it was almost out of power, which means it had been in flight for a long time. Yao Yu Immortal City had fallen. The beast tide had come to it, and in the middle of the tide, the Duan family had opened the gates. I had known there was a Duan family foundation establishment cultivator alive who owed me a grudge. I had let him go. I had let him go because I chose to chase the man I found more irritating. Xiao Rui was asking for help. I forbade my brothers from coming, and I gave them 3 reasons, and all 3 were true. 2 of them were in seclusion. 11 6-year-olds had just moved onto the island and needed watching, and as I put it at the time, I am an 8th layer foundation establishment cultivator, and if I cannot fix a thing, 3 more 1st layer cultivators will not tip it. Tang Yue destroyed that argument with 1 sentence, which she said 3 times, in exactly the same tone, until I put my coat on. I am your Dao companion. Where you go, I go. Here is what had actually happened in Yao Yu Immortal City, which I only learned afterwards. The Duan family had quietly killed the Chao family and the Fang family first. Then they had left the city and come back with 50,000 monsters and a crimson cloak. By the time the talisman went out, there were about 20 foundation establishment cultivators left alive in that city, and 6 of them were Nailans, because the Xiao 5 tigers had all broken through on the 10 pills I had thrown at a girl's forehead. The War Council was 3 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators named Ding Hai, Zhou Lei, and Jin Tai, and an old woman, agreeing out loud that there was nobody to call. And Xiao Rui said there was 1 person. That city spent lives to open a corridor through the tide so that 1 woman could get outside the barrier far enough to send a sound transmission talisman 3000 Li, and then she flew back in. Back through the corridor, into the siege, covered in other people's dust and her own, because her family was in there, and everything she had was in there. When it came out that she did not know when help would arrive, or whether, Ding Hai looked at what that corridor had cost and said, "When this is over, you and I are going to settle this." 100 jang under the city, in the dark, Demon Li was standing in a river. 10 years he had been building this. Chao had recruited Duan Jin after I killed Chao Yun. Chao had brought the beasts. Chao had bought the Duan family. And now there was a river running under Yao Yu Immortal City, and he was standing in it up to his knees, refining it into beads. Thousands of them. Out of those beads, a crimson divine pill. Out of that pill, the purple mansion realm and a seat as an elder of the Crimson Descent Palace. Chao was laughing, not theatrically, happily. Kill. Keep killing. The harder you fight up there, the better this gets. Up on the wall, Xiao Hua, 9th layer of Qi refining, killed a 2nd-rank rat with a 2nd-rank talisman to keep it off her father. She had been saving that talisman for 11 years. It was one of the 3 I threw at her. And Duan Jin, who I had chased into a crimson cloak 10 years earlier and let live, saw who had thrown it and put a flying sword through the air at a girl's heart. The second of my 3 talismans came up in front of her, the water turtle shell. The sword went through it at an angle and took a long strip out of her side instead of her life. Xiao Hao, her father, saw that happen and stopped calculating. Chao went in for a trade he knew he was going to lose, and Duan Jin put a heavenly thunderbolt in his face at 4 feet. Xiao Rui burned the last of my 3 talismans, the fire dragon, into the path of it. The blast crippled both of them. Hua's father brought up something you should never see somebody bring up, and Duan Li, 3rd layer of Foundation Establishment, walked across the rubble toward 3 Nalans who could not stand, and the old woman closed her eyes and said to nobody, Wei, grandmother might not be able to wait for you. The city wall started to shake. Not from an impact. The air itself was shaking out to 100 li, the way it does when something arrives too fast. And a voice went out over the whole city. Is that so? What if I save them all? A sword wave dozens of zhang across came down through the smoke, cut Duan Li's whip in half, and passed through him without slowing, and he was dead before the pieces of the whip landed. The sword came back to my hand with his storage pouches hanging off it. Then the Wangxi spirit boat came out of the cloud at 30 zhang long and parked over the square. I poured 300 flowers pills into Xiao Hao and watched a man come back from the wrong side. Then I put all 3 of them on the deck, inside a 3rd rank high-grade formation, where nothing in that city could reach them, where they were met by Tong Yue. Wei, said Xiao Rui, in a voice that had gone very careful. And this is? I had already left. I want to be clear that this was tactical. There was a battle going on. There were 40,000 monsters in the streets. I had a Foundation Establishment cultivator to find. Also, I could not begin to imagine what happens when Xiao Hua and Tang Yue are introduced, and I did not want to be standing there when it did. I found Duan Chao, head of the Duan family, middle stage Foundation Establishment, in the act of quietly walking his own clan off the field now that things had turned. Fellow Taoist Duan, please stay. Demon Li came up out of the ground when he felt his river stop refilling. Chao looked at me and saw an 8th layer Foundation Establishment cultivator, because that is what I had been wearing all afternoon, and he was at the 9th at great perfection, with a decade of other people's lives in his pocket, and he relaxed. Lei are the one who chased me off that mountain, he said. Lei have grown. Not enough. I snapped my fingers. The spirit concealment technique came off 1 layer. Chao stopped smiling. I snapped them again. That is not possible. Again, that is not possible. Purple Mansion aura came off me and pushed the smoke out of that street in a ring, and Demon Li, who had spent 10 years and a city building himself a ladder, understood in 1 second that he had built it in the wrong place. The Tiangang Divine Thunder came down and put him on his face in the rubble, and I stood on his wrist while he tried to reach the banner. I did not kill him. Everybody expects me to have killed him. I did something worse and considerably more useful. I made him split off a wisp of his own divine soul and seal it into a jade token. That is a thing a demonic cultivator survives and never recovers from. From that moment, there was a 9th layer Foundation Establishment cultivator of the Crimson Descent Palace who did what I told him. Then I told him what his new job was, and I wanted on the record because I enjoyed it. Lei spent 10 years arranging to destroy this city. Now you are going to guard it. His assistant Duan Jin was offered the same deal and refused on principle, which I respected right up until I crushed his soul because there was a girl with a strip out of her side on my boat and my patience had a floor. Yaoyu Immortal City had no lord left. The Chao family were gone. The Fang family were gone. The Duan family had ended itself. So I gave it to the Nalans. Xiao Hao, who had walked into a thunderbolt for his daughter, became the first city lord of Yaoyu Immortal City, with 6 vassal clans under him and a demonic cultivator on a leash in the basement. Ding Hai objected until he counted the Foundation Establishment cultivators in the room and then congratulated everybody. I did not take the city. People kept expecting me to, and I kept not doing it. I did not want a throne. I wanted a city that worked. 800 li from my lake, that owed me, that would still be there in 200 years when the Chen family needed somewhere to sell things. Xiaohua came back to Soaring Dragon Island with us, not as anything except what she was, which was a 9th layer chi refining cultivator with a 3rd spiritual root, a talent for violence, and no clan left standing that could feed her properly. She went onto the island as a clan member, with a room, a stipend, and a very short list of people allowed to give her orders. She and Tang Yue settled their own arrangement inside a week by a method I was not present for and did not ask about. Rebuilding took a year. Pills, materials, walls, shops, formations. The Yu family ran supply out of floating snow Immortal City and made a great deal of money doing it, which was the point. I handed out Foundation Establishment pills in that city like a man handing out sweets, and I would like to say it was charity, and about 2/3 of it was, and the other third was a man buying a permanent second home. Then I went back into the mine for 10 years. That is the whole decade in one line, and I am not going to inflate it, but here is what it bought. I came out at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, middle stage, which is what everybody could see. Underneath, at the middle stage of the Purple Mansion realm, which nobody could. The Chen family had 17 foundation establishment cultivators. 11 children of the Huang generation had become teenagers with cultivation, and 2 of them were already at Qi refining's upper layers, and Chen Guang at 16 was the best of them by a distance that was starting to worry his cousins. We had a tributary city, a vassal clan, a lake, a mine, a 4th-rank vein, 3 formations, a horse, and a demonic cultivator on a leash. 10 years before that, there had been 14 of us in a tent with holes in it. I stood on the shore one morning and did the comparison out loud, and it did not sound real, and second brother, who was standing next to me, said the only correct thing. Big brother, say it again in 10 years and see if it still does not. 10 years is exactly how long the emperor of the Zhao Immortal Kingdom had been counting. Chao arrived over my lake on a yellow cloud with his entire competitive family standing on it. Tang Jin, Tang Hao, Tang Quan, Tang Lan, Tang Yue, who got off the cloud and onto her own island, which was a small moment nobody but the 2 of us noticed, and 1 consort in a robe with gold lettering across the chest, 6 seats, 1 ascension pill for whoever came 3rd, 2 for whoever came 1st. The 6 Nations tournament, hosted that cycle by the Azure Lotus Sword Sect, which meant that nobody outside the Azure Lotus Sword Sect knew what any of the rounds were going to be. We flew for 11 days. On day 6, we came across 2 young women being taken apart in open country by something with too many arms, and I went down and interrupted it, mostly because Tang Yue said Chen in a certain voice. They turned out to be Mu Yu and Chen Xin, and they turned out to be personal disciples of the sect master of the Azure Lotus Sword Sect. I want to be honest that I did not know that when I went down. I also want to be honest that I found out about 90 seconds after landing and immediately became a great deal more charming. That debt is the only reason the Zhao Imperial family got to compete at all, because our registration had a problem with it that I still do not fully understand, and that 2 young women made disappear with 1 letter. I spent the last 4 days of the flight buying tigers, specifically 1 beast control bracelet which I had picked up years earlier and never used, and 100 beast spirit pills out of the basin, and 5 winged variegated tigers, 2nd rank high grade, taken out of a valley 3000 Lai from anywhere. 2nd rank high grade is roughly a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator with claws and no sense of proportion. 5 of them is a problem you solve by leaving. I did not bring pets to a tournament. I brought 5 arguments. Round 1 was called Stealing Spirits in the Painting. They unrolled a scroll called the Heavenly Spirit Painting Scroll, 30 feet across, and everybody walked into it. Inside there is a landscape, and in that landscape there are sacred spirit fruits, and there is no rule against anything at all. 6 nations, several hundred competitors, everybody sprinted. I found a tree near the middle of the map, sat down under it, and waited. There is an old story about a farmer who saw a rabbit run into a tree stump and break its neck, and who then spent the rest of his life sitting by the stump waiting for another one. The story is told as a warning about stupidity. I have always felt it was underrated as a strategy, provided you pick the right stump. Everybody in that painting had to go and find the fruit. Then everybody in that painting had to walk back out with it. 44 sacred spirit fruits. The Pan clan came second with 20, and Pan Hai personally handed me 6 of those, sworn brother to sworn brother, with an expression I would describe as fond resignation. The Dangqi sword sect came third with 15. The Zhao imperial family took round 1 by a margin that made the scorers check twice. Round 2 was cancelled. I want to spend a moment on this because I have never fully recovered from it. A man from the Azure Lotus Sword Sect named Bai Ren came out onto the platform, apologized, cited sect business, and cancelled round 2 of a tournament that happens once every 300 years. 6 nations had spent a decade preparing for round 2. I had spent 4 days catching tigers for round 2. I had studied, I had prepared, and somebody cancelled the exam. Round 3 was open challenges, and the Azure Lotus Sword Sect put up 3 of its own prodigies to raise the tone. The third one drawn against me was called Feng Guang, 8th layer of foundation establishment, the best of the 3 by a distance, and he came out onto the platform with the specific relaxed walk of a man who has already been told he is going to win. I opened the bracelet. 5 winged variegated tigers came out onto a stone platform in front of 40,000 people and did what tigers do when they have been in a bracelet for 11 days, which is stretch, and then look around, and then look at the nearest person. Feng Guang conceded, out loud, before either of us had moved, with his sword still on his back. I want to record that I think that was the correct decision and that I would have done the same thing, and I also want to record that his sect master's face is one of the great memories of my life. Final standings. Zhao Imperial family first, and 2 Ascension pills. The Kai Royal family second, the Pan clan third. Tang Li, 100 years stuck at the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, held a jade bottle in both hands on a public stage and could not make his face work properly. Chao also, in front of witnesses, promised me a place in the Xiang secret realm whenever I wanted it, which I filed and did not spend. Then there was a trade fair, which is where the trouble started. Fallen Phoenix Mountain, 10 days, tens of thousands of cultivators, and stalls all the way up the slope with the good ones at the top, where the late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators trade. I spent 300,000 spirit stones in the first hour, then I spent nearly 1 million more. Detoxification pills, formation plates in complete sets, high-grade spirit grain seed, anything I thought might do a Chen family member some good in the next 100 years. Tang Yue followed me up that mountain, getting quieter and quieter. She knew about the mine, she had known for years, but knowing a number and watching a man spend 1 1/3 million spirit stones in an afternoon are different experiences, and by the top she had the expression of a woman watching somebody drive too fast. We changed location after every second purchase. We checked for followers. It was still, objectively, an insane thing to be doing in public. So I stopped shopping, and I set up a stall. Tang Yue said, "Husband, what are you doing? We just spent an enormous amount of money. Obviously, we are now going to earn it back." I laid out jade bottles on a cloth on the ground. Foundation establishment pills, 15,000 each. Purple rhythm pills, 10,000. Green jade healing pills, second rank high grade, 3,000. She looked at the bottles, then at me, then at the bottles. Where did these come from? Wife, do not ask. Your job is the money. I put exactly 2 of each of the expensive ones on the cloth at a time, because a stall with 2 foundation establishment pills on it is a lucky find, and a stall with 50 is a trap that gets you killed. 10 breaths. That is how long the first customer took. A masked, extremely round 7th layer foundation establishment cultivator went past, stopped, came back, read the labels twice, and started shouting. "Only 4? I will take all 4. Quickly. Wrap them. Cash now." 50,000 spirit stones, and he scuttled away, hugging the bottle and giggling about his own good fortune. The moment he was out of sight, I put 2 more bottles down. Half a stick of incense. 5 batches sold. 1 stick of incense. Nearly 15 batches. Half an hour, 32. 1 hour, 69. An hour and a half. We ran away. Yes. At the exact moment business was best, we packed up the cloth and left. My divine sense had picked up 5 late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators, arranging themselves around the slope. A stall selling 92 batches of foundation establishment pills in 90 minutes is not a stall. It is bait, and I had baited it with myself. We took the robes off, kept the masks, and strolled out through the market like a couple. 5 of them, Tang Yue said, with something that in her is close to giddiness. 5 late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators, for us. It was going to be 10. We left in time. Back at the courtyard, with the door shut and the sound formations up, she poured the pouches out on the bed and counted them herself, out loud, and would not let me do it for her. 5.1 million spirit stones. Cost of goods, 300 to 400,000. In under 2 hours, with a cloth on the ground, I had made 4.7 million spirit stones, which paid off the 1.3 million I had just spent and left more than 3 million on top. I sat there with a cup of tea and thought a thought that I want to put down plainly because it is the thesis of my entire life. With that basin in my hands, medium and large spirit stone mines can stand aside. Not one of the men who tried to kill me over the next 30 years ever understood that the dangerous thing about me was never the sword. We hid for 4 days because the fair ran 10 and leaving early looks like guilt. On the 5th day, everybody came back at once. Tang Lan and Tang Hao, cheerful. Tang Quan and Tang Jin, humiliated by somebody and not talking about it. And then the courtyard gate came off its hinges into dust because Tang Li had arrived. 4 late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators had spent 3 days at a gathering, politely and then less politely, asking him to hand over the second ascension pill. They had offered 8 million spirit stones. Chao had said no, and on the 3rd day, the asking had stopped being asking. "We leave," I said. "Now, quietly." Tang Quan wanted to wait. Chao was middle-stage foundation establishment, and being hunted by 4 Purple Mansion cultivators had done something permanent to him. Tang Lan, who I had underestimated at that point, said the correct thing instead. "If we leave now, it is 4. If we wait, they will have time to invite more." We got 960 Lai. At 950, the boat went silent, because everybody on it had worked out that nothing had happened yet, and nothing continuing to happen is much worse than something happening. At 960, Tang Li raised a hand. "Son-in-law, take her 10 li right and let us see." 4 sounds tore out of the cloud. "Since you came all this way, why leave?" "Taoist Zhao, we have waited so long." 4 late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators. 2 tall thin ones in orange-yellow Taoist robes, brothers Jiang Chen and Jiang Jin. 2 shorter ones in black with the same sect emblem, one called Han and one called Wolf Li. Fellow Taoist holds 2 ascension pills and will not part with one. That is stinginess. Lei refused to toast, and now you will drink a forfeit. Greed is greed, said Tang Li. Robbery is robbery. Why dress it up? And then he turned around and called into the empty air behind the boat, and 2 more late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators came out of the cloud, a married couple named Hong Ying and Xia Hao, hired for 1 million spirit stones to escort us 3,000 Lai. Chow had sent that sound transmission before we left the market. Chow had known. I looked at the side of that man's face and revised my opinion of him permanently. 4 against 3 should have been a fight between old men. Instead, Wolf Li, the strongest of the 4, pinned Tang Li personally. Han and Zhang Chen went for the couple, and Zhang Jin came for the boat, which had 5 people on it aged between 30 and 50, at Foundation Establishment, and me. Hong Ying shouted at him about the demonic path. Zhang Jin's answer, over his shoulder, while he was already casting, is one of the more honest things anybody said to me that decade. For an ascension pill, for a few more chances at the golden core, what is a small detail like this? Then he hit the boat. 3 spells. The light curtain dimmed and came straight back. 6 more spells. Same. Chow threw his artifacts at it. Dozens of times. There is a 3rd-rank high-grade defensive formation on this boat. Then, satisfied he had found the answer, the higher the grade, the more stones it eats. Let us see how many you have. I want you to appreciate this moment properly because it is the single funniest thing that happened to me in 25 years. A late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, 400 years old, looked at a boat and announced that he was going to win by outspending it. Against a man who owned a large spirit stone mine, had 800,000 stones in his pockets that morning, and had made 4.7 million that week selling counterfeit pills out of a basin at a car boot sale. Lei want, I said entirely to myself, to have a spending competition with me. Chow tore 13 3rd-rank talismans in one go, 10 blazing flame, 3 meteor, 10 fireballs, 6 Zhang across, and 3 meteors, 10 Zhang across, all at once. The light curtain went so thin it looked like a rumor, and then it snapped back to full because I had just poured a bucket of mid-grade stones into the core. Those little brats, he said, have a lot of stones on them. Correct. And then, in the same breath, the sentence that killed him. But this old man does not believe you have another million. I did the sums while he was shouting. At 100-odd stones a strike, he could keep this up for 2 hours. 2 hours of blocking costs me 1 million. And he was right that a boat cannot win a war of attrition against a man with unlimited time, because eventually somebody senior arrives. So I sent a divine sense line to Tang Li mid-duel. How long to beat Wolf Li? 1 hour. 2. Chow cannot beat me, but he can hold me. Not good enough. Yui still has the golden core talisman treasure. I want to use it. Will you finish him if I open him up? If it lands, yes. I will add a strike. I turned the boat around and drove it at him. Chow was so annoyed by that he did exactly what I needed. Chow put out 5 high-grade artifacts at once, a ruler, a longsword, a jade flute, a great seal, and a black rod, and threw all 5 at the hull. 5 artifacts is the ceiling. Nobody at his level has divine sense left over after 5. Chow could not control a 6th, and he could not cast. Now, Tang Yue crushed a golden core talisman treasure in her fist. 200,000 spirit stones, the single most expensive object she owned, and she did not hesitate for 1/4 of a second, and I have never once forgotten that. A golden cloud several hundred Zhang across condensed above the boat and became a spear 100 Zhang long and 3 Zhang thick, and the tip of it was about 4 feet from Zhang Jin's nose before he understood what had happened. A talisman treasure? Lei Dare Jr.? Chow tore his last 3rd-rank high-grade talisman and got most of himself out of the way. Most. And while he was still turning around to say something threatening, Tang Li arrived from the blind side and took his left arm off at the shoulder. His brother screamed his name across 2 li of open sky, and Jiang Jin, 400 years old, missing an arm, humiliated in front of 6 of his peers by a boat, stopped being a Purple Mansion cultivator and became something a lot simpler. If I am not well, he said, then none of you are. Chow picked his own arm up off the air. The crimson binding art. I learned it and never used it. Today is a good day. Tang Li's face changed, which up to that point I had not seen happen. That is a demonic technique. Your family keeps a demonic technique? And Hong Ying, who had been polite the entire afternoon, went white and started shouting about the Huang family never holding land in Yangzhou again. Even the 2 men on his own side looked away. The crimson binding art exists for exactly one purpose, which is breaking shields and grand formations. Tang Li shouted, "Son-in-law, run, that thing eats formations," and I had the boat 100 feet sideways before he finished the sentence. Zhang Jin hit his own wounded side and sent 7 or 8 streams of himself after the arm to make it faster. It caught us. and the third-rank high-grade defensive formation of the Xianxia spirit boat, which had eaten everything 4 Purple Mansion cultivators had thrown at it all afternoon, was broken for the first time in its life. Off, everyone off, now. I had Tang Yue over the rail before the curtain finished flickering. Tang Hao and the rest went a half-second later, in a heap, screaming. The boat cried out like an animal and fled into my dantian. And Jiang Jin, laughing with his mouth full of his own blood, ignored the 5 easy targets scattering in 5 directions and came after the 2 of us. 300 feet, then 150. Does being chased feel good? Stop, and I will make it quick. Little brat, I am 100 feet behind you. Are you ready? I was flying with one arm around Tang Yue and doing arithmetic on my fingers with the other hand. 30 to 40 li from the main fight. Tang Quan and the others scattered in the opposite direction. No divine sense on us except his. Private enough. Wife, I said, do you want to go a bit mad for once? She had her face against my chest at the time, and I felt her stop shaking. Then his great river ruler came in at the back of my head, and I turned around and put 5 Tiangang Divine Thunders into it and knocked a late-stage Purple Mansion Cultivator's artifact off course with a spell. That got his attention properly. Aside from that turtle shell of a boat, you actually have something. I have several things. If you are not afraid of me going mad, keep following. A dignified late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, afraid of a Foundation establishment brat, stand still and die. Chow was halfway through that sentence when I stopped running. I turned around in the air with a woman in my arm, and the panic went out of my face, and he saw it go, and I watched a 400-year-old man's expression change. What trick are you playing? I do not fall for tricks. Trick? I said. Do I need one? Then I said the thing I had been waiting 11 years to say to somebody who deserved it. Old dog, today you get to see clearly, and you get to die understanding. Spirit concealment technique. Disperse. And I snapped my fingers. There was a dull boom inside 1,000 feet of cloud. 6th layer of Foundation establishment. Jiangjin actually laughed. 9th layer middle stage to 6th? Wait, 6th from what? Is that all? What is the hurry? Watch. Snap. 7th. Snap. Lay hid this deep? Snap. 9th layer of Foundation establishment. Full aura, and the cloud went off the sky for 400 feet in every direction like a tablecloth pulled off a table, and his face went the color of ash, and stayed there, because he had just worked out that he was not chasing a boy. Nothing is impossible, old dog. Lei enjoyed chasing me. It would be rude not to return the favor. Do you know what it is like to cast a thunder technique at 1,000 feet with the seal off? I only have one word. Smooth. The thought arrives and the sky is already dark. A purple-red Tiangang Divine Thunder came down on him before he had finished reacting to the last one. A cripple with the realm and nothing behind it, I said. Today I kill a Purple Mansion cultivator to prove my primordial chaos art. Chow took the first one and turned to run. 2 more caught him leaving. Then I put Tang Yue down on a cloud with her 2 remaining 3rd-rank high-grade talismans in her hands and told her to tear them if it went wrong, and I went in. Chow threw out a puppet. 3rd-rank low-grade. A metal flying wolf with dark wings, worth about 100,000 stones, and roughly equal to an early-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, and I had never seen a puppet before in my life. I let 2 winged variegated tigers out of the bracelet and left them to argue with it. Then he did the desperate thing, which was to throw every talisman he had left. 6 3rd-rank low-grade and 1 middle-grade, all at once. 5 simultaneous attacks at early-stage Purple Mansion strength. I want to be honest about this part. My true strength that day was, at best, the 4th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. 5 of those together will injure a middle-stage cultivator. I put the overturning earth seal into 1. The purple smoke shield ate a 2nd. 6 heavenly thunderbolts, which I had bought at the fair 4 days earlier for no particular reason, took a 3rd, and then I was out. There were 2 left, an alligator snapping turtle tenjang across and a giant bear, and I was standing in the air with nothing in my hands, and for the first time since I arrived in this world, actual panic in my eyes. Jiangjin stopped running. Chow turned around to enjoy it. Little brat. Do you still have the guts to chase me? And a talisman came out of the cloud behind me, shining, thrown by a woman at the 4th layer of Foundation establishment who was supposed to be hiding. Husband Chen, do not panic. I have you. I caught it and tore it. A golden sword 50 jang long and 2 jang wide came out of the sky between heaven and earth, cut the turtle in half, and swept sideways and unmade the bear. Then, dimmed to a quarter of itself, it kept going and buried its point in Jiangjin's side. I love you to death, wife. Chow folded over and brought up something dark, because the pills holding his internal balance together had finally lost the argument. Tang Yue landed next to me looking confused. Husband, that is wrong. Those 2 talismans were overturning rivers and seas. There should have been waves. Why was it a sword? Did your father hand them to you? Yes. Then your father grabbed the wrong ones out of a pouch in a hurry, and it saved both our lives, and we are never going to mention it to him. One more thunderbolt turned a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator into charcoal. I flew over and collected 7 storage pouches before the pieces reached the trees. Tang Yue looked shaken, not by the fight, by the arithmetic. Chao was a senior at the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. And if I had captured him instead, what happens to the realm I have hidden for 11 years? And who reimburses my boat, and your talisman treasure, and your 2 talismans? Then, because she still looked pale, do not worry. When people ask, we know nothing. Nobody alive will believe that the 2 of us killed a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, even a crippled one. The pouches were an education. Number 1. Hundreds of low-grade smithing materials. Ores, wood, stones, earth. Tens of thousands of stones worth of junk that an old clan ancestor accumulates the way other men accumulate string. Kept. Number 2. I opened it and stopped breathing. A crystal the size of a fist, rhomboid, and the spiritual energy coming off it was not spirit stone energy, a spirit crystal. 100 low-grade stones make a middle, 100 middle make a high. And above high grade there is one more unit, and it is this, and one of them is worth 100 high-grade stones. A portable pocket-sized spirit stone mine, also in that pouch, 20 high-grade stones and 3,000 middle, which is another 500,000 low-grade. That one pouch was 1.5 million. Number 3, full of women's underthings. I set it on fire without comment. 400 years old. Number 4, travel junk. Burned. Number 5, ripe spirit medicines and fruit from the Huang family's own gardens, worth 70 or 80,000. Kept. Number 6, 7 artifacts pulled out of his dantian, 1 middle-grade flying sword and 6 high-grade, not one low-grade item on him. The man had taste. I gave the 2 flying swords to Tang Yue and kept the other 5. And I want that noted because 11 years earlier, I had told a woman sitting against a wall with nothing left that I would find her new trump cards. Lei lost a talisman treasure and a 3rd-rank high-grade talisman today, I said. 2 swords do not cover that. I will get you more. Lei already did, she said, and would not explain what she meant. Number 7 had 2 jade slips in it, which is the most boring possible contents, and I was reaching for a flame when she took the pouch out of my hands. The first slip was a cultivation technique nobody needed. She spent 100 breaths on the second one and then pushed it into my hands with both of hers. Divine ability. Void Spirit Thorn. A divine sense attack, which is the rarest category of divine ability there is, because you cannot block a divine sense attack with a shield, or an artifact, or a talisman, or a formation. Chao had only just got it, she said, with a very steady voice and completely unsteady hands. Chao had not learned it. If he had, he would have finished us with 2 of those before we ever saw the boat. I sat down on a cloud and thought about that for a while. We had won that fight through a stolen talisman, a wrong pouch, a lucky bracelet, and 400 years of one man's arrogance. Nobody ever tells you how much of it is that. Wolf Li broke first and ran, and the black-robed Han went with him, and Jiang Chen, left alone, called both of them fools while running faster than either. Tang Li paid Hong Ying and Xiahao 1,000,000 spirit stones and pills and talismans because he did not have the cash on him, apologized for it, and got a wave of the hand in return, and the 2 of them left having had a very good day. We were reunited an hour later in a sandy valley, and Tang Hao, who is the decent one of that family, asked about us before he asked about the pills. And Jiang Jin? Chao was a cripple who insisted on chasing us, I said, in the tone of a man describing a parking problem. To survive, we had to send him to the Western Paradise. It is a shame about the 2 third-rank high-grade talismans. Tang Yue and I had agreed the story on the flight over. Half true is always better. Chao died to 2 high-grade talismans and the Emperor's assistants. Nobody displayed any hidden realm. Nobody chased anybody for 4 li. Tong Li did not celebrate. The Huang family is a golden core immortal clan outside the 6 nations, he said. Lei too killed one of their ancestors today. When you travel, you will be careful. Imperial father. I thought about that before I did it. We had already offended them. If we had not killed him, we would simply be bullied by him next time. If the Huang family wants revenge, let them come. That was true, and it was also not the sort of thing you say to a man who has just seen what a golden core power can do. Somewhere over the 11th day of the flight home, I got up and went to stand next to him at the rail. Imperial father, I would like to borrow something. Anything. Whatever the Imperial family has. Wait, hear the request before you agree. I do not need to. Speak. I would like to borrow an ascension pill. Granted. It is only an ask. Then he turned around so fast the cloud wobbled. Here is why I asked. The treasure exchange basin copies pills up to 1 full major realm above me. At Foundation Establishment, that ceiling is 3rd rank high grade. An ascension pill is 4th rank, high grade, and to duplicate one, I would have to be at the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. which, with a dual route, a fourth-rank vein, and a mine, would take me several decades, possibly a century, on bad luck. 2.5 million spirit stones as a deposit, I said. A few decades at best, a century at worst, and it comes back to the Zhao imperial family intact. If I default, keep the money. Chao was quiet for a full stick of incense, and I let him be and went and looked at clouds, because I had just asked a man who had waited 100 years for that pill to hand it to somebody else for 100 more. I will lend it, he said at last, and I am waiving the deposit. Imperial father, without you there would not be 2 pills. There would not be 1. Keep your money. Lei are half a disciple of the Zhao royal family. I held that bottle in my hand, and I could see the whole thing laid out in front of me like a staircase with the lights coming on. Foundation establishment pill, purple rhythm pill, purple star pill, purple origin pill, ascension pill. Every single gate on the road from a mortal child to a golden core cultivator, and I now had a copy of all 5 of them, and a basin. I actually counted them off on my fingers standing on a cloud, and then I said out loud to nobody, I have just cleared the entire road to the golden core for my clan in advance. I am an incredibly good clan head. Nobody heard me. Which is probably for the best. 11 days later, we came down over the Zhao capital, and while everybody was being welcomed home, I got the feeling, I do not have a better word, something at the back of my head, low down, wrong. What is it? Said Tang Yue immediately because she notices. Nothing. I just feel like something bad has happened to me somewhere. Tang Li, who was walking ahead of us, stopped walking. Do not dismiss that. The higher a cultivator's realm, the more reliable that sense is. At Golden Core and above, men who have never studied divination still get out of the way of things. It usually means a relative or a close friend. Then he frowned. But you are only at Foundation Establishment. It should not work at all yet. Chao went off to think about that, and I stood in a palace courtyard doing an inventory of everyone I loved, and every name was on an island in the middle of a lake behind 3 third-rank formations in the Great Wilderness. 2 of my second generation came running out of a hall. Chen Kai and Chen Ru, who had been qi refining children when I left and who were now, both of them, at the first layer of Foundation Establishment, off nothing but the Imperial Palace feast and their own stubbornness. I gave them a low-grade artifact each, taken off 2 prodigies inside a painting, and told them to fetch their aunts. And then Tang Li offered to have my broken boat repaired, and I said it was too much trouble to bother a Golden Core ancestor, and he said the second ancestor had built the thing in the first place and it would take him a stick of incense. I got the Wangxi spirit boat back with the formation shining like new. I have never been so glad to be talked into anything. 5 days later, we came out of the Great Wilderness over the northwest shore of Xuanwu Lake, and the town was empty. 1,300 people, not one of them outside. Doors shut, no smoke. Chen Hao said, Big brother, your feeling was right. But the buildings were whole and the formation was up and there was no scarring on the ground, which meant this had not been a slaughter. It had been an evacuation. Here is what had happened. A young Foundation Establishment cultivator of the Z family of Yanyang Immortal City, some 20,000 li away, had been given a promotion task, kill 1 second-rank beast alone and become a family deacon. His name was Z Fan. Chao had been timid since childhood and had chosen the desk job specifically to avoid this exact situation, and then discovered the desk job had an entrance exam. Chao went into the Great Wilderness. Chao got lost. For 10 days and 10 nights he wandered in circles, avoiding beasts, and by the end of it, he had rubbed monster droppings into his own robes so nothing could smell him, and was hiding in a pile of rocks being genuinely sick from the smell of himself. I want to say something in his defense. When it came to navigation, Z-Fan was at about bronze level. When it came to staying alive, he was gold. Chao watched a second-rank high-grade green wolf drive off a second-rank low-grade rock python, and while he lay there, he had the single best idea of his life. A wounded python cannot stay in the deep wilderness. It will go to the outer edge to heal, so he followed the python. Chao killed it when it was too weak to argue, passing his exam, and he walked out of the forest behind it, passing his geography, straight onto the shore of Xuanwu Lake, where he saw a white horse running on the water. Chao hid. Chao watched. Chao noticed that its aura was not a monster's aura, but a spirit beast's, and he watched it fly 10 li and go through 3 layers of light and disappear into a small island. And then he sat on that shore for half a month. Chao saw qi refining children swimming. Chao saw 2 early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators come out for air. Chao never once saw anybody older because Jin Fen almost never leaves the house, and he concluded correctly that there was a very high-grade spiritual vein on that island, and catastrophically that it belonged to a small newly promoted Foundation Establishment family whose strongest asset was a horse. Chao missed one thing, from 10 li away, with no formation training at all. All 3 of the island's formations were 3rd rank. That single oversight destroyed his clan. Chao flew 20,000 li home in 3 days and knelt on the back mountain of the Z family compound. The Z family of Yanyang Immortal City had 3 Purple Mansion ancestors, over 20 Foundation establishment cultivators, and close to 1,000,000 ordinary clansmen. They were the largest power within 100,000 LE. 2 of the 3 ancestors were away traveling. The third, Xie Li, second layer of the Purple Mansion realm, came out of his cave, listened, promised the boy 100,000 spirit stones, and picked 9 core combatants, 11 people, on a folding fan artifact, half a day's flight. They stopped 10 li off Soaring Dragon Island, and Zili walked up and down the fan and said, "Something is wrong here. I cannot say what. My instinct says there is a problem with that island," which is the correct instinct, and which he then talked himself out of. Xidong, the clan head, 9th layer of Foundation establishment, went in to issue a challenge, and 5 Foundation establishment cultivators came out to meet him, all of them young. Second brother did the talking, polite, flat, gave nothing. Xidong asked to visit the island. Second brother said no. Xidong hit them. Chen Xuandao put up a high-grade artifact, and it came apart, and he coughed blood. And then Zidong's flying sword, a middle-grade spiritual artifact wielded by a 9th layer cultivator, went past all 4 of them at Chen Li, at my 7th sister, who was 9 years old when she fired 3 fireballs into a lake on my count, and who was 31 on that afternoon, and who was at the 2nd layer of Foundation establishment, and who could not stop that sword and knew it. Nobody could reach her. Second brother's 3 sons' sword was already knocked wide. Third brother was 30 feet too far away, and lightning came through the island's own protective formation from the inside. Chao dropped his head. The horn condensed a bolt of purple lightning in 1/10 of a breath. It hit a middle-grade spiritual artifact traveling at full speed and knocked it backwards out of the air. Then he slid in underneath my sister and picked her up. "Good boy," she said with her hand in his mane. "Big sister did not spoil you for nothing." Zidong saw a 2nd-rank high-grade spirit beast and stopped fighting entirely, which is correct because that is half a Purple Mansion cultivator with hooves. They got back inside the formations. And Zili came in over the water and in a foul temper put a 10 Zhang yellow palm print down on the island. That strike would rattle a 2nd-rank high-grade formation 3 times. The outermost of the 3 white curtains trembled slightly. A 3rd-rank formation. Then he saw the 2nd curtain behind it, and the 3rd. Chao knocked Zifan into Xuanwu Lake with the back of his hand and stood there listing, out loud, the things the boy had not mentioned. A 2nd-rank high-grade spirit beast, 5 young Foundation establishment cultivators, 3 3rd-rank island formations. Any family with a 2nd-rank high-grade spirit beast has a Purple Mansion ancestor behind it. That is not clever deduction. That is common knowledge. "Fish the idiot out," he said. "We are leaving. I am going home for my brothers. Then we come back and take this island apart to find out what it is actually hiding. 2 middle-stage Purple Mansion cultivators and 1 early stage, against my brothers and sisters." Second brother, who did not know any of the numbers, made the only correct decision available to him. Chao moved 1,300 ordinary Chen family members onto the island that same afternoon because, and I am quoting him, "Big brother is not going to come home and find one of them hurt." We arrived 4 days later. I heard the whole thing standing in the middle of a crowd of my own family, and the part that stuck was not the 3 ancestors. It was third brother saying, "If it had not been for lightning, 7th sister would have been killed by 1 sword." I opened 3 storage pouches and turned them over on the ground. Talismans, pills, and artifacts came out in a pile the size of a hay bale, all of it 2nd rank and above, and my brothers and sisters stood around a heap worth more than 1,000,000 spirit stones with their mouths open. 8th brother said, "I want to sleep on it. Do not try to stop me." "Take more," I said. "Take as much as you can carry. Then get out and search the shoreline in all 4 directions and find me the crack these people came through." Then I took Tang Yue to the northwest shore and put 7 or 8 2nd-rank formation plates over the town where the ordinary Chen family lived. That brought the shoreline up to nearly 10 plates. It turned a mortal village into something a Purple Mansion cultivator would need a bad afternoon to get into. "Lei are generous," she said, watching the lights go out one by one as they set. "The Chen family is going to be visible one day. When that day comes, everybody on this shore will be envied by people who can fly. I would rather buy the insurance now, while I think it is expensive." 5th brother found the crack in 6 hours, a pair of shallow footprints on the south side of a big tree 100 li down the lake. Chen Huo, who had spent 10 years alone with a formation inheritance, and who I had privately worried was going to turn into a hermit, stood in front of 18 Foundation establishment cultivators and read the ground like a detective. Foundation establishment cultivators do not leave footprints, not unless they stand in one place for a long time. Somebody had stood behind that tree, in the shade, on the south side, for hours, and the only thing worth watching from that spot is the water. And the only thing that had been in that water recently was lightning. Chao had reconstructed the entire chain from 2 dents in the dirt. I took him with me, and only him, 20,000 li through the deep great wilderness, for 3 reasons. Fewer people is safer where the beasts are 3rd rank. Chao had seen the enemy's faces, and he had spent a decade in a stone room studying formations by himself, which is a good way to become excellent and a bad way to become useful, and I wanted him to see a city. It took us 5 days. Sifan had needed 10 to do it the other way, lost, and I want to be fair to him about that. We did it in 5 because I have a divine sense cheat and a sword that goes through second-rank beasts in one swing. Somewhere around 3,000 li in, we came across a second-rank, high-grade centipede asleep in a clearing, 70 or 80 feet long, and I did not kill it because I wanted to see something. Whoa, are you frightened? Yes, I liked him for that immediately. But when I reach the late stage of Foundation establishment, I will not be. And if I told you to go and stab it right now, then I would stab it. And before I could tell him it was a rhetorical question, he had already jumped 100 feet and put his flying sword through one of its legs. I grabbed him by the collar and we ran for half an hour. I am not going to pretend I planned that. I said a thing and my brother did it, which is the most dangerous property a good subordinate can have, and I spent the rest of the trip being much more careful about my phrasing. Xianxia Immortal City is more than twice the size of floating snow. 3 Purple Mansion Immortal clans. Foundation establishment families beyond counting. Yaoyu Immortal City would not have qualified as a suburb. I clamped down to late-stage Foundation establishment, 1 layer above Huo, and put a veiled hat on both of us, because when you arrive somewhere new, you arrive small. Then I went to a restaurant, because if you want to know a city, you do not go to the archive. Go to the 2nd floor of the best place near the gate and you listen. The Tianxia garden was 3 stories, ground floor for Qi refining cultivators shouting, 2nd floor for Foundation establishment whispering behind sound formations. I tipped the girl at the door 2 middle-grade spirit stones and told her the 10 low-grade inside were hers, which was more than a month of her wages, and got a window table on the 2nd floor inside a minute. Then I closed my eyes and put out a Purple Mansion divine sense in a room full of people who thought their privacy screens worked. Table 1. 2 middle-aged cultivators, one of whom was a retained consecrator for the Z family, being needled by his friend. Lei always drink when you are nervous. Come on. What is going on with the Z family? A dozen Foundation establishment cultivators dispatched, an ancestor flying about. Did they find somebody's cave? A treasure? I genuinely do not know. It started when Zifan came running home. Then the clan head and the 3rd ancestor took people into the Great Wilderness. That is all I have. Great Wilderness, Sifan, Purple Mansion ancestor. 6 minutes into the city and I had the whole thing. Table 2 was 4 large men standing on their benches shouting inside a cheap sound formation. My divine sense went through like paper, and they were discussing something else entirely. The Wei family were holding a martial contest for a marriage. 2nd brother, are you seriously entering? The notice says under 60. I may have overstated my age when we swore brotherhood. I am 59. I qualify. Then from today, you are 4th brother, and I am 2nd. Which of the Wei girls are you after? Wei Ling, obviously. Yan Yang has a basket full of prodigies, and not one of them compares to the Wei family's Wei Ling. Lei are 59 and stuck in the early middle of Foundation establishment. She is 25 and about to break the 3rd layer. Lei are going to get hurt. It is a gauntlet. If I go on late enough, she will be tired. 2 facts, 1 lunch. The Wei family were one of the 3 Purple Mansion clans of Xianxia Immortal City, and the 3 Purple Mansion clans of Xianxia Immortal City were publicly, permanently, structurally at each other's throats. I put 6 more middle-grade stones in the girl's hands and took 2 superior rooms for 4 days. 2 days of quiet work gave me the shape of it. The C family were the strongest, with 3 Purple Mansion ancestors. The Wei family and the Lei family had 2 each, early stage, and survived by never letting daylight between them, which is a triangle with a long side, and every long side has a hinge. Big brother, said Huo on the 2nd night, having spent 48 hours with a frown on. 3 Purple Mansion ancestors. Do you actually have a way to deal with them? If there is no way, we make one. Get your hat. And I took him to a marriage tournament. The central arena of Xianxia Immortal City is 1,000 zhang across, and the space around it holds 100,000 people, and on that afternoon it was full, because the most beautiful woman in the city was auctioning off her own hand under martial rules. Wei Ling came down out of the sky on a red silk ribbon in red from head to boots, and set out her terms in about 9 seconds flat. Under 60, anybody, any realm, even Qi refining. Whoever first wounds her seriously or forces her to concede wins, and the winner may choose between becoming her Tao companion and 100,000 spirit stones. That second clause told me everything I needed to know about her, and about half the crowd worked it out at the same time I did. Old Jin, she is barely in her 20s and a prodigy among prodigies. Is it not early for this? Old Gu, do you really think that girl is lovesick? Her temper is stronger than most men's and she loves to fight. This is not a marriage contest. This is her getting a look at every talent in Yangyang in one afternoon and being allowed to hit all of them. Nobody wanted to go first. The awkwardness got so bad that a rogue cultivator called Lu Feng went up out of pure kindness, and she thanked him for it and then took him apart in about 40 seconds because he was 58 at the first layer and his best weapon was a high-grade magical artifact. The second was Ye Rujing of the Ye family, who had spent 10 years perfecting a spell called the Full Moon Ice Blade and had once beaten an uncle with it. She looked at it and said out loud so the front row could hear, "The attack power barely reaches the peak of the first layer. Acceptable." Then she flicked her ribbon and it stopped existing, and Ye Rujing stood there in a state I recognized, because it is not the losing that does it, it is the ease. After that, the first layer boys all found something to look at on the floor. 4 were left, and all 4 were from the Z family and the Lei family, and the Wei family sent out a cousin to taunt them into the ring, which worked because it always works. Z Wei went up. Top 5 in the city, second layer late stage, and a specialist in short-range evasion who had cultivated the Rui Bagua Wandering Dragon steps to something close to perfection. Chao dodged her opening sweep and then, because he was that kind of man, he made a point of sniffing the ribbon as it went past and grinning about it. I watched her opinion of him drop through the floor of the arena, and I made a note that whatever happened next, she was not marrying that. Then he opened the Dragon Vein True Body, which is a body cultivation art, first layer, and body cultivators of the same realm hit like monsters, and the whole crowd started making noise because body cultivators are almost extinct, so she spent her reserves. She had a middle-grade spiritual artifact, a red curved saber, and at her realm she could throw it maybe 5 times before she was empty, and she had already fought twice. 3 throws left, and she used 2 of them, and the second one went through his shield, through his spell, and through the Dragon Vein True Body into his thigh. If you had refined a middle-grade artifact, she told him, giving him a way to walk off with his face on, or forged your body a little harder, I would not have won today. Not being able to block it means not being able to block it, he said. I do not need your pity. And that is when Zi Chen, first genius of the Z family, third layer middle stage, who had been standing at the front doing nothing all afternoon, jumped onto the platform. 2/10 of her true essence left, and here came the strongest man in the field. 100,000 people cursed him at once. And Chen Huo, who has said perhaps 400 words in my presence in 30 years, said quite clearly, a despicable act, the shame of our generation. Ji Chen heard him. Chao came off the platform like a dog off a chain into the front row at a man in a bamboo hat 2 whole realms below him. Was that you? Lei, hiding your face under a hat? So what if it was? Was I wrong? Lei did not let her recover. Lei went up while her true essence was gone. That is not the conduct of a cultivator. Lei have just barely reached Foundation establishment. Who gave you the nerve? Lei. Unconvinced? Then come up. And here is the deal. While you are standing on that platform, she can rest as long as she likes. So if you cannot last 1 breath, she gets less than 1 breath. Huo turned around and looked at me. That is the part that matters, actually. 2 realms down, publicly baited, 100,000 people watching, and he turned around and asked permission. Go, I said. Do not panic. Big Brother is watching from down here. I will not bully you, Zi Chen announced. Take 3 of my sword intents without being wounded, and I will jump off this platform and go home. 3 sword intents. All right, bring them. Chao threw a low-grade spiritual artifact flying sword, carelessly, and even carelessly there was sword intent wrapped around it, and 9/10 of the first layer cultivators watching changed expression. Chen Huo's hands moved faster than the eye could follow and condensed something red and blue and square in the air. Battle formation technique, water and fire array. I did not know what that was. I want to be extremely clear about that. My own brother put out a technique I had never seen in front of 100,000 people, and I was as surprised as they were. The sword hit the seal, and the seal swallowed it. Whole. The flying sword went inside a red and blue square and started crashing around in there like a wasp in a glass and could not get out. What is that? Said Zi Chen in a completely different voice. It is a new spell. I made it by fusing the fireball technique, the water arrow technique, and a first-rank high-grade binding formation. I call it the water and fire array technique. Made it. At the first layer of Foundation establishment, in a stone room, on an island, alone, for 10 years, out of 3 things any child can learn. The crowd exploded. Wei Ling, sitting cross-legged at the edge of the platform pretending to meditate, forgot to pretend. Nonsense, Xichen said, because that is what people say. Nobody creates a spell at Foundation establishment. Lei are using an inheritance and lying about it. Believe it or do not, rise. And the seal, with the sword still inside it, floated down off the platform and stopped in front of me. I understood him instantly, which is one of the few times in my life I have been proud of my reflexes and not my brain. I put one finger through the seal and snapped the connection between the artifact and its owner, and then I put the sword in my pouch. Xichen went down on the stones, holding his head, and screamed. Severing a wisp of divine sense is not as bad as losing part of your soul. It is close enough that most people cannot tell the difference at the time. An hour earlier, nobody in that city had known Chen Huo existed. Chao had now beaten the second-ranked prodigy of Xianxia Immortal City in one move, and dozens of divine senses swept across him at once, like torches turning. And then a Z family elder came onto the platform. Z Long, 8th layer of Foundation Establishment, 7 realms above my brother. Lei deliberately harmed our prodigy. It was a spar. Chao was not as good. Those are the rules. Huo slapped his pouch and came up with a fistful of second-rank talismans, quietly, which is exactly what I had taught him and which Zilong saw and correctly interpreted, so instead of hitting him, he stood in his way. 5th brother, I called up. Stop talking to him. A win is a win. If they cannot take it, we do not play with them. Come down. Did you hear him? Move. Lei dare shout at me? If you do not move, you die. Which was when a young man in a white robe and a black hat arrived on the platform without anybody seeing him cross the space. Another first layer? Do you know who I am? I am an elder of the Z family, at the 8th layer of Foundation Establishment. I could crush you between 2 fingers. Move or do not. That did it. Not the threat. The indifference. There is nothing on this earth that offends a powerful man like being uninteresting. Fine. A death match. Here. Now. Do you dare? I put my head down and thought about it for a moment because I wanted him to see me think about it. Are you certain you want a death match? If you are afraid, say so. And then quietly, by divine sense, so nobody else could hear. And if you refuse, I have a dozen ways to make sure you never leave Xianxia Immortal City. Then sign. Chao stared at me. I conjured brush, ink, paper, and stone out of my pouch, wrote 8 characters, life and death contract, fate decides, signed my name, and threw it at him. Hurry up. I have things to do after this. Chao signed it in 4 strokes and stepped back into my path with his chest out. I want to note the state of that marriage tournament at this point. 3 matches in, it had turned into a sparring exhibition, and then into a death match. And the woman whose wedding it was supposed to be was sitting on the edge of the platform with her chin in her hands, recovered from 2/10 to 5/10, watching, on the correct assumption that the 2 men in hats were, whatever else was happening, on her side, 100 jang apart, Long standing with his hands behind his back like a portrait. 1 sword, I said quietly. What? I said, killing you would only take 1 sword. Chao was starting to laugh. There was a flash of cold light, and then he heard the sword cry, and by the time he heard it, his right arm was already off at the shoulder. Whoa, go. We were a li out of the city before the screaming properly started. Big brother, Huo said in the room afterwards while I poured tea. You could have killed him. Why only the arm? Because the C family have 3 Purple Mansion ancestors, 20-odd Foundation Establishment cultivators, and 100 years of favors owed to them. Taking his arm means Zilong personally comes after us with a gang. Killing him in front of tens of thousands of people means the whole clan does. But the contract is paper. Who honors that? If it were a heart demon oath, that would be different. Chao thought about that for a while. Then he apologized, on his own, unprompted, for letting Zichen get to him, and I told him that reading 10,000 books is not worth traveling 10,000 li and that he was going to be fine. Then I took him to the Wei family compound. Big brother, why are we here? What is the relationship between the Wei family and the Z family? Hostile. And ours? Also hostile. Then congratulations, you understand politics. We went in with our faces uncovered because we were asking for something. Wei Bo, clan head, 9th layer of Foundation Establishment, called us young fellow Taoists because we looked about 12 to him, and my first sentence turned him green. I have heard the 3 Purple Mansion clans of Xianxia Immortal City do not get along. Is that true? If the young fellow Taoist has nothing else, the door is behind you. I have since learned that the fastest way to insult the Wei family and the Lei family is to compare either of them to the Z family. It is the local version of asking after somebody's ex. We are here to help you. Hear us out and then throw us out. Lei, help us. So I let Huo do it. Chao asked a 9th layer Foundation Establishment cultivator, politely, for guidance. Weibo was so bewildered that he agreed and put out a reverse flow finger at 50%, which at his level will bruise a 5th or 6th layer cultivator, and which he clearly considered a piece of charity. Battle formation technique, Void Realm Array. A transparent square barrier came out of a 1st layer cultivator's hands and wore the finger away to nothing. Weibo sat down. A heaven-sent prodigy. To be direct, I said. My brother and I have a grudge against the Z family, and you are on the other side of them. The enemy of my enemy. That is the whole visit. Chao was kind about it, which I appreciated. Chao explained gently that impressive as this was, two young men were not going to be much use against three Purple Mansion ancestors. Then introduce us to your two Purple Mansion ancestors. And Weibo went red, and admitted to two strangers that he was the clan head of a Purple Mansion immortal clan and had no idea whether his own ancestors were currently inside the building. That is what 300 years of being squeezed does to a family. It was Huo who found the way in by simply asking the follow-up question, is there truly no way to contact them? And Weibo's face lit up and he said, my daughter, they dote on her. She came in through the door like a thrown torch, took off her veil, and got about halfway through saying hello before Huo put his bamboo hat back on. Oh, Lei are the two from the arena. Then she rounded on her father and started explaining at speed that the polite young man had defeated the second genius of Xianxia Immortal City in one move with a self-created spell, and that the other one had removed Si Long's arm with a single strike from 100 zhang. Weibo looked at me again with a completely different face, and I could hear him revising every sentence he had said in the last 10 minutes. She had contact methods for both ancestors. They were 4 days away. We stayed at the Wei compound while they came back. That was, and I say this having killed several Purple Mansion cultivators, the single worst decision of my adult life. On day 1, Wei Ling dragged Chen Huo into 10 sparring matches. She lost all 10. She came back the next morning for more. By the end of day 2, they had fought several dozen times. The Tenli Wei compound looked like something had nested in it, and my brother, who is the most patient man alive, took a pill and locked himself in a room and claimed he was attempting a breakthrough. Then she turned around and looked at me. I put my tea down. Master Chen. Thank you, Master Chen. You are so kind. I have not said anything yet. I have decided you are going to be my master. I want to be your disciple. I will follow you for the rest of my life and cultivate. Lei are 3 years younger than me. Father says in the cultivation world, the capable come first. I tried 3 separate exits and she blocked all of them, so I did the thing you do with somebody who will not take no. I set an impossible price. 3 conditions. Do all 3, and I will consider taking a first disciple. Name them. 1. When the war with the Z family comes, kill 1 middle stage foundation establishment cultivator of the Z family, or 3 early stage. Any method. No restrictions. That is not difficult. 2. Lei are at the 2nd layer. Break through to the 4th within 3 years. Honestly, no forcing, no shortcuts, solid foundation. And there the confidence went out of her, because breaking 2 layers of foundation establishment in 3 years is not a matter of effort. When I was just over 20, I said, I was at middle stage foundation establishment. If you want me as a master, you cannot be too far behind, which was intended to end the conversation and instead lit her on fire. 3 years, I will do it. 3. One day, break through 30% of my defense. Only 30? Only. Would you like to try now? I drew a small shield of golden true essence in the air with one hand and did nothing else. Her full power ribbon strike, which would make a 4th layer cultivator take it seriously, made a ripple. Her middle grade saber, with a 5th of her total true essence behind it, chipped one corner. Master, look, I did it. Do you know how much strength I used to make that shield? How much? Under 10%. She went white. If you used all of it, she said, very carefully, what realm would that be? I did not answer that. I asked her a question instead. What layer of the Purple Mansion realm are your family's 2 ancestors at? And that was the answer. I should not have told her. I am aware of that. But the 2 ancestors were coming back in 2 days, and I could not ally with Purple Mansion cultivators from behind a mask, and a secret that is going to be spent on Tuesday is not a secret on Monday. 10% of me was middle stage foundation establishment. 30 was late stage. 50 was the 1st layer of the Purple Mansion realm. At 70 or 80, her family's 2 ancestors could not take me one at a time. I did not tell her what 100 was. She stood there and had the worst 4 minutes of her life. And then she said, since there is spiritual energy in this world that lets people climb into the sky, what is actually impossible? Which is, I think, the single best thing anybody has ever said to me while losing. I am not the strongest young cultivator in the world either, I told her. Not close. Somewhere out there are people with better fortune, better inheritances, and better luck than me, and one of them is going to arrive in my life without warning. Do not be a frog in a well. I meant it as advice. I was also saying it to myself, and I have said it to myself many times since. She left at a run, shouting back over her shoulder that from that day I was her master whether I acknowledged it or not, which is not how any of this works and which I never managed to correct. Then I spent the next month teaching myself how to kill a purple mansion cultivator, the void spirit thorn, 9 layers, each one stronger than the last. The 9th is supposed to let you kill across major realms with a thought. It is a divine sense secret art, and the entry requirement is not talent in general. It is soul strength specifically. The stronger your soul, the faster it takes. I had 2 souls fused into one body by a dragon. 5 days for the first layer. Cultivators with ordinary aptitude spend years failing to get started. That layer alone put my divine sense up by more than 2/10 to over 4,000 zhong, which is the perception of a 4th layer purple mansion cultivator. The second layer took 20 more days and broke through about an hour after Huo came out of his fake seclusion. 50 to 60% up, total, divine sense at the 5th layer of the purple mansion realm, which meant that with the thorn I could stand in front of a middle stage purple mansion ancestor of the Z family and not be at a disadvantage. And if he judged me by my face and my apparent realm, which he would, that was better than not being at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the Wei ancestors came home. Wei Long, 3rd layer, red-faced, cheerful, and completely unstoppable in conversation. Wei Feng, his younger brother, black-faced and silent. Wei Long spent the first 6 minutes of our alliance meeting complimenting me so aggressively that his own clan head had to interrupt him twice. It was Wei Feng, the quiet one, who put the actual plan on the table. The autumn hunt is next month, every 20 years, the largest gathering within 100,000 li of Xianxia Immortal City. Every force with foundation establishment cultivators must send them and must pay in spirit stones, or pay double, and watch. Over 100 forces paying in. Nearly 2 million spirit stones in the pot, and the top 10 split it, and it is jointly presided over by the 3 Purple Mansion clans, which means that on one morning every 20 years, all 7 Purple Mansion cultivators in that city stand together in an open field outside the walls, in daylight, expecting nothing. 1 month, said Tang Yue's voice in my memory, and I said out loud, 1 month is fine, because the Z family were not going to move on my island until after the autumn hunt. Nobody walks away from 2 million spirit stones. The Wei ancestors handled the Lei family. 2 more Purple Mansion cultivators, Lei Jin and Lei Hu, who joined because 300 years of being squeezed had left them with nothing to lose. 4 Purple Mansion cultivators, plus me, and Chen Huo and Wei Ling and I had exactly 1 assignment for the whole month, which was to be entered in the autumn hunt as Wei family competitors. We were going to hit the Z family, and we were going to take their prize money on the way past. The rules of the autumn hunt are cruel and extremely effective. 10 second-rank middle-grade monsters are captured, marked, and hidden inside 100 li of the outer Great Wilderness. Nearly 500 Foundation establishment cultivators go in after them. First one out with a marked beast takes 1 million spirit stones. Second takes 300,000. Third takes 100,000. The remaining 7 split 600,000. Purple Mansion cultivators may not enter. There are no other restrictions. Lei may team up. Lei may use pills and talismans. Lei may kill each other. Autumn hunt. What is being hunted is not entirely beasts. 500 people went in at a dead sprint. Master, shall we go? What is the hurry? The people who rush in first might come first. They might also be the cannon fodder. I waited until the late-stage cultivators, the ones with patience and real strength, started to move, and then I strolled in behind them, because in a 100 li box with 500 armed people in it, the danger is never the animals. Then I found all 3 of my beasts in half an hour, because my divine sense was at the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, and the organizers had hidden them like men hiding things from Foundation establishment cultivators. Number 1 was a green-skinned stonefish at the bottom of the only stream in that stretch of forest. It came up spitting several hundred water arrows, each one worth a full power strike from a peak chi refining cultivator, and Wei Ling shrank behind me. The great river ruler broke every one of them, and a thunderbolt cooked it where it swam. Both of you go and pick it up, I said. That is 1 million spirit stones. Number 2 was a black crocodile buried in a mud swamp. Number 3 was a flying beast in a hollow at the top of a 100 zhang tree behind 3 separate key concealment formations, and when we pulled it out, Huo said with real professional appreciation, "The difficulty is low, the hiding is outrageous. Which of those old men thought of this?" Half an hour, 3 marked beasts, 1,400,000 spirit stones. At one point, 5 C family late-stage cultivators passed within 1100 zhong, and Wei Ling wanted to take them. No, not these. If we ambush a C family group now, 3 Purple Mansion ancestors spend tonight getting ready. We went out of that forest 35 minutes after we went in. Outside, 7 Purple Mansion cultivators had spent the intervening half hour getting themselves into an argument. Wei Long, who I had by then identified as the most dangerous man on our side precisely because he never stopped talking, had proposed a wager to break the silence. Zili accepted it for all three of the Z ancestors before the Lei family could get a word in. One middle-grade spiritual artifact each. Winner takes both families' stakes. Bet on whose family takes first place in the autumn hunt. 7 heart demon oaths, sworn on the spot because Wei Long is a professional. Half a stick of incense later, 3 young figures came out of the tree line in single file. Half an hour, somebody shouted. Did they give up? Wei Ling does not give up. 10 target beasts, all second-rank middle grade. Of course a girl at the first layers of Foundation establishment ran out early. Be reasonable. How dare you insult my goddess? I challenge you to a duel. Fine, who is afraid of you? Wei Long, who had immense faith in me and had also just bet 3 artifacts on it, went slightly gray. Lei Jin said, fellow Taoist Long, is this the young friend you have been praising? I think you owe us brothers an explanation. Xie Li started laughing, and Wei Ling walked up to the 7 strongest cultivators in Xianxia Immortal City, upended her pouch, and dropped a dead stone fish on the grass. We hunted a target beast. Has anybody handed one in before me? No, said Wei Long on reflex. Then we are first. Zili's face came apart in stages. In half an hour? I hid that thing myself. That is a second-rank middle grade. I demand a check for cheating. Fellow Taoist Z, said Wei Feng in the voice of a man who has been waiting 3 centuries for this exact conversation. We all swore heart demon oaths. Please have some self-respect. Xianxia, the strongest of the 3 brothers, threw 3 middle-grade artifacts on the ground and said the Shi family could afford to lose. Wei Long put 2 of them straight into his pouch without looking. Then Lei Jin offered up the Lei family's 2, as agreed, and Wei Long pushed the Lei family's artifacts back into their owner's arms and tucked the 3rd C artifact in with them. Everybody in Yan'Yang knows the Wei and Lei families are friends. How could I take yours? As for this one, thank fellow Taoist Yang, consider it a gift from him to you. Lei Jin, absolutely deadpan, cupped his hands at Xie Yang. Thank you for the gift, fellow Taoist Shi. No, need to thank me. Then Wei Ling asked very reasonably about her 1,000,000 spirit stones, and Zi Li said, wait. Meaning what? Meaning nothing. Only that the hunt has just begun, 9 places are undecided, and it seems hasty to hand out the first prize now. I believe the rules of this autumn hunt should be changed. Wei Long looked at him for a long moment. This is the funniest joke I've heard in some years. In every previous hunt, when the Z family took first, which time did you not rush to collect early? And now that it is our turn, suddenly it is hasty. Precisely because of those past occasions, I feel the practice is inappropriate. Lei are truly not allowing it. Not allowed. And Zi Yang and Zi Feng stood behind their brother with their arms folded, wearing the specific expression of men who have 2 middle-stage purple mansion cultivators on their side and know exactly what that is worth. Since you insist, said Wei Long, and struck him in the chest with an open palm, mid-sentence, without any change in his voice at all. Then die. Wei Feng's palm was about a quarter second behind his brother's. Xie Li went backwards 40 feet spitting. Lei Jin and Lei Hu were slower because they had spent the last month being reluctant, but 2 palms out of nowhere still put Si Feng 10 steps back. And Xie Yang, 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, the strongest cultivator in Yan'Yang Immortal City, turned to counterattack with his brothers wounded on either side of him, and a flying sword came through the void about 10 feet in front of his face and went straight through his chest. Who? He said. Are you again? I want to be fair to him. Given 10 feet of warning and a surprise attack from an angle he had no reason to watch, there was nothing else he could have done. I put the Wind Whisper sword back in my hand and pulled the beast skin mask off. Lei do not know me. But fellow Taoist Xie Li does. Huo, show him your face. The sound my brother's mask made coming off was the loudest thing in that field. Old dog Z, do you remember me? Xie Li, halfway out of the mud, stared at him. Lei, the island. Lei are from that little island. How is this possible? How could you possibly be here? Meanwhile, Xie Yang had got up, with a hole through his chest, casually, the way a man stands up after tripping over a step, because a penetrating wound to the right side of the chest is not fatal to a Purple Mansion cultivator, and I had known that when I threw it. Hehehe, young man, do you genuinely think a sneak attack and a sharp artifact can kill a middle-stage Purple Mansion cultivator? If so, the Purple Mansion realm is very cheap. Of course not, I said. That was an appetizer. And I watched a very old and very confident man's face change because I had not reacted, and by now I knew exactly what not reacting does to men like that. My Chen family lived quietly in the Great Wilderness for decades, I said, and I let the concealment come up to the 9th layer of Foundation establishment while I said it, which is not the truth but which was quite enough. Lei insisted on provoking us. Lei nearly killed my 7th sister. If I let that go, what kind of man would I be? A mere late-stage Foundation establishment, said Xi Yang. Lei truly do have some tricks. And what have you got left? I learned a new spell recently. I would value your professional opinion. Everybody slowed down, even the Wei and Lei ancestors, who were mid-swing. That is what that sentence does. A mere foundation establishment cultivator, no matter how gifted, should not be so arrogant. This fellow Taoist is not for you too. Enough talking. I closed my eyes. Divine ability, void spirit thorn. There is nothing to see, that is the entire point of it. No light, no sound, no gesture worth watching. An invisible thorn went into a fifth layer Purple Mansion cultivator's divine sense, and he froze exactly where he stood, with his mouth still open. Then a swordlight swept across and his head went up into the sky. The strongest cultivator of Xianxia Immortal City, dead, in a field, in front of tens of thousands of people, in roughly a dozen breaths from Wei Long's first palm. Who? Somebody in the crowd was shouting. Who can tell me what just happened? A Z family Purple Mansion ancestor, killed instantly by a young late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The world has gone mad. Zieli and Zifeng were both screaming their brother's name, and I had to shout at my own allies to get them moving because the four of them were standing there staring, and because I had just burned most of what I had and could feel my divine sense sitting on the floor of my skull. What are you standing there for? Kill them. The two surviving Z ancestors looked at each other and did the arithmetic and ran. Which was the correct decision and which they were absolutely hated for, on both sides, forever. Wei Long and the other three chased them and could not catch them, and I called them back. A Purple Mansion cultivator running for his life is faster than a Purple Mansion cultivator chasing a grudge. Also, I had just swallowed a purple rhythm pill and did not want them out of my sight. Then I got on the Wind Whisper sword and went up 100 zhang in the open, in daylight, holding a head, and I told the world about the Chen family. I announced to all under heaven, I am Chen Wei, clan head of the Chen family, immortal clan of the Great Wilderness. I came 20,000 Lai because the Z family coveted my clan's territory and tried to take Soaring Dragon Island, which my family relies on to live. My family does live in the Great Wilderness, on its outer edge to be precise. Any fellow Taoist willing to make that crossing as a guest will be received with sincerity, and anyone who comes with other intentions, I threw the head out over the field, will end like this. Purple-red heavenly lightning turned it into ash in midair in front of tens of thousands of witnesses. 30 years of hiding, over. Not because I was discovered, because I chose the moment, and the moment I chose was the one where I was standing over the body of the strongest man in the province. It worked exactly as intended. The Z brothers would spread the news about the spiritual vein on my island the moment they got home, and every single person who heard it would also hear the other half of the sentence, which was that the owner of that island had killed a middle-stage Purple Mansion cultivator on his first day out of the forest and was, by the look of him, about 30 years old. Even a golden core power thinks twice about a 30-year-old like that. Not out of fear of what he is, out of fear of what he is going to be. While the ash was still coming down, the tree line rustled, and Zidong walked out of the forest with Zichen and Ziwei, holding up a beast they had caught, shouting, "Ancestors, look what we—" Then he stopped, because there were no ancestors. "Something is wrong," he said. "Everybody be careful." Lei Hu, who had the lowest cultivation of the four and had therefore had the worst 300 years, went first and did all three of them in one pass, and it took about as long as reading this sentence. Wei Long calmed the crowd down with about 4 sentences, because 100,000 people had just watched a power structure change and needed to be told very quickly whether it was their problem. It was not. The autumn hunt continued as scheduled. I handed over my other 2 beasts, told them to collect on my behalf, and went back to the compound to sit down, because a divine sense attack that kills a Purple Mansion cultivator costs about what you would expect. It took the Wei and Lei families 3 days to finish. They killed every Z family cultivator in the hunt and then raided 4 of their strongholds, and Wei Long's estimate afterwards was that the Z family would not recover inside 300 years. When they finally came to see me, they were carrying a bulging pouch and apologizing for being late. 700,000 spirit stones, my split of the prize. And when I got out Jie Yang's storage pouches to divide those as well, all 4 of them backed away from me with their hands up like men declining a second helping. No. Those you earned alone. How could we take a share? They had just looted 4 strongholds of the richest clan in the province in 3 days. They were too embarrassed to split a corpse with me. Huo and I opened those pouches in the courtyard like children. 6 pouches. Chao picked 3 on the theory that the flatter ones hold the good things. Number 1 was completely empty, not a hair in it. Huo turned it upside down twice and then burned it on principle, and I let him. Number 2 had 3 jade vials. a 3rd rank low-grade healing pill, a 3rd rank low-grade marrow cleansing pill, and a 3rd rank middle-grade advancement pill. None of them duplicates of anything I already had, all of them inside what the basin could copy. I put those away without asking how many were in each bottle. Number 3 was jade slips, clothes, meditation cushions, tables and chairs. A purple mansion ancestor's junk drawer. 2 out of 3 useless, said Huo bitterly. Watch. I took the fattest of my 3 and tipped it over. A hill of middle and low-grade spirit stones came out and filled the courtyard to a height of 20 jang. How many is that? Just over 1 million. Mostly middle and low, only about a dozen high-grade. Do not be impressed by volume. The second held over 300 bundles of talismans, 100 sheets to a bundle. 30,000 talismans, mostly 1st and 2nd rank with half a bundle at 3rd. Even valuing all of them as 2nd rank low grade, that is several million spirit stones. It was the entire accumulated talisman reserve of the Z family, going back generations, and Xiang had been carrying it because somebody in that clan had decided the strongest brother should hold the war chest. I gave Huo 10 3rd rank talismans out of it. If you are ever in real trouble, tear 1. Anything below Purple Mansion, you walk out. And the last pouch was 8 artifacts, 6 low-grade spiritual artifacts, 2 middle-grade, plus the 2 high-grade ones I had already taken out of his Dantian. Which, for a family that had 18 foundation establishment cultivators using magical artifacts because I had never been able to buy enough spiritual ones, was the most useful thing in the entire haul. The Z family locked themselves in their compound behind a 3rd rank middle grade defensive formation that was, honestly, better than mine, and would not come out. We could not get in. They could not come out. 5 purple mansion cultivators stood outside a wall for 6 days looking foolish. So we negotiated for 3 days and 3 nights and settled on 1 million spirit stones in compensation and a 50-year truce, sealed with heart demon oaths on both sides. 50 years from now, Xianxia Immortal City is going to have an interesting decade. That is not my problem. That is a problem for a version of me who has a golden core. A 1/3 of that million came to me and my brother, and in the fighting that started the moment Xieyang's head left his shoulders, Wei Ling, 2nd layer of Foundation Establishment, wounded herself badly enough to be carried off the field and killed 3 early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators of the Z family. 3, not 1, 3. She had done the first condition in an afternoon, and she had done it the hard way on purpose because the easy version would not have counted for her. When we left, both clans came to the gate. Both Purple Mansion ancestors of the Wei family, both of the Lei family, the clan head, the elders, and a few hundred people who had no business being there. Wei Long held on to my arm and would not let go, and the reluctance on his face was not manners, because Xianxia Immortal City had spent 300 years being told what it was allowed to have, and had, in 1 month, become a city with 2 ruling families instead of 1, and every elder standing at that gate had felt their monthly stipend change. They gave us tokens, plain white jade with 1 character on them. Chen, Grand Guest Elder for me, Guest Elder for Huo, of both clans. Emotionally, Wei Long said, you are benefactors of both our families. Rationally, you are the 2 most extraordinary talents either of us has met in 500 years, and we would like to be tied to you before somebody else is. Chao said the second part out loud, which I respected enormously, because tokens are not gratitude. Tokens are a bet on what a 30-year-old is going to be in a century. Everybody in this world makes that bet eventually. Very few of them say so at the gate. I did not fly home through the great wilderness. I went around it, the long way, like the Z family had, because I had spent 30 years being fast and I no longer needed to be. A day out from the lake, I stopped over a boulder on the northwest shore. 5th brother, go and bring everybody here. Then I put my palm through the boulder and started cutting. Half a stick of incense later, there were 8 stone tablets on that shore, 3 jang high and 7 chai thick, and I was carving the last stroke of the last one with the tip of the Wind Whisper sword when the lights came in over the water. 16 people and 1 horse, everybody on the island who could fight. 2 to a tablet, I said. 100 li out from Xuanwu Lake, east, south, west, north, and the 4 corners between. Big brother, what is on them? I stepped aside so they could read it. Lin family ahead, all comers stop. Nobody said anything for a while. Then they picked them up. Lei want to know what a family looks like at the moment it stops hiding. It looks like 15 people and a unicorn carrying 8 rocks in 8 directions and not one of them making a joke. Then I took Tang Yue up over the island and threw the void sky mirror into the sky above it. Damaged, spirit stolen, half broken, and it still put out 10,000 golden rays and lit up 30 li of lake, and every demonic cultivator within 100,000 li who had been considering a visit had, from that night, one very obvious reason not to. For half a year after that, we were a story. The headlines, and I am quoting the ones people actually repeated. A Foundation establishment prodigy killed a Purple Mansion ancestor in front of 10,000 cultivators. A family has built its seat inside the Great Wilderness. Great Wilderness Chen family, prodigy without equal. Dozens of invitation cards arrived. To have the face to send one, a power needs at least a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator holding it together, so dozens is a large number. Hundreds more watched from a distance. I spent that half year clearing the wilderness for 300 li around the lake, personally, thoroughly, and with a level of pettiness I am not going to apologize for. If it could make a noise, it was captured or killed. If it laid an egg, I shook the egg. If a beast had a remarkable bloodline, it was cooked and eaten on the spot. By the end of it, anything still living within 300 li of Xuanwu Lake was either a herbivore or too stupid to leave. I also learned the myriad manifestation spirit eyes, which Pan Hai had handed over at a marriage tournament 10 years earlier, and which I had been too busy to open. Half a year got it to minor achievement, close to major. It sees through illusions, and it sees through concealment up to 4 or 5 realms above the user. And because it lives in the same broad family of techniques as the Void Spirit Thorn, learning one sharpened the other. The Thorn got stronger and cheaper at the same time, and the two of them together added more than 10% to everything I could do. I was sitting in the middle of that when one of the 8 stone tablets was touched. Somebody had pressed a finger into the stone hard enough to leave a hole, out of pure spite, on the way past. Which I felt because Chen Huo had drawn a small formation into every one of those tablets, and I had carved them myself, and they were never ordinary rock. I went out alone, over the tree line, absolutely furious. In 6 months, not one person had been stupid enough to damage a tablet. And 180 li out, I found the party responsible and had to stop in midair. 10 young cultivators. And in front of them, in feathered rainbow robes, the 5th princess of the Zhao Immortal Kingdom, Tang Lan, who was, at that exact moment, explaining to a young man named Qin Hao that he should not punch the stone tablet because the family behind it had killed a Purple Mansion cultivator 6 months ago. Qin Hao did not believe her. Then he waited until nobody was looking and put his finger through the stone anyway. Small man. Small hands. They were going to the immortal cave of a dead golden core master, which had been auctioned in 10 shares and which I had personally declined to bid on when I was 15 years old. Tang Lan had studied the map at length, established that the destination was inside the territory of the newly famous Great Wilderness Chen family, and decided that since she would be passing anyway, there was no need to waste a talisman on notifying the 10th shareholder, who was me. I had been given that share for free 10 years earlier at midnight by her. So the location of the cave, which had cost my family 3,000 lives, was 100 li from my front door, and a group of strangers were walking up to it with a map, and 100 breaths behind them, moving quietly, were a dozen people in crimson robes with their faces covered. I sat in a tree and watched both parties go past and thought about my chi-refining uncle, who found 1 pill and 1 sword in a hole in the ground and could not stop talking about it, and about 30 people in a courtyard, and about a mine. They found the lake and stopped because 100 li of open water is not a river, and nobody had brought anything for going under it. Then Tang Lan remembered she had a 10th shareholder and sent up a sound transmission talisman, and I intercepted it in the air 2 li out, waited a decent interval, and arrived looking surprised. Everyone, I am here. Taoist Chen. Lei are the last to be told about the cave. Lei will not hold it against me. She was giving me significant looks the entire time, because she did not want the connection between us made public, and neither did I. How could I? I simply never expected an opportunity like this on my own doorstep. Then a woman called Han Han got straight to the point and asked whether I had anything that would let them go underwater. Han Han, first genius of floating snow immortal city. She had lost a spirit boat to me at an auction when I was 15 and had absolutely no idea who she was talking to. I did have something. I had a fat stack of 2nd rank low-grade fan shui talismans out of Xi Yang's war chest. They put a water-repelling shell 1 zhang across around you, and inside it you can walk and fly as if on dry land. Market price, 2 to 300. 500 each, I said. Qin Hao detonated. 500? Why not just rob us? Lei do not have to buy them. I did not ask you to come. Han Han shut him up and bought 10, at which point everybody else bought in a scrum, and by the end there were 6 left in a stack that had started fat. I gave 3 to Tang Lan for nothing, which left Qin Hao standing there with none, and Tang Lan, who has to be a princess in front of subjects, gave him 2 of hers and got an apologetic smile from me for the trouble. 10,000 spirit stones for paper I had taken off a corpse. My family owns a mine, and I still could not stop myself. There is something wrong with me. We searched the whole lake bottom and found nothing. The complaints started before we were dry. We paid a fortune for this. Is there even a cave? The Zhao imperial family cannot fool us like idiots. And Tang Lan, who could not tell them that the man who wrote the map had been dead for 60 years, said, "We have misunderstood a detail. Think, what are we missing?" Qin Hao, of all people, repaid his 2 talismans by saying, "Maybe it is under us, and we have not dug," and her face changed. Taoist Chen. "Where is the highest ranked beast in this lake?" I saw where she was going, and it was good. In a lake this size there is always a king, and a king takes the best ground. If there are clues, they are under whatever lives in the best spot. There is one second-rank creature in Xuanwu Lake, a giant river clam that advanced 5 years after we moved in. The whole lake rained and heaved for a day when it happened, and we left it alone, because it was a clam that had cultivated on sunlight and moonlight for 200 years and had never hurt anybody. 11 Foundation establishment cultivators blew the silt off the center of the lake floor, and under a very confused clam there was a black profound iron gate. Tang Lan read the warning before anybody touched it. The cave has traps and a high-level detection formation. No cultivator above Purple Mansion may enter. Forcing it produces backlash. Every faction was notified. A young woman who had not spoken once on the whole journey said, in a voice about 60 years older than her face, "What Foundation establishment? What Purple Mansion? Open," and grabbed the gate. The blue light that came up out of the floor threw her 40 feet. Her hood came off, and so did a young human skin mask, and underneath was a Purple Mansion cultivator with dry white hair. Tang Lan did not flinch. She is Tang Li's daughter, and she took a step toward her. I said, "Purple Mansion cultivators cannot enter. Does the word of the Zhao imperial family mean nothing?" The old woman produced an excuse about verifying whether the notice was genuine, decided that discretion was preferable to a golden core family's attention, and turned to leave. And I said, "Senior, it would be inappropriate to just leave." Everybody on that lake bed turned the color of the silt. "Are you insane? If you want to die, do not take us with you. That is a Purple Mansion cultivator." The old woman looked back at me with an expression that was doing arithmetic. "Young man, what else do you want? I think Senior knows. If you insist on going, perhaps you would deal with the stinking bugs buried in the mud behind us, who by now must be running out of air." 100 zhang behind the clam, the mud erupted, and a dozen crimson robes came out of it and ran. "Fine," said the old woman. "Since I was in the wrong first, killing these demonic brats can be my apology." She went after them. She could not see through me at all, and I watched her decide that not being able to see through a young man was itself a piece of information, and leave with it, which was fine. I had other plans for those 12. The first trial was a bewitching illusion array, 10 feet. 10 feet of ground and a light screen at the end of it, and one person in 1,000 years had ever crossed it. Tang Lan handed me an Arctic Ice Heart jade pendant before we went in, which she had personally requested from a Golden Core ancestor for this occasion, and which she gave to me instead of using it, and I noticed that and said nothing. Step 1. A woman in 7-colored silk appeared in front of me. That is it? I shut my eyes and took 3 long strides without looking. Then the perfume got heavier and my blood started moving on its own, so I shut off my sense of smell, which is easy at my level, and which the first layer people behind me could not do. Then things started touching me, and I want to be honest about the results, because at certain points on the human body, an illusion does not need to be convincing. I got about 1/3 of the way across and I was sweating. Then a voice started talking directly into my ear in a tone I am not going to attempt to reproduce, and my breathing went wrong, and my legs slowed down, and I was genuinely, actually going, and the jade pendant at my waist went cold enough to burn. That was close. I opened my eyes. There was charm in that array as well as illusion, and charm does not care what you believe. Tang Lan was 2/3 of the way across, and of the 8 people behind us, 2 were already gone. Second stage was a mountain of spirit stones 10 zhang high. I laughed out loud. It was beautifully done. It was indistinguishable from the real thing, and I had more than that in my pockets that afternoon, and a mine at home, and I walked through it without slowing down. That step put me past Tang Lan. Third stage was my parents, my actual parents, from the other world. Older than I ever saw them, with more gray and more lines, standing in an illusion at the bottom of a lake in a world they will never know exists. The Tao of formations is genuinely profound. I want to give it that. I stood in front of 2 people I owe something I can never pay and could not make myself move, and behind me 2 more of the 8 dropped out, and then 2 more, and only then did I wave my hand and take it apart. The last stretch was a major test, and I did not find out what it was because I was tired and out of patience, and I opened the myriad manifestation spirit eyes and burned every illusion in front of me with one beam of colored light and walked through the screen. 3 things floated out to meet me. A 4th-rank low-grade pill, a beauty-retaining pill, useless to me and apparently adored by high-level female cultivators. A high-grade spiritual artifact flying sword, plain and effective, and a spirit crystal, 1,000,000 spirit stones for crossing 10 feet of floor. Tang Lan took a full stick of incense longer than me and came out flushed and would not look at me and would not say what she had seen, and I did not push it. What I knew was that whatever her heart's knot was, it was not spirit stones, and it was not a stranger. She told me years later. Her illusion was her family. Specifically, it was somebody she respected telling her, patiently and at length, that she would spend her entire life being the fifth princess, in the shadow of a sister who had been sent away and had come back first. Second trial was called the City of Puppets, and Tang Lan admitted on the way there that this was the actual reason she had wanted me. 103 humanoid puppets in a hall several hundred jang across, 100 at second rank, 2 at third rank low grade, 1 puppet king at third rank middle grade. The test is to break out of a formation of 22nd rank puppets and survive 1 stick of incense against a third rank puppet king. No pills, no talismans, artifacts and spells only, or the other 83 wake up. Brother-in-law, do you have confidence? Let us find out. I killed the first puppet with 1 finger. It exploded. So weak? Puppets are inherently weaker than a cultivator or a beast of the same rank, and second-rank puppets cannot hold weapons, which means they have to come to you. 20 of them went down under 1 overturning earth seal and the great river ruler. The puppet king was different. It came in with a black iron saber, and its first swing put me and Tang Yue's shield back 3 full steps. That one, I said, has weight. And then I decided not to kill it, because a third-rank puppet is a permanent asset that does not eat, sleep, complain, or die, and I already had 1 at home, and 2 would make a gate. Tang Lan's red ribbon tied it. The Xiaowang seal, high grade, taken off Zhang Jin, came down on its skull and held it. Then I went over it with my hands until something clicked and opened the chest plate. The core that drove it was a spirit crystal, 1,000,000 spirit stones buried in the chest of a guard dog by a man who had been dead for centuries. I took the crystal and the puppet and then stood there looking at the other 83 with an expression Tang Lan described afterwards as frightening. The reward for that stage did not arrive for a full stick of incense, and when it came, it was 2 flat peaches, 4th rank spirit fruit, priceless in the technical sense that 1,000,000 spirit stones will not buy you one because nobody sells. The third trial was alchemy. A pill furnace, 1 jang tall, a jade slip with a formula for a middle-grade frenzy pill, and an instruction, produce 10 and put them in the groove. I know nothing about alchemy. Nothing at all. 30 years in this world, and I had never once made a pill. But there was a storage pouch on the table with the ingredients in it, perfectly preserved. And in the corner of that pouch there was a jade bottle with a label on it. Sample. I sent Tang Lan out into the corridor on the grounds that the great taboo of alchemy is interruption, and she went because she wanted this badly, and because wanting things badly makes everybody stupid. 12 breaths later, I had 50 frenzy pills out of the basin. Then I sat down on the lid of the furnace and thought about the hour and a half I now had to fill. I lit a fireball the size of a basketball and roasted 2 second-rank herbs over it for atmosphere, and burnt one, which is the smell that drifted down the corridor and made Tang Lan think progress was being made. Then I lay down on a golden core master's pill furnace and went to sleep. I want to be honest about the whole hour and a half. At half an incense stick I was snoring. At 3 I was, according to nobody because there were no witnesses, blowing bubbles. At the hour mark, I washed my face with a ball of conjured water and lay back down. At an hour and a half I could feel her getting restless outside, so I got up, heated the furnace until it glowed, poured a bottle of finished pills into it, sprinkled water on my forehead, and shouted down the corridor in a rasp, "Come in, quickly, help me." She came in on the wind. "Master Chen, what do you need?" "I have nothing left. Open the furnace." She slapped the lid off, and 10 dark red pills came up out of it in a rush. She stood there staring at them instead of catching them. I had to roll my eyes and shout, because pills above second rank have spirit in them, and they will use the exhaustion of the alchemist to escape. 10 pills in 1 batch of middle-grade second rank work requires a third-rank alchemist. Brother-in-law, Lei are a third-rank alchemist? Do not spread this around. A tree that stands out gets broken by the wind. I am sure you understand that better than I do. I will not tell anybody your secret. She meant it too. She has never told anybody. I have felt slightly bad about that for years. The reward for the third stage came out of a dozen holes in the walls at once. 15 pills with no name, no rank, no description, and a fragrance nothing else I have ever smelled has. We did not know what they were, which meant we could not take them. So I let the 5 winged variegated tigers out of the bracelet and asked them, honestly, which of them wanted to try an unknown pill, and told them straight that I did not know if it was good or bad and that nobody had to. Tang Lan watched me negotiate with tigers and said, "Brother-in-law, are you always this good to spirit beasts? I am not an evil man. There is no reason to lie to them. If it were not a waste of a pill, I would go outside and find a wild beast instead." All 5 of them tried to shove in at once. The big female won, on the grounds of being the biggest, and swallowed it. She froze. 12 breaths. Nobody moved. 4 tigers stared at her. Then something broke inside her with a sound like a cork. She threw her head back and roared and grew slightly, and her coat came up smooth and her eyes changed, and she was still second rank high grade, and she was not the same animal, not an advancement, a bloodline advancement, which is a thing that happens to about one spirit beast in 100,000 on a good century. Then she came over and rubbed her face against the sole of my boot, which for a spirit beast is not affection, it is an oath. Brother-in-law, Lei should name them. If it changes a bloodline, it will improve a spiritual root. Call them Heavenly Talent God Pills. Past the 3rd stage, the corridor went on for an hour and a half of hard walking. My divine sense got cut in half, then in half again. 50 zhang of perception in a tunnel that had squeezed a purple mansion cultivator down to the range of a torch. That is when I stopped. Something is wrong. We go back. Since you have come, said a voice out of the dark, old and dry and completely at ease. Why are you 2 young friends in such a hurry to leave? A ball of blue ghost fire came around the corner. Lei have taken this immortal master's belongings, and your tone is unfriendly. Do young people have no manners after 300 years? Tang Lan understood before I did, because she grew up in a Golden Core family and had heard the stories. Brother-in-law, that is a Golden Core remnant soul. Chao wants to take your body. Clever girl, said the fire. Do not worry, this immortal master has no interest at all in yours. However, I think I will borrow today. And I spread my arms out and closed my eyes. There was a pause. Is this child genuinely stupid, said the remnant soul of a Golden Core cultivator, or is he pretending? Come on then, I said. What are you waiting for? I am a peerless prodigy with dual wind and thunder roots. Get in. 100 years and you are back at Golden Core. Lei. No wonder you died. Lei are a coward. I have insulted several dangerous people in my life, and that is the only time I have ever seen it work in real time. A remnant soul that had waited 300 years in a hole flickered like a candle in a draft and backed up several feet. Lei Sharp-Tongue Jr., do you think I dare not? Coward. Sister-in-law, he is not coming. Let us go. Do not leave. And it jumped in front of us, which was what I wanted. Void Spirit Thorn. Here is what I had actually been doing during that entire conversation. I had been measuring it. A remnant soul left behind by a 7th layer Golden Core cultivator after 300 years of slow burn is at best an early stage Purple Mansion presence. My divine sense was at the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, and my soul was 2 souls fused into one. I never had anything to be afraid of. I just did not want to spend a full strike finding that out, so I made him come to me. I used 50%. It nearly unmade him. The blue fire started coming apart at the edges, and the screaming was quite something. A divine ability specifically targeting the divine soul. No wonder, no wonder. Tang Lan behind me said, Foundation Establishment cultivators cannot learn divine abilities, which is the correct textbook answer, and which her father had spent 100 years proving by achieving minor accomplishment in exactly one at the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. The negotiation was short. Chao offered 3 treasures if I let him go. I said no, because a man who has waited 300 years for a body does not become trustworthy in 4 seconds. Chao offered a heart demon oath. I pointed out that he had no body, no realm, and no future, and that a heart demon oath from a candle flame is decoration. Then he produced the thing he had actually been holding in reserve, which was a master servant contract scroll. Lei open it and it burns, and 2 glowing characters hang in the air. Master, servant. Lei each put in a wisp of divine sense. I walked around those 2 characters for a long time before I touched anything. Then I signed. Then he did not for a while, and I let him take his time, because I have some idea what he was agreeing to. Master, he said afterwards, and bowed, and the domineering thing about that contract is that he meant it and would go on meaning it forever. The 3 treasures. Real? Please forgive this old servant. Speak. They are real, but I laid a 4th rank low-grade killing formation around where they are buried. Of course you did. Take us there. Chao led us to a hall bigger and colder than the others. A bronze coffin hung in the middle of it on 9 black iron chains. And he explained, in the voice of a man who knows exactly how this is going to sound, that to receive 1 treasure, a person must perform 3 bows and 9 kowtows beneath that coffin. 3 treasures, 9 bows, 27 kowtows. Tang Lan made a noise. Think about it from his side. Anybody who fights their way down here hates him by definition. Chao designed the collection procedure so that nobody would ever collect. Lei, I said, are a piece of work. Then I let the 3rd rank Puppet King out of my pouch and told it to kneel. There was a silence. Master is wise and mighty, said the remnant soul of a 7th layer Golden Core cultivator with total sincerity. This old servant is filled with admiration. Stop flattering me. It does not work. Then may this old servant introduce the first treasure. 9 kowtows from a metal puppet, and the coffin shook on its chains, and a white jade slip came out of a hole in the bottom. That one is the divine ability level body cultivation art, law, heaven, and earth. Then he told me what it does, and I had to sit down on the floor of a dead man's tomb, 6 layers, almost no cultivation threshold at all. Lay can begin it at foundation establishment. The only requirement is materials. The first layer requires you to grind 1 million low-grade spirit stones into powder and use the spiritual energy to forge a Tenjang treasure body. At Tenjang, you are invincible below the Purple Mansion realm. The second layer requires 10 million and gives you 50 Jang. At 50 Zhang, you can fight several people at once and across realms at the level of a king of prodigies. The third layer requires 100 million and gives you 100 Zhang, and anybody who reaches it will be a giant of the cultivation world. The fourth, fifth, and sixth require billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions, which is why he waved his hand through those and did not bother explaining, because in his experience, no such person exists. This old servant nearly killed himself gathering hundreds of millions of stones for the third layer. Most who obtain this art stagnate at the first or second forever because of the cost. A divine ability you buy with money. I turned my face away from both of them, and I know exactly what my expression was doing. Somewhere behind my eyes, an entire lake, an island, a mine, a fourth-rank vein, and 30 years of hoarding stood up at once. Second treasure was a talisman. I have handled a lot of talismans. That one glowed like a small sun coming up in a tomb, and the runes on it were not runes. They were a tiny human figure. One effect, said Zuo Guang. Worn on the body, it blocks one fatal blow. Some say 5th rank, some say 6th. This old servant picked it up by accident while retreating here to die. A spare life. I put it inside my robe against the skin, and it has not left me since. Tang Lan said quietly, cultivating to golden core, then finding a divine ability body art by chance, then picking up a life talisman while dying. Senior, what realm did you actually reach? Mistress, please do not honor this old servant with... Mistress, cough, she is my Dao companion's younger sister, I said, at some volume. My sister-in-law, do not shout things you do not know. Chow apologized so fast the flame went sideways, and then, to change the subject, told us the rest. 7th layer, golden core. Sole golden core ancestor of an immortal family that he personally dragged up from a foundation establishment clan, which stopped me because I had assumed he was old aristocracy. It is a pity, he said. Without a golden core, a family of 2 Purple Mansion cultivators declines in a century. 300 years on, they are probably gone, or somebody has pulled them up by the roots. Third treasure did not come out quietly. Something orange-red and extremely alive came out of the bottom of that coffin and tried to leave through the ceiling. I put 4 lightning bolts across its path and knocked it down. The great sun-blazing flame spear, said Zuo Guang, in the voice of a man watching somebody hold his dog. The only low-grade magic treasure this old servant owned. It was with me for several hundred years. A magic treasure. Above spiritual artifact. A tier of object I had spent 30 years never touching. Master. Magic treasures have far more awareness than artifacts. A low-grade one understands speech. Middle and high-grade ones talk. I suggest you have a conversation with Little Gold and let it serve you willingly. It has a name? The spear got up off the floor and came at my head. Master, look out. Even unattended, its strike is not weaker than a full-power attack from a middle-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. Middle-stage Purple Mansion. If it had been stronger than that, I would have been in trouble. All of you, out. Wind Whisper Sword. Purple Smoke Shield, Great River Ruler, Profound Moon Pearl, Xiao Wang Seal, 5 high-grade spiritual artifacts, and then, because 5 was not enough, the myriad manifestation spirit eyes, which showed me exactly where a spear made of fire is weakest, and which made a magic treasure look, for 1 second, slow. 5 artifacts caught it from 5 different angles and held it in the air. Submit. Any objections? It buzzed at me furiously. Lay will not? Fine. Then into the pouch you go, and as long as I live, you will not see daylight again. The buzzing changed pitch immediately. What is that? Regret? Too late. I took out an empty storage pouch and opened it. Master, wait. Master, please, hear this old servant. And I let Zuo Guang talk me down, in public, in front of the spear, because I had needed a mediator for the last 30 seconds, and a servant who gets to be useful in front of his new master is a servant who stays bought. Little Gold has been locked up a very long time. Perhaps it is venting. Give it one more chance. It is a sensible child, you see. It had been in the dark under a lake for 300 years. Anything that thinks would have swung at me too. Since your old master has spoken for you. Once more. Will you be the spear in my hand and kill what comes for my family? It buzzed 3 times, in a completely different voice. Then it drifted forward and poked a small hole in my fingertip and drank a few drops, which is how magic treasures are refined, and which I did not know, and which I let it do while pretending I had planned it. Refining a spiritual artifact takes months. A magic treasure recognizes your blood and it is done. We came out of the water at night into a lake that looked exactly the way it had that morning. Change clothes, I said. Put this hat on, and whatever happens, do not speak. Brother-in-law? Are we about to do something? Lei will see. Because while 11 people were being tested by illusions and puppets and alchemy, my clan had spent the afternoon doing something considerably more practical. They had killed all 12 of the crimson-robed demonic cultivators in the mud. Everyone, no survivors on my written instruction, because a demonic cultivator who gets away comes back with a sect. Then they had put on the robes, and they had gone to the Chen family estate where the 9 surviving Orthodox shareholders were resting after their trials, and they had robbed every single one of them at spear point, in character, and told them the wind was tight and vanished into the wilderness. 20 or 30 storage pouches containing everything 9 wealthy young cultivators had brought to a golden core ruin, plus everything they had personally recovered from it. Big brother, said second brother afterwards, still in a crimson robe, how was our acting? Mediocre. Real demonic cultivators are much fiercer. But you have never met one, so it is good enough. Han Han and 8 others left the great wilderness on foot, furious, cursing the Crimson Descent Palace, which had absolutely nothing to do with it. Tang Lan opened her mouth exactly once during the division of the loot. Quiet, I said. Did I tell you that you could talk? She swore a heart demon oath about that night before she left, and was escorted to the edge of the forest, and I have never been able to work out whether she was angry. Then I crushed 11 million spirit stones. That is not a figure of speech. 11 million low-grade spirit stones ground to powder over half a month to force the second layer of law, heaven, and earth. The first layer had eaten 1 million and made me 10 jang tall. The second made me 50, and it destroyed my clothes. I would like to move past that quickly. I will simply say that there were not many people on the island that day, that most of them were indoors, and that the ones who were not have been extremely disciplined about never mentioning it. Tang Ye and 4 other women of the clan spent half a month building me a magic robe out of 200,000 or 300,000 spirit stones worth of material, with a defensive rating close to a top-grade low spiritual artifact, and crucially, the ability to expand. She named it the Yue robe. I have chosen not to have opinions about that. The first time I used it properly, I went out into the wilderness southeast of the island to see what 50 jang actually meant. I landed and left a crater 10 jang deep and 100 jang across and knocked over several dozen trees. Then I threw one punch, at nothing, out of curiosity, and the wind off it flattened nearly 100 more and stripped 7 layers of topsoil off 1,000 jang of forest floor. I stood there in the middle of a ruined landscape and did the honest accounting. Divine sense from 2 fused souls, plus the void spirit thorn. A 50 jang golden body from a divine ability nobody can afford. Pure true essence from dual roots, built almost entirely without medicinal pills, which means no residue and no sediment waiting to poison me at golden core. Any one of those 3 makes a king of prodigies. I had all 3, and I said so out loud, alone in a hole I had made, like a lunatic, and then I understood something I had not previously had words for. I had spent 30 years chasing power for 2 reasons, revenge and not dying. Standing in that crater with hands the size of houses, I found a third one, and it was not noble, and it was completely honest, control. I wanted to be the one who decides. I went home and gave the whole clan a present. 50 heavenly talent, god pills, out of the basin in one afternoon. 2 for every foundation establishment cultivator, 1 for every chi refining cultivator, 3 each for the 6 spirit beasts because their bodies handle it better, 18 foundation establishment cultivators, 16 chi refining, 6 spirit beasts. Second brother stood in front of me with 2 pills in his hand and could not speak because he had eaten 1 bite of a golden spirit carp 20 years ago and had felt his spiritual root shift, and he was now holding 2 whole carp in a jar. From today, I told them, there is no such thing as a 5-element trash root in the Chen family. The worst any child of ours will have is 4. 3 will be normal. Dual roots we will make to order. And then, while my entire family scattered to go and be reborn, I went and sat down in a stone room in the middle of the island because I was not going to fall behind my own juniors. The Purple Mansion realm. My divine sense had crossed into it years ago and was now approaching the late stage. And my true essence was still Foundation Establishment, which is a top-heavy structure and which was going to hurt me eventually. I had 94 drops of golden true essence out of the 99 that great perfection requires. I ate a 4th-rank flat peach. 1 bite, half a drop. 3 bites, 96, and a feeling of fullness like a man who has eaten a wedding. I sat still for 3 days and 3 nights. Fourth and fifth bites, 97, and a wave of heat through my organs that I mistook for resistance, which meant no more peach. So I sat in the dark and inventoried my own pockets for something that could partner with a fourth-rank fruit and dismissed almost everything and then hit myself in the head. I had distributed 50 heavenly talent god pills to everybody, including the horse. And I had not taken any because I already had a dual root and it would be waste, except that above a mid-grade dual root there is a high-grade dual root, and above that a top-grade dual root, and above that something close to a single root, and I had been walking around for 30 years with the cheapest version of my own greatest advantage. 2 more bites of peach, 100 meridian pill, 1 purple origin pill, 2 heavenly talent god pills, all of it, at once, on a foundation establishment body. I do not recommend this. I want to be very clear. Do not do this. 4 third-rank pills and half a fourth-rank fruit went off in my organs like something falling down a staircase. I had about 2 seconds before my body came apart. So I opened Law, Heaven and Earth, and used a divine ability body art as a container for my own breakfast. 97 drops became 99 and started spinning. True essence full, divine sense open, purple mansion realm. Break. The spiritual energy tide that came off that stone room covered the entire island and could be seen from the far shore of the lake, and 30-odd people stood outside in the dark for 4 hours getting more and more frightened because the tide had ended long before the door opened. When I came out, they were all standing there, everyone, even the children. I have not failed, I said. From today, the Chen family is not a foundation establishment immortal clan. It is a purple mansion immortal clan. Tang Yue got to me first, and I am not going to describe that. And in the Arctic Ice Heart jade pendant at my waist, an old voice said, in tones of genuine professional shock, "Master, your talent is the strongest this old servant has seen. At your age, in my life, I was at middle stage foundation establishment. Zuo Guang had come out of the lake with us. As a bare soul, he could not survive outside his own formation for more than a few hours. So I went through my possessions item by item, looking for a container. The thing that worked was the Arctic Ice Heart jade pendant Tang Lan had handed me before the first trial. Master, may this old servant explain something important." And then a 7th layer golden core cultivator gave me the single most valuable lecture of my life, standing in a jade pendant, on the subject of the 9 grades of the golden core, because it turns out that the golden core realm is not one thing. The core you form has a quality, from 9th grade to 1st, and that quality decides the rest of your existence. 9th grade is a waste pill. It happens to men who force a breakthrough on a weak foundation with nothing to protect their meridians. They enter the golden core realm, and their road ends there, permanently. 8th grade is most golden core cultivators. Middle stage golden core is reachable, late stage with luck. Nascent soul, never. 7th grade requires exceptional talent and, at minimum, a 4th rank high-grade ascension pill as the breakthrough treasure, at which point I took the ascension pill I had borrowed from an emperor out of my pouch and looked at it with open disappointment. Zuo Guang nearly came out of the pendant. Because Tang Li had spent 100 years and won 6 Nations tournament to reach for a 7th grade core, and I had been carrying one around in my pocket thinking it was the top of the ladder. 6th, 5th, and 4th grade require the essence of earth, which is 1/2 of the heaven and earth chi, and which forms only in the central dragon vein of a province, at a specific place, at a specific time, in a thing called the Ascension Battle, which happens once every 500 years. 3rd, 2nd, and 1st require the essence of heaven, which appears perhaps once in 10,000 years, and only for somebody the heavenly Tao has decided to favor. Where, I said, is the central dragon vein of Yangzhou? The Dragon Spine Mountain Range, Master. This old servant estimates over 100 million li from here. And when is the next ascension battle? Every 500 years, this old servant has been in a hole for 300 of them and can no longer count. Master will have to ask somebody living. I filed both of those, and I filed them at the top. Because a dead man had just told me that the difference between an 8th grade core and a 4th grade core is the difference between a strong old man and a legend, and that the entrance fee is a place, a date, and enough power to be standing on that spot when it happens. Which meant I now had a deadline and a shopping list, and at the 3rd layer of law, heaven and earth, a bill for 100 million spirit stones. 100 million spirit stones for the 3rd layer. And if my brothers wanted the 2nd layer, 10 million each, 9 of them. 200 million, give or take, and my mine could not cover it, because a large spirit stone mine is worth about $1 billion in the ground, and you cannot dig $1 billion out of a hill in a decade without telling the entire world where you live. So I flew to the Zhao capital and walked into Qianyang Hall and said, "Imperial Father, I have a deal for you. We are going to get rich." Tang Li put down a memorial and leaned toward me without noticing he was doing it, because the Zhao treasury was, at that moment, extremely thin. How large is large? First tell me something. Across the whole Zhao imperial family, how many pills do you produce in a month? Chao worked it out on his fingers, and I watched an emperor become depressed in real time. 18 first-rank alchemists, 5 second-rank, 1 third-rank, 100 furnaces a month at first rank, so about 1,000 pills. 10 furnaces at second rank, so about 100 pills if it goes well. Third rank and above, less than 1 a year, because third-rank spirit materials are almost impossible to buy. A golden core kingdom with 100,000 imperial guards produced roughly 1,000 pills a month, all grades, which was not enough to dose its own soldiers. 1,000 purple rhythm pills, second rank high grade, I said, and 300 purple chen pills, third rank middle grade. Chao stood up so fast the chair went over. That is worth over 10 million. 16 or 17 at a 10% discount to market, and I have no way to move that much stock in one lifetime, which is why I am here. 2 options. Buy the lot for 15 million cash, or you sell them through your channels and take 1/10. I chose those 2 pills carefully. Both help cultivation and advance a layer. Neither one breaks a major realm the way a foundation establishment pill or an ascension pill does. Lei can flood a market with those 2, and nobody starts asking where they came from. Chao did not have the authority, over 1 million, and he has to ask the ancestors. Chao came back an hour later with Tang Bao, second layer golden core, still dressed as a farmer, still with dirt on his hands. Neither of your options, boy. We are taking the third. I went, I admit, straight to defensive, and he laughed at me for it. If this old man wanted your pills, he could take them with one hand and would not need to sit here talking. But the family does not have 15 million in cash, and selling that volume through our channels would take years. So what is the third option? 70 million lie north of here. There is a river 100 million lie long, and it is called the Luolan. Islands scattered across it like stars, and on the largest of them, once every 100 years, Golden Turtle Island holds a trade fair with 10,000 other islands. How many people? Not less than 50 million. 50 million. Golden cores everywhere. Purple mansion cultivators cheaper than dogs. Nascent soul cultivators occasionally seen in the street. Throw your pills into that and they will be gone before they make a ripple. Then he told me the other number cheerfully because he is that kind of man. About 1 million people die at each fair, 1 in 50, and with your realm and your wallet as mismatched as they are, your odds are roughly 10 times the average. Think about it carefully. I am going. Good, young men should be young. Then he offered the trip to Tong Li too, who declined, because he had an ascension pill in a bottle and 100 years of waiting behind him, and had decided to spend the next decade in a stone room trying for a 7th grade core. I want to record that Tang Bao put a hand on that man's shoulder and said, "It is good you are not coming. I would like to come back to another golden core in this family." The old man gave me half a year to prepare and then woke me up on the last morning with a lion's roar delivered directly into my divine soul from 100 zhang up, which nearly put me off the bed. Senior, that is not funny. Do you think this old man has time to be funny? 70 million li of cliffs, forbidden zones, and poison swamps. Even with my escape technique, it takes 200 days at full effort. That roar was so you do not think we are going sightseeing. Then he told me to stop calling him senior and start calling him third grandpa, and I did, because when you are under somebody's roof, you lower your head, and because I liked him. And then Tang Lan climbed onto the cloud. Lay our foundation establishment middle stage. This is a trade fair where 1 million people die. Brother-in-law, I... Do not shout at your sister-in-law, brat, said Tang Bao. And with this old man along, so what if she were at chi condensation? I lost that argument in about 9 seconds, which is my usual time against that family. The briefing took 3 days of flying. 3 nascent soul powers hold the Luolan Great River between them, all of them seated on Golden Turtle Island, the Cha Nu Ice Heart Palace. All women, high entry requirements, weakest of the 3 on paper, and permanently protected by 2 nascent soul cultivators in residence, which means nobody has tested the paper in 400 years. The Limitless Corpse Driving Sect, openly demonic. They refine and drive corpses, graded iron, bronze, silver, gold, flying, and indestructible bone. Third grandpa's advice, verbatim. Iron and bronze you can fight. The moment you see silver or above, turn around and run, because corpses are immune to most spells and sword work and almost unbeatable in their own realm unless you cultivate pure yang fire or lightning. I did not say anything at that point. I simply noted, privately, that I am a lightning cultivator, and ranked first, the Dragon Clan. Everybody in it is surnamed Long, and nearly every Purple Mansion cultivator among them keeps a 3rd rank Azure Flood Dragon, which put me in mind of something. Third Grandpa, the Dragon Clan, and the Flood Dragons in the river. Mortal enemies. If the Dragon Clan catch a Jiaolong, they enslave it. If the Jiaolong catch a Dragon Clan cultivator, they take his soul apart so he cannot reincarnate. There is no third outcome. And then, because he is fundamentally an honest man, he gave us the actual survival rule for the entire region, which is the shortest one I have ever been given. Trust nobody on that river. They all grew up in it. There are no good people there. Tang Lan said, "Third grandpa, you sound like a man who got robbed once." The cloud dipped. Chow had been robbed once. Very badly. As a young man, at that fair, in a swindle so comprehensive that he came home in his underwear. And the actual reason he had suggested this trip was that he had remembered it and wanted to find the man responsible, who would by now be a golden core cultivator. Tang Lan found this out by accident, and I spent the next 4 minutes trying to change the subject on behalf of everybody. Half a year in the air. 16 days into it, he told me to learn something. The ground-shrinking golden light skill, which is the complete form of the Xiaoyao wander I had bought in a treasury as a boy. Chow gave it to me as a bribe, not a gift, because Tang Lan had told him about the magic treasure, and a man who can refine a magic treasure at his apparent realm is worth binding. Half a year later, at 1,000 zhang, the cloud shuddered and turned into 10,000 rays of golden light, and one of those rays crossed 10 li in a few breaths and came back. "Minor achievement," said Tang Bao, in a voice like a man watching his own record burn. "It took me 7 years to get started, and my father called me astonishing. Compared to you, that was clouds and mud." We reached the Luolan Great River on a clear morning, and I understood why he had insisted on the word river. Lei cannot see the other side. Xuanwu Lake, which had frightened me so badly at 12 that a horse had to bite me, was a ditch. Chow put us all through an aura concealment method before we went a lie further, and then, in front of us, dropped his own golden core aura down to the second layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Tang Lan became a first-layer Foundation Establishment cultivator. I went from Purple Mansion First Layer, already disguised as Foundation Establishment 7th, down to Foundation Establishment 4th, which is a genuinely absurd number of masks to wear at once. An old farmer, his son, his daughter-in-law, and a granddaughter, going to visit relatives. 3 months short of Golden Turtle Island, we stopped at Mirror Moon Immortal City, and I have to start with a girl hitting the air. Mirror Moon. Immortal City has 10,000 mirror artifacts set into its 4 walls, and a dozen actual spiritual artifacts among them, because there is a gold sand mine under it, and 10,000 years of failed mirrors have to go somewhere. Tang Bao did not stop to look at any of it. Chow went straight to the Wei Immortal clan and asked for the back mountain. There is a peach orchard back there with an empty tomb in it. Wei An, 9th layer Purple Mansion. The man who stepped in 300 years ago when a young Tang Bao was being taken apart by 5 families, and who died 180 years later under a golden core heavenly tribulation, 3 feet short. Tang Bao knelt in front of that stone for 6 hours and cried, which is not a thing that men who have lived 500 years generally do, and which was, I think, mostly about the tribulation. The Wei family were finished. 300 years of the Peng family, the only golden core clan in the city, quietly squeezing. 2 of their Purple Mansion ancestors had accepted an invitation from the Black Mountain sect 80 years ago and had never been seen again. The 2 who remained had both forced their own breakthroughs in a panic and had spent the last century in seclusion pretending to be a deterrent. They put us in a guest courtyard, and I went to find it, and on the way, I stopped in front of a pavilion, and I did not know why. There was a girl in it in pink with a high ponytail, punching air. 5th layer of chi refining, 16, maybe 17. And the fist technique she was practicing was not a spell, or even the lowest grade of one. It was a mortal boxing form, the kind a farmer teaches a boy. And she was making it sound like thunder. Her mother came over and asked politely what was wrong with her daughter. There is nothing wrong with her. Producing wind and thunder with a mortal fist technique at the 5th layer of chi refining is remarkable. Remarkable? Fellow Taoist jests. Xiaoying's talent is ordinary. Nobody has ever said that. Nobody had ever said it. That is the part I could not get past. Wei Ying. She had changed her own given name as a child, from Ba to Xiao, because she did not like how the clan treated girls of her generation and wanted a name that was hers. She had practiced that one form more than 1,000 times, over 100,000 punches, alone. I did not touch her hand. My true essence had transformed into Purple Mansion spiritual energy, and any contact would have told the entire room. So I used the myriad manifestation spirit eyes instead, from 10 feet away, in front of 8 Wei family elders who had never seen it done without contact and who all took a step back. Purple, red, green, 3 roots, lightning, fire, and wind. Wind feeds fire, and fire borrows the strength of lightning, which is not 1 + 1 + 1. She was not a girl with 3 roots. She was a natural combat cultivator, and nobody in her family had ever run the test properly because she was a girl of the wrong branch. 2 of those 3 roots were my roots. Xiaoying, I said, I am willing to take you as my first disciple. Are you willing? Her mother answered for her before she could open her mouth and then physically ran to make the tea. I set the terms out loud, because I am who I am. Named disciple until foundation establishment, formal disciple after. 3 rules. Do not deceive your master, do not harm your fellow disciples, and do not kill without cause. Your 3 roots are all combat roots. With my teaching, you will become a very effective machine for killing people. I would like you to keep a soft heart while you do it. She kowtowed 3 times and gave me the tea, and I gave her a bottle with 2 foundation establishment pills in it, which caused Wei Hongfu, the clan head, to make a noise. Lei will need those in a few years, I said. This saves me a trip. Then I asked her quietly what her monthly stipend had been. 8 or 10 low-grade spirit stones a year, at year-end, if there was any left. No pills, ever. In 10 years of cultivation. A Purple Mansion immortal clan, paying a 3-root prodigy less than a foundation establishment family pays a servant. That is what 300 years of being squeezed does. It does not kill a family. It makes a family start eating its own children quietly and calling it necessity. So we destroyed the Black Mountain sect. Tang Bao's reasoning was clean. The Peng family have a golden core ancestor and are untouchable. The Black Mountain sect are the Peng family's hired dogs. They did the actual killing of the 2 Wei ancestors 80 years ago, and they are, as an organization, entirely made of people who do things for money that other people will not do themselves. 2 Purple Mansion cultivators, 20-odd foundation establishment, 300 qi refining. Wei Hongfu assembled every Wei family cultivator at late qi refining or above, nearly 300 people, and then discovered that Tang Bao's magic treasure would carry a dozen, which is how I ended up flying 300 Wei family cultivators 15,000 li in a 30-zhang boat, with 2 Purple Mansion ancestors standing at the rail, exclaiming over the quality of the deck, because the Wei family did not own a single middle-grade spiritual artifact. Tang Bao broke a 3rd-rank middle-grade sect protection formation with 1 palm 200 zhang across. Ren Tianren and Jin Chao, who had spent 300 years turning a favor from the Peng family into 2 Purple Mansion cultivations, ran for the city and did not get there. And in the middle of the fighting on the mountain, Wei Lan, late-stage foundation establishment, mother of 1 disciple of mine, got cut off by 4 foundation establishment cultivators of the Black Mountain sect and a dozen qi refining ones, with 3 frightened Wei cousins behind her. Wei Ying was on the deck of my boat with Tang Lan's hands over her eyes, and she said into a palm, "Master, could you look after my mother? I am afraid something will happen to her." "I will make sure she is safe today," I said. "Lei have my word on it." Then I brought the boat over that stretch of the mountain and used the Void Spirit Thorn. All 4 of them fell down at the same time, without a sound, without a mark on any of them. The dozen qi refining cultivators concluded that Wei Lan had done it and ran away screaming, and Wei Lan, who is not stupid, looked up at a boat and worked out exactly what had happened, and then looked at her daughter and had a very complicated afternoon. Xiao Ying, at 17, in front of her mother and her clan, felt proud of somebody for the first time in her life. I could see it on her. I would like to be able to say I did that for her. Mostly I did it because I had said I would. Then the Peng family arrived. Peng Yu, patriarch of the Peng family, 7th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, thin-lipped, with 7 foundation establishment cultivators behind him. 2 of those were late stage. Wei Lan went gray. Tang Lan asked me with real hope whether I had a way to handle it, and Wei Lan said gently, because she thought she was being kind, "Taoist Zhao, please. However strong Taoist Chen is, he is late-stage foundation establishment. Peng Yu is a full major realm above him. We should retreat to our ancestors." "No rush," I said. "Let us see if we can keep him talking," because there was nowhere to retreat to. The moment I showed weakness, a 7th-layer Purple Mansion cultivator would follow us home, and the Wei family's 2 ancestors were both early stage and would not have made one good fight between them. Chao sent 3 men at the boat first. Li Fire Mirror, Moonlight Mirror, Falling Wind Mirror. 3 beams of light hit a 3rd-rank high-grade formation and made 3 small ripples and stopped existing. Then he pulled out a low-grade spiritual artifact of his own, the Sea King Mirror, and hit us with 1,000-layered waves. Nothing special, again. The second wave was worse than the first, and the formation did not move at all. And I want you to understand what he did next, because I have watched a lot of men lose, and this is my favorite. Chao did it again, and again, and again, dozens of times. A 7th-layer Purple Mansion cultivator emptied 90% of his own spiritual energy into the side of a boat, and white sweat came up on his forehead, which for a man at his level is close to unheard of, because he had correctly identified that the formation ran on spirit stones, and he had incorrectly assumed a limit. "I forgot to mention," I said, when he finally lowered his arm, "there is nothing in my pockets except spirit stones, and what I enjoy most in this world is winning arguments with money." "Who," he said, "are you? Why would I tell you?" Chao looked at me for a while and then took a piece of paper out of his pouch that was the wrong shape to be a talisman. Tang Lan said, Brother-in-law, that is a golden core talisman treasure. I see it. His was not the single-use kind Tang Yue had crushed over the Huang brothers. His was the three-use kind. The vast ocean talisman treasure, a gift from his own golden core ancestor 100 years ago, never used once. Abandon Wei Lan and leave, he said, and I guarantee your safe departure. Wei Lan stepped forward in front of me on my own deck and said, this was the Wei family's choice, not theirs. Please let these three go. Though a mere woman, said Peng Yu, she has some backbone. Well, what have you decided? I can understand the position, I said. Are you threatening me? How could this be a threat? If not for your talent and your obvious wealth, the talisman would already be gone. In that case, I decline to leave. Tear it. Chao stared at me. Young man, do you understand what this is? If my hand so much as shakes, your boat and everybody on it becomes ash. I have seen a golden core talisman treasure. I have used one. Fight or do not, but talk less. And I walked to the front of the deck until I was 10 feet from the light curtain. Fine. Chao tore it, and the sky went dark blue for tens of li. A rain cloud formed above him out of nothing. Out of that cloud came 1,000 drops of azure profound heavy water, each one worth a full power strike from a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, condensing into a sword 3 feet long, which would have gone through my boat. Spear, I said, come. 10 feet of golden spear came out of my dantian like a fish out of water and landed in my hand. Tang Lan covered her mouth because she had seen it at the bottom of a lake. Brother-in-law, your true essence cannot control a magic treasure. Which was true, and which was why I had quietly unsealed the spirit concealment technique and put 60% of my Purple Mansion spiritual energy into it while she was talking. Little Gold, I said, holding the spear up near my face, would you teach him something for me? Young man, you are about to die. Is this really the time to be mysterious? And then the spear nodded. It bent its own tip forward once, the way a person does. Lei could hear the Ping family cultivators' faces changing from 30 feet away. What? What kind of artifact nods? It is an illusion. It has to be an illusion. But Peng Yu was patriarch of a Golden Core clan, and he had insight, and I watched the whole chain complete behind his eyes in about a second and a half. An artifact does not have independent consciousness. Above spiritual artifact, there is one thing that does. All Su family, retreat, now. Too late. The spear went up into the sky and became a golden wheel 100 zhang across, and hit the water sword head on, and the top of that mountain filled with steam and noise, and neither one gave. But nobody was watching the wheel by then, because Peng Yu had turned around and run, and the 7 Foundation establishment cultivators he had brought were being left behind as a screen. I went after him, not the 7, him, because a man running home to tell a Golden Core ancestor what he has seen is the most dangerous object on that mountain. Chao turned to face me eventually, out over empty river country, because his people were slowing him down, and he had decided to buy them time, which I want on the record, because he was not a good man, and he did that anyway. I said 3 things to him, and I said them slowly. This place is empty. There is only the 2 of us. I am only going to capture you, not kill you. And to capture you, I need 1 punch. And then I grew 50 zhang tall in front of a 7th layer Purple Mansion cultivator. I do not know how to describe what that does to a face. Nothing in his 400 years had prepared him for the specific problem of a man becoming a building. My apologies, Patriarch Peng. I have been hiding a little. Strands of Purple Mansion spiritual energy came off me in the wind, and he understood the second half of it as well. Who are you? Lei will know shortly. The punch went through dozens of beams of light from the Sea King mirror, then through a fire rhinoceros from a 3rd-rank talisman, then through a shield from a 2nd, then through a small spiritual artifact shield, which slowed it by about the width of a breath. Then I opened my fingers and picked him out of the air. When I say 1 punch, I told him, holding him in a palm bigger than he was, I mean 1. I have never thrown a 2nd. To kill or to flay, he said with his eyes shut. It is up to you. Logically, I should kill you. Lei have seen too much. Chao shut his eyes tighter. But you are the patriarch of a Golden Core immortal clan with 3,000 or 4,000 cultivators under you, and alive that seems worth more than dead. Chao offered 1,000,000 spirit stones, then 1.5 million, plus a grand heart demon oath, which was, I want to be fair, everything he had. 1.5 million for the life of a 7th layer Purple Mansion cultivator. That is low. Spirit stones. I own a mine. A heart demon oath is genuinely binding on an orthodox cultivator, and it was still not enough because what he had watched in the last 4 minutes was not something I could allow to exist as a story anybody could tell. 10 breaths. Hand over a wisp of your divine soul and serve me or die. 1. Handing over my soul makes me your dog. I would rather die. Do it. Old Zuo. We seem to have found one who is not afraid. And a dry old voice said out of a jade pendant on my belt, a fool. Following a master like this, golden core is nothing, nascent soul is within reach. Who said that? This old man is Zuo Guang. In life I reached the 7th layer of the golden core realm. I now serve the master. Peng Yu looked at a jade pendant and then at a 50 zhang giant, and then he stopped being brave. At 9, he handed it over. Third one, Demon Li under Yao Yu Immortal City, Zuo Guang under a lake, and now the patriarch of the only golden core clan in Mirror Moon Immortal City. I have never been able to explain to anybody why I collect them instead of killing them. The closest I can get is this. A dead enemy is a closed account. A living one who cannot lie to you is an eye. Chao also handed over, unprompted, a well-preserved beast-hide map of an island shaped like a teardrop, which he had obtained in a dead golden core cultivator's cave and had spent 100 years failing to find. I put it in a pouch. I have never found it either. Some things are just decoration. The next morning, before we could go to the Peng family came to us. Peng Jing. 2nd layer golden core. A pale, thin, scholarly man standing on a spirit brush with a scroll under his arm, and he intercepted us in the air 8 li out of the city, which meant he had known where we were going and when we were leaving. Fellow Taoist Zhao. Were you perhaps planning to visit my home this morning? Chao and Tang Bao called each other old foxes about 11 times each without either of them using the words. Then Tang Bao put the actual request on the table, which was simply this. Do not interfere. Let the juniors squabble. And if the Wei family ever produces a golden core cultivator, I will personally move that entire family somewhere else so they never compete with you. And Peng Jing agreed instantly and swore a heart demon oath on the spot and said he was doing it out of respect for the reputation of the Zhao imperial family. 300 years of a golden core clan grinding a purple mansion clan into dust ended in 90 seconds by 2 old men being polite to each other in the sky. I do not have a joke about that. That is just what power is. Everything underneath it is weather. Chao declined an invitation, declined to be invited, and left. And the moment he was out of range, 2 things happened at once. The great sun blazing flame spear shook hard in my dantian, and Tang Bao took out a red gourd and looked at it because his had done the same. Neither of us said anything for a while. Third grandpa. Chao did not so much as raise a hand. No, said Tang Bao. Chao did not. We stayed 3 more days. The Wei family stood at their own gate to see us off, with their heads up, which they had not done in 3 centuries, and Wei Lan told her daughter to listen to her master and not be willful, and cried without letting anybody see. Xiaoying came with us because I had promised the Wei family that she would reach foundation establishment within 10 years and the Purple Mansion realm within 100, and a clan with a child out in the world is a clan that other clans think twice about. That is the whole trick of survival, by the way. It is never being strong, it is being expensive. We were 3 days out from the trade fair when a fish jumped. A long silver thing with a pointed head, covered in starlight, and it came out of the water 400 feet in front of us and went back in. What a beautiful fish, said Tang Lan. A star-patterned bladefish, said Tang Bao, and lost his composure completely, because wherever that fish appears, so does a star-moon shell. And a star-moon shell grows 1 chi in 1,000 years, and at 50,000 years old, it begins to grow a moon essence pearl, which is comparable to a wisp of the essence of Earth. The thing I had been told, 4 months earlier, that I would have to cross 100 million li and win a 500-year war to obtain. Chao went into the river and came out with the fish, and then went back in and came out holding a clam 10 zhang across in both arms, laughing at the sky. 10 zhang, which is 100,000 years old, which meant 2 pearls. Lei cannot open a star moon shell by force. Tang Lan put a full spiritual artifact strike into it and cut a groove in the mud on the outside. Lei opened it with fire and strong wine, which is a fact he had found in an ancient text and had apparently been waiting 3 centuries to use. Chao held 1 gourd of magma fire and 1 gourd of 3rd rank spirit wine, and before either of them touched it, the clam started to tremble. And then it opened, and I looked into something that could have swallowed my 10 zhang body whole, and I made my disciple turn around, because it is not an image for a 17-year-old. 2 crystal pearls the size of fists. 1 for each of you, said Tang Bao. Lei too are blessed. I picked them up, and 2 pillars of white light went straight up out of my hands to a height of 1,000 zhang. Tang Bao slapped his own thigh. The pearl announces itself. I forgot. 5th rank spirit objects come with light. How far can that be seen? Tens of thousands of li. So what do? Run. Put them away, and run. I threw 1 pearl to Tang Lan, unfolded the Wangxi spirit boat, and Tang Bao dropped a high-grade spirit stone into the core himself, and we were gone in under 3 breaths. An hour later, in that stretch of river, there were more than 500 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 10 Purple Mansion cultivators, arriving from every direction, tearing the water apart, looking for a light that had already left. They spent the entire day at it. I know, because I circled back at 4,000 zhang and watched, because I have never in my life been able to resist. We came down that night in an unknown stretch of river, folded to 20 zhang, drifting, and found 2 children in a boat. 12 years old, both of them, in a 3-jang wooden boat in the middle of a river 100 million li long at night, and one of them was singing something. Who are you? Are you the Kang family's dogs too? The younger one had a ponytail and a round face and had clearly been crying for a day. The older one had her hair loose and had not and would not. They were the last 2 of the Bay family of Azure Moon Island. Their clan had had an 8th layer Foundation Establishment ancestor and some standing right up until 20 years ago when the Kang family's ancestor, Kang Xing, formed a golden core. 5 Purple Mansion families on that island, 2 destroyed, 2 submitted, and then the Kang family started on everybody with a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, one at a time, working their way down a list 200,000 li long. The Bay family had been one of the small fish that said no. Tang Bao listened to all of it with his face getting stiller and stiller because Azure Moon Island is where he was robbed 300 years ago. And the 5 Purple Mansion families who did it are the 5 families on the list, and Kang Xing was the man who arranged it. Are we still going? Tang Lan asked, if there is a golden core there now? Of course we are going. 2 of the 5 have already killed each other for me. 3 left, 1 golden core and 2 Purple Mansion. There is a debtor for every debt. I am not a demonic cultivator. I am not going to wipe out families. Then you take 1 Purple Mansion, I said. I will take the other one, and we work out the 3rd when we get there. Chow did not argue about it, which he would have done 6 months earlier. After Mirror Moon, he said, I am not going to insult either of us by pretending you need my permission. So here is where I have got to. 30-odd years ago, I woke up in the dirt under a tree with 9 children asleep around me, wearing a dead boy, holding a pouch with 1 pill in it, in a family whose motto was about ants, running from 9 men who were laughing. Today, the Chen family is a Purple Mansion immortal clan with 18 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 11 children of the 2nd generation coming up behind them. We have a lake, a mine, a 4th-rank vein, 3 3rd-rank formations, a broken magic treasure hanging over the island putting out 10,000 rays of light, a tributary city 800 li away, a vassal clan, a demonic cultivator on a leash, a dead golden core master in a jade pendant, and 8 stone tablets standing 100 li out in every direction with our name cut into them. And the boy who spent 9 years too frightened to leave an island has a disciple of his own because he walked past a pavilion in a city 20 million li from home and could not make himself keep walking. I am not going to pretend that is not the best thing that has ever happened to me, which brings me to the part I did not know about. On the western border of the Zhao Immortal Kingdom, there is a small city full of maple trees called Withered Leaf City, and the mansion at the center of it is not a city lord's mansion. Push open the black iron gate and you are somewhere else. A crimson mountain range, tens of thousands of li long, with thousands of columns of crimson smoke rising off it, and each of those columns is a Foundation Establishment cultivator of the Crimson Descent Palace. That night, 2 women in crimson robes came in through the gate and lifted their bamboo hats. The younger one had a face I would recognize anywhere because I had put a palm through her chest in the middle of a beast tide 15 years ago and had spent every day since believing I had done it properly. Wen Wei. Her father had emptied his own vaults to buy her back from the edge, and 2 golden core ancestors of that sect had worked on her personally because she is the only thing either of them cares about. She knelt on one knee in front of her father and asked why she had been recalled. It was not I who summoned you, said Wenji, because only 2 people in that sect can send for someone through him. And a 12-petaled crimson lotus came down out of the sky with an old man standing on it, and he was smiling, and he was very fond of her. Lili, lay her back. Old ancestor. Get up. Get up. We are family. Why so stiff? Then he told her why he had called her home. This old man has had a secret report from an informant. We have found your enemy. Let us go and take our revenge.